Let's find out if we do. Please vote on the approval of the agenda as adjusted with that cross-reference. Put me down as a yes, please. I'm having trouble.
We're just missing Councillor Walters as well.
Yes, it didn't come up for me.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried unanimously. The minutes from October 26th.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the minutes of October 26th.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions with the minutes? Not seeing any. Please vote then.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
And display the vote. And that's carried. Out of practice here. Protocol items, I don't think we have any for today. So let's select items for debate. Councillor Carmel?
I can start. So items 6.1 through 6.13, 6.14. I'll take 6.15. And I'll stop there. I'll take the request to speak too, just because I'm here. So 6.17, 6.18, 6.20, 6.21, 6.27.
Just a flag for your consideration. I believe the speakers on items 6.20 and 6.21 are to answer questions only.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Did anyone want to select that for debate? Seeing none, then are you okay to withdraw selection on those ones? Okay.
Yep. I think that's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any other selections?
Pardon me. No, that's okay.
Okay, someone want to move the balance then?
So moved.
Yeah, there might be a cross-reference to 6.16 and 6.17, so I'll grab 6.16, just in case we want to X-ref those. Okay. Councillor McKean, you're okay to move 6.19 and 6.22 through 26 and 6.28, as well as 4.1?
I certainly am.
Super. Any debate or questions on that? Not seeing any. Please vote on those items not selected for debate this morning.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. And if you could read back what committee's already taken care of this morning.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 6.9, approval to commence expropriation of interests in property, Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program. Item 6.20, Mustatam Stage 17 Revolving Industrial Servicing Fund Extension. Item 6.21, Maple Ridge Stage 6 Revolving Industrial Servicing Fund Extension. Item 6.22, LRT Network Expansion and Renewal Update. Item 6.23, Sole Source Request Yellow Pencil 4-year contract. Item 6.24, ETS Fare Collection Support and Maintenance Agreement with Cubic. Item 6.25, Bylaw 19469, Closure of Vehicular Access to Titled Parcels for Valley Line West. Item 6.26, Bylaw 19470, Closure of Vehicular Access to Titled Parcels for Valley Line West. And item 6.28, Agenda Item Prioritization and Motion Cleanup Executive Committee. And just a note, that item 4.1 Ogilvy Ridge Building Housing Choices Site Selection Review will be dealt with at the November 30th, 2020 Executive Committee meeting.
So is that a reroute, not a status report then?
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, I misinterpreted that.
Yeah, no action is required on that one.
Oh, cool. All right, request to speak, we have lots. So, Councillor Cartmel, you've got the latest list in front of you, I think?
I think I do. So I will move the following request to speak on item 614, revised community energy transition strategy. Betsy Agar from the Pembina Institute, Mike Melross, Climate Innovation Fund, Alberta Eco Trust, Anand Pai from NAOP Edmonton, Raquel Farreau, Jacob Komar, Stephanie Carter from Eco Ammo Sustainable Consulting, Mike Cole, UDI Edmonton Region, Rudy Rupanarine, UDI Edmonton Region, sorry Rudy, Greg Caldwell, ATCO, Chelsea Donnellan, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Advisory Committee, Larry Zong, Renewable Energy Design, Michael Barnard, EFCL, Sydney Bond, CHBA Edmonton Region, Derek Hiltz, CHBA Edmonton Region, Gatto Stoik, Edmonton Climate Hub, John McNichol, Edmonton Construction Association, Yasmin Abraham, Empower Me, Stefan Rates, Paths for People, Yashushi Oki, Green Violin, Maya Kalogiru, Canadian Association of Nurses for the Environment, Chad Park, Melanie Hoffman, Sherry Shorten. On item 617, electric charging equipment and EV charging rebate, Chelsea Donnellan, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Advisory Committee, Shafraz Kaba, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Advisory Committee, Mike Melross, Climate Innovation Fund, Alberta Eco Trust, Danielle Grist, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Advisory Committee. On item 618, sale of land below market value, Riverdale, Andrea Wilhelm, Raquel Farreau, Cameron McDonald, Don Poskasil, Marcus Wilhelm. On item 620, we've passed 620 and 621. These speakers were for questions only. And on 627, bylaw 19437, closure of vehicle access to title parcels, Wayne Wilmot and Ralph Steinwand. But we've passed 627.
No, item
Nope, we selected
627 was selected.
It was, okay, I'm sorry.
625 and 26 were passed.
My apologies.
Anybody else registered since then?
Just a note, we do have, I believe, 4 additional speakers on item 614 just being processed, and we'll reprint the list at the lunch break.
Okay, and we'll pass a motion with an updated set of names, but clearly we'll hear from folks based on this, and we'll adjust the list based on further registrations and new information at 1:30. So please vote on the request to speak that's before us for these different items as read out by Councillor Cartmel.
We have all 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and display the vote. Carried. Now would maybe be a good time, since we'll have speakers on a number of different items, or to just indicate what the process will be. So for each item that we'll hear today, administration will first provide opening remarks or a presentation, and then members of the public will be invited to speak either in person or virtually using Google Meet. Each of you will have 5 minutes to offer your comments when the time comes. The clerk will run the official timer in the room here. However, those attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home too. When each speaker is finished, though, please stay at your seat or on the line, as committee members may wish to ask you questions at the end of the panel of speakers. After comments from the public, committee may ask questions of city administration. For those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, provide unfair advantage, or even interfere technically with the live stream. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions, and if you're experiencing any difficulties, the Office of the City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication with those participating virtually. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Finally, for anyone here in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect, and we ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to committee. And you may notice that committee members and members of administration may take off their masks while behind the plexiglass barriers, but we will put them back on when moving about the room and talking with each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. So we'll run through that again at 1:30 because we may have some extra bodies then. But just to land that for starters here, request for time specific, I think we have dealt with to some degree. So we'll deal with the BIAs up first, and that will take a good chunk of the morning, but not all of the morning. And then we do have the energy transition strategy set for 1:30. So for those of you who are here to see if we're registering you to speak, we will hear from you then. You can certainly stick around if you want to hear from the business improvement areas. You're more than welcome. It's all public. We'll continue to chip through the agenda. So we would, when we finish with the BIAs, whenever that is, next up would be the Terwilliger Drive. Then the electric vehicle charging stations and EV charging rebate, which we might as well cross-reference when we get to it. Then we would get to Riverdale, and then after that, we would come last to the Valley Line LRT. Now, one option I could just put before members of committee is that we could move one or two of these items if it's okay with the speakers, so they don't have to wait all day to tomorrow, because we have tomorrow afternoon set aside, the whole afternoon. So either the, I suspect there'll be some overlapping interest, and it's some of the same folks between energy transition and electric charging, and so I would suggest even making those 1 and 2 at 1:30. But as for Riverdale and the West LRT, we might get to those today, but we might not anyway, so we could make one or the other or both of those 1:30 for tomorrow. Just a thought.
Do we want to wait until 1:30 today and make that decision, or?
I suppose, yeah, if folks bear with us for the morning here, we'll get a sense of how much we get done, because we might be able to chip away at a few of these. We'll see. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Thanks for that, Councillor. All right. This is why you want the wisdom of the crowd, right? Okay. Let's dive in shortly then, but let me just first check if there are any councillor inquiries this morning. Okay, not seeing any. Then let's welcome Ms. Clausen and company from our valued partners at the business improvement areas. Ms. McCabe, are you going to introduce us?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, committee. We've got a number of people here this morning with me. I'd first like to introduce Jeff Chase, who's the Acting Branch Manager of Economic and Environmental Sustainability, Charles Gorton, the Senior Planner in the Local Economy Group, and James Robertson, the BIA Specialist. Mr. Chase is going to give a quick opening comments and then pass it over to Cherie Clausen.
Good morning. Today we have Cherie Clausen, Chair of the BIA Council and Executive Director of the Old Strathcona Business Association, who will be presenting on behalf of the BIA Council. With her are many of the Executive Directors from other business improvement areas in Edmonton. In previous years, the BIAs have all presented individually to Council, and we're grateful that this year they've agreed to present collectively. The other BIA Executive Directors are on the line today to answer any questions that you have. There have been many challenges this year, but despite that, there is reason to celebrate. It is 50 years ago since the world's first BIA was created. BIAs came into existence through challenging economic times, not unlike those we are facing today. We are thankful for the partnership that we have with Edmonton's BIAs and for the amazing work that the BIAs do in support of the local business community. And so on behalf of many of my colleagues who work with BIAs, I would like to take some time to acknowledge each BIA board and their executive director for leading and partnering with the city through unprecedented times. And we need this partnership more now than ever. Administration will also be available for introductions and to respond to committee questions as needed.
Shuri, I think it's to you next.
All right. Hi, thanks for having us here today. Thanks, Jeff, for that introduction. I'm Shuri. I'm the BIA Council Chair and also the Executive Director of the Old Strathcona Business Association. I'm very proud to be here today speaking on behalf of our 13 business improvement areas that represent over 4,000 businesses. Normally, we'd be sharing our reports from 2019. However, we felt that this year was really important to talk to you about what our priorities are for 2021. Collectively, over this past year, our BIA Council has been closer and more collaborative than ever, as has our partnership with the city's local economy team and operations team. So thank you to Jeff Chase, your team, and James Robinson for quickly pivoting and supporting us through this really challenging time. As Jeff alluded to, BIAs were born out of a response to an economic decline over 50 years ago. The work we do not only benefits local businesses, but also the greater neighborhood. Our work is more important than ever, as economic and community development is at the very heart of our mandates. So going into 2021, many of our BIAs have adjusted our budgets and our levies. Like businesses and council, we're all attempting to do more with less in the coming years. While money will be a challenge, we have a few opportunities to engage and focus on strategies for collaboration in every aspect of economic and community development. So collectively, we've all agreed on a few key priorities for 2021 that we feel are important to support our businesses' economic recovery. First, A-Shop Edmonton strategy. So since the transition of the former EEDC, we no longer have a local economic development agency that's promoting our local economy. This is so vital right now, as we know that for every $100 spent locally, $65 goes back into the local economy. Our business districts have the unique position of being places where people come to and are our city's showcase streets. This is a significant opportunity to include BIAs in a real partnership for the first time and to pivot the branding of local economies, showcasing Main Street businesses. We are not asking for new money. We're asking for leadership from council to pivot and reallocate existing funds to initiatives that support Edmonton's businesses. We would ask that Explore Edmonton or some other entity be strongly mandated to support and explore local economic development for the benefit of the local business community. Second, infrastructure maintenance policy renewal. We know that Main Street districts are more attractive to visit when the infrastructure and public realm is clean and well maintained. We need a better, more impactful and tactful strategy on addressing basic maintenance and refurbishment, as the current complaint-driven model isn't working. Basic standards and service level agreements are needed so we have clear expectations on minimum standards. We've made some positive headway with the neighborhood renewal policy changing this fall to accelerate and prioritize BIA infrastructure renewal. We ask for leadership on revisiting our infrastructure maintenance policies and to embrace innovative, cost-effective strategies to address our infrastructure maintenance needs, which will support our economic recovery efforts. Third, policies and regulations that are more friendly to businesses. This summer, departments of the city worked with the business community to pivot on things like patio expansions and enhanced public spaces, and we want to see more of this. This resulted in 112 temporary patio permits across the city. Being able to quickly respond to the changing needs of the businesses is so vital right now. We had some excellent pilot projects of tactical urbanism in our city. This summer on White Avenue, our BIA invested in enhancing our expanded sidewalks with spaces for people. Feedback we received reinforced what we already knew. Patrons choose to spend more time and more money in our businesses when we make space for people. Our downtown also piloted expanded patio and retail space on 104th Street with great success. We ask that BIAs become a thread through all city Edmonton branches and departments to support placemaking strategies. Pivoting existing resources would be a smart reinvestment in our BIAs and create a deeper economic return to businesses and public places plans. Fourth, good neighbors' approach to addressing safety and social disorder. In times of economic decline, we all experience a greater sense of vulnerability throughout our city. Perceptions of safety, cleanliness, and security are top of mind for our businesses and patrons in our districts. We have advocated for support for housing initiatives as well as 24-hour support with wraparound services, and we applaud City Council for your actions to support our most vulnerable citizens, especially during this pandemic. We firmly support good neighbor agreements and believe that activating good neighbor approaches for agencies, businesses, and organizations are a vital strategy to support communities and individuals. We ask for your leadership in development of good neighbor agreements to assist us in our partnerships. So with that, thank you for taking the time to listen to our priorities. We're keen to partner with the city in ensuring our local economy thrives. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Ms. Clausen, to you and through you to the other executive directors on the council, and to the volunteer chairs and board members, some of whom I think are present on the call as well. So just gratitude to begin with. You all had extraordinary duties before the pandemic, and you've really stepped up as partners. I've heard nothing but good things about the work that you and your organizations have done with the city to try to support business. So just a heartfelt thanks to begin with here. Questions from members of council? Councillor Carmel, you'd selected this, so.
I had. I'll defer to others, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Questions? I don't know if we got the speakers list open. Looks like we do. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Cherie, thank you very much for your presentation and for all the work all of you have done struggling through this unbelievably difficult time. Your Shop Edmonton strategy sounds really interesting. Certainly a nut that people have tried to crack before, and right now with COVID and probably so many people will be online shopping for Christmas. Do you have a strategy for that so I could patronize local shops online as well?
Thank you, Councillor McKean, for bringing that up. So collectively, our BIA Council has talked about a few different ideas for a Shop Edmonton strategy, and one of them is to create some sort of an Edmonton Amazon. We've heard from the School of Retailing at the University of Alberta that they predict more people are going to be shopping online, but what they have seen in trends is that more people are shopping locally online. So we would love it if we had a City of Edmonton e-commerce site for all of our local businesses for us to be able to market. There's some that already exist, and we've talked to local economy team about some ideas. So that could be a place where we start. We have a really great partnership with the School of Retailing at the University of Alberta that's actually helping several hundred of our businesses to get online and investing thousands of hours in helping them do that. So we think that's potentially one aspect that we could use some support with.
It'd be really neat to have a portal, because if you have to seek out hundreds or thousands of local shops, that would be difficult. So I guess that would be for our local economy team too. But that's also going to require some Godspeed on this, right? Because we're getting close to a time where at least responsible people start shopping for Christmas. I generally wait till December 18th, 19th, but a lot of people will be shopping right now. So that sounds like a really good idea. The cleanliness thing, you know, I must admit that over my time on council, I haven't want to hit too hard on downtown as a priority for cleanliness, because I didn't want to make it sound like cleanliness overall isn't important. But so I'm really glad the BIA Council and the BIAs themselves will be thumping the table on this, because I do think it's really important. Do you have any further thoughts on what I just said about sort of this reticence about picking out White Avenue or downtown as areas of real priority?
I think that just because those two are more obvious, and I think I don't want to leave it at just cleanliness. We are talking about maintenance renewal overall, and revisiting how we actually go about maintaining some of our infrastructure. What we've all found is that it's just a 311 complaint-driven model, and we would like to see, especially for our showcase streets, which is all of our BIAs, what is the base minimum standard that we are trying to achieve, so that we know, working in partnership with the city, that it will never drop below a certain point. And when it does drop below a certain point, there's a very specific strategy in place. Part of that is cleanliness, but part of it is basic refurbishment and maintenance of our infrastructure as well. So I think all of our main streets, we've all identified this as being priorities.
That has been my point in the past, that Alberta Avenue, Stony Plain Road, Kingsway, these areas are all just as important as downtown and White Avenue. So thanks for that. I want to ask about the Good Neighbor Agreement. It's driven me a little bit crazy over the years that our social service sector, they do amazing work, right? But once they leave the shelter, it's like they sort of go, that's not our responsibility. Is that the kind of thing that you would want those agencies to take a little bit more of a active role in their clientele and their operations spilling into the surrounding neighborhood, and then either offering some actual labor in that regard, but also advice and other things? Is that what you're looking for?
I think we're just looking for a starting point to have conversations with agencies. Many of us do independently, but I think we're looking for something a little more formal in a Good Neighbor Agreement, so that even when there's something beginning in a neighborhood, we start to have those conversations early, and then they can continue. I think that's what we're looking for.
Well, as soon as you get that Shop Edmonton strategy up and running, I think it'll be incumbent on all of us on council to use our social media to blast that out and to shop local as well. So I wish you Godspeed on that, and let us know how we can help. I think it's a fantastic idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you, and I'll go to Ms. Sasseville because I want to understand some of the proactive things you've been doing really in the Good Neighbor side, try to support homelessness in your area. Could you just speak, because I know you've got some great initiatives. I just want to understand.
So as Cherie alluded to, we do have some Good Neighbor agreements in our own BIA already, and they just stemmed from partnerships, and exactly as Cherie talked about, you know, often when someone has left the center, then there's not a lot of follow through, and so by establishing those relationships ourselves through our own BIA, we've been able to keep all of the social agencies that are kind of the key players at the table with us, and so we kind of have established very strong relationship, and we even took it a step further. I'm sure most of you have already heard, but in 2019 we actually purchased another van for the crisis diversion team, and that just stemmed out of the Good Neighbor Agreement and having the opportunity to meet and understand what the needs were. And it came to our table that they had funding for another team, but they had no way to put another team on the road by not having another van. And it wasn't very long for our association and business people around the table to recognize that need, and that we needed to be a part of a solution to that problem. And a van was purchased and donated, with many businesses getting on board to help fund the maintenance ongoing for that for a year period for them. So that is the kind of stuff that can come out of a Good Neighbor Agreement. And it also helps with, and I use this term loosely, but accountability for agencies that often receive public money as well. It makes it easier for them to have, you know, someone that works directly with them as well. And it does help for accountability on both sides.
Thank you. And I think it's important that we find ways to work together, and I really appreciate your support and the van and all the work you're doing. My other question, and I'll start with you and then I'll go to Ms. Clausen or others. We've heard of what the city is doing to support businesses. How do BIAs support local businesses during this pandemic? What do you do? I'll start with Ms. Sasseville.
Well, at the very beginning, I mean, like everybody else, we had to, pivot and set ourselves up to be able to work from home, and then work through some of the strategies and the funding that was available at the federal level, provincial level. And, for us, that meant even hand-holding and actually helping some of our business do the documents. It was that grassroots for us. And that's really telltelling of what kind of services is needed. And having access to the BIA is critical for some of our really small businesses. Our BIA, of course, has different challenges. We have a lot of medium and large size business, and they're still locally owned, even though some of them are franchises. So we tend to really stick to promoting shopping in this particular area, and helped a lot of them, as well as Sharia talked about with the digital Edmonton campaign. We're working at getting some of ours online that typically weren't before. So we've done a lot of that kind of work. And of course, then running programs around the PPE cleanup. That's something that became an issue very quickly when the pandemic started and masks came into effect. We had masks and things being left in shopping carts and stuff like that. And so that was a huge change and commitment for business to deal with that kind of thing. So that kind of work. And then, we're pivoting right now and reinventing ourselves for the holiday season. We're about to run a Shop and Stay Kingsway program to try and encourage people who maybe wouldn't stay overnight, that come from, maybe Barhead or Westlock or areas outside of the city, to maybe consider staying overnight and doing some shopping, and in partnership with some restaurants and dining and things like that, so that we can help get them through the holiday season. We had some of our hotels weren't even open during the, from March until July. So very long time. And right now they have such limited patronage that it's critical for them. And then, of course, you may have heard, we're putting together a drive-through holiday parade to try and bring people to the area that will see us hand out goodie bags full of coupons and flyers for different businesses and promotions that they're running around our BIA. So I think all the BIAs are just doing whatever they can right now to assist business within the BIA to get through this.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Clausen?
Yes, there's a lot. I can certainly only speak to what my colleagues have shared with me, and Ellie has outlined a lot of them. The partnership, I think, with the School of Retailing at the University of Alberta is going to be an incredibly important partnership with helping our businesses get online. They are going to invest up to 10 hours per business, not just teaching them how to get online, but actually doing it with them and setting them up. And that's going to be a huge asset for our businesses. We also did lots of advocacy work, more than we've ever done. We advocated for those expanded patios and sidewalks. We've advocated for housing and other supports like that. And we've actually done a lot, many of us have done a lot to really help people experience the outdoors. So we help support some investment in some murals and outdoor activities, as well as just looking at partnerships with other organizations that can support our businesses with things like accessing grants and understanding all of the information that is out there. And really just being like an ear for our businesses has been a really important piece. Many of us created spaces on our websites that we didn't have with COVID resources, and we're keeping our ear to the ground so that we could stay on top of the information and increased our communication to our membership. So that's just a little bit of what we've done. And I'd welcome any of my colleagues to jump in and add to that.
My time is up, but thank you very much. And I am starting my Christmas shopping, so sooner is better to get that online.
Not surprised at all, Bev. You're more organized than most of us. Councillor Henderson is next.
I'm interested in just following up a little bit on the idea of the local biz support, because when arguably EDC never did that much of it, but the choice when we rethought all of that was to bring that kind of work in-house. So, and I'll ask this question of Mr. Chase after, but I'm just wondering, in terms of what you're looking for there, given that we are, I think, trying to pivot that support to an in-house support, what it is that's missing, what it is that isn't happening, what it is you're looking for. Because that was part of the reason, I think, for the restructuring, was we wanted to put a focus on that, and we felt we could probably do it a bit better than EDC was focusing on the big picture, and we wanted to be able to make sure. So I'll ask that question of administration next, but if I could just hear a little bit more about it from your point of view, Ms. Claassen.
Sure. I think that we're just looking for a concerted, collaborative effort because we've never done this before. So we've already had discussions with the local economy team on some preliminary stuff. So I know there is some things in the works, but I think that we want to have like an overall strategy going forward. So whether that's the local economy team in partnership with Explore Edmonton or others, I think that's where we want to at least have a start. I think our huge wish list is if we had this portal of online businesses in a directory with a strategy behind it to push some marketing towards it, that would be ideal. Where we know that the Edmonton Made website is currently in existence, it might need some tweaking, as well as things that are open are 2 sites that we know have listings of our local Edmonton businesses. So I think we're just looking for some leadership and collaboration with an entity.
So you're agnostic on what that entity is. It could be us, it could be working with, but you just want to make sure that we have a bit more thought and focus into that and a bit more transparency about where to go to. Yes?
Correct,
okay.
Correct.
Great. I'm interested in exploring the Good Neighbor Agreement a little bit more because and I think it's probably different in different BIAs, but I know historically we've had, I think there's been a lack of this in certain areas, and in certain, I'm thinking particularly of, I know this has been a long time irritant in the Chinatown area. You're looking for us to, we'd have to come up with, I don't know what the mechanism would look like for us. I'm not sure we can compel it. It's easy enough to compel it before you approve things. It's hard to compel it after. But you're looking for something that actually is in line with some of the Good Neighbor Agreements we're now asking for as projects go forward. You'd like to go back retroactively to some of the organizations that have been functioning for years and make sure that there's commitments to what good neighbor means, yes? That's what you're looking for?
I think so, yeah. And Ellie did a good job of kind of reviewing how in her area they've spearheaded a lot of this. So I think that we have a template and now we just want to see it across many of our business improvement areas and partnerships going forward.
It'll be interesting to see if we have, what mechanisms we have to help that move forward, because I think it makes a lot of sense. On the basic standards side, and I know again this has been a long-standing issue, but part of it, especially for some of the older BIAs, we have infrastructure that's now 30 years old. And we did put some money in there, I think, to help with that. But what the problem is, we don't really have any standards about what we're trying to achieve. Is that the concern?
Yes, it appears that way.
Okay, so it may take more resources, but it's also understanding what we're trying to achieve and what the responsibilities are. This has been a long-standing issue. I know this has been around since I first got here. So, but it's about setting a standard, I think, for upkeep is what you're looking for mostly there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Good. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you very much. I will ask those questions of admin when we get the chance. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for coming today. So I'd like to start actually with Mr. Schmidt, because you're a slightly different BIA than a lot of the other ones that we have here, and some of what's been talked about might not directly apply in the same way. So I wouldn't mind just hearing from you, I guess maybe first how you work in conjunction with all of these other excellent BIAs and how we can make sure we're still supporting you and the industrial business side of things, along with a lot of the other examples of businesses that we have throughout the city. And I think you're muted still, Mr. Schmidt. Sorry to cut you off.
There, how's that?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Of the 4 priorities, the infrastructure one is probably the most important in our area. Actually, for the reason for our BA starting in the first place was a transportation issue, building an overpass. And recently, the 184th Street project has virtually been completed. So that's a great thing for our area. We do have a few retail areas. So the permitting, relaxing permitting and allowing patios, actually one of our businesses took advantage of that. A microbrewery, they have a small patio outside their establishment that people were patronizing, so that's another good thing in our area. But primarily it's the infrastructure for our people. They need to transport trucks and goods in and out of our area for the rest of the city. So
absolutely.
that's our focus.
Well, that's great. And I ask it not because I think that the coalition of BIAs would leave you out of the conversation. I know quite the opposite, but just wanting to make sure you feel like there's, when we're talking about a lot of these different things, you know that your voice and the perspective of the businesses you represent are going to be able to be included and brought forward. So you're not feeling like there's anything missing from what's been discussed.
No, I feel quite welcome.
Excellent. Glad that I assumed as much, but thought I should ask it because there is a slight difference there. And maybe to Mr. Janes, I do have a few questions for you. More broadly, I know we're about to undergo a transformational project in the West End. You might have heard of it, the Valley Line West LRT. And I know your approach has been one of seeing this as an opportunity, but I also know that there are a number of businesses who are they're on edge, wanting to know how we're going to work through this. So I wouldn't mind hearing from you how you foresee this working, how you want to be engaged through the city and through the successful partner to make sure that the business voice is being heard clearly, that they're being responsive. And I mean, this probably applies to 124th, it applies to, even standalone business areas that aren't business improvement areas. But if you wouldn't mind sharing some thoughts on that.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Knapp. In return, I'm assuming you're talking about the West Valley LRT, the largest traffic calming strategy for the city of Edmonton. As a BIA, we're very excited about it. We see it as completely transformative to the West End of Edmonton and all the businesses that are there. Certainly, we've had shared conversations between 124th, the DVA and ourselves in the past around that monumental project and how it will intersect each of our catchment areas. It's great to see Mr. Ferguson on the call today too. I think shared communication is really important. When dealing with perceptions, and even today, I want to congratulate all of the city workers and the structure, because I was able to drive into work today and the roads were clear and it was safe and I felt it was secure. And that type of infrastructure, because we're still fairly car dependent, is essential. So a big thank you to all of our city workers on that. I think it's about ensuring that the city really is the broker on behalf of all of the citizens of Edmonton around the West Valley Line. And it's essential that communications are consistent and clear and responsive when we're dealing with the third parties that are developing the line and building it, as well as the citizens. I think where it gets frustrating is where there's not clear lines of communication. And certainly BIAs can be a really strong and vital partner in that because of our network of communication with our citizens. I think the 4 priorities that we brought forward today are insightful, thoughtful, and collaborative. We know there's not a lot of money to spend, and this summer we saw great action from operations and from local economies rallying all of those other departments together. And now that we've seen you be able to pivot and reduce the red tape and make the city of Edmonton actually a city that embraces business, we want to see more of it, not less of it. So, I think we've had significant support with James Robinson since he's been in that role. It was vacant for a long time, and that was a significant deficit. And I think Mr. Robinson and operations and all of us in collaboration are playing catch up with that. And we're going to be playing catch up for a while. And to Ms. Klassen's point, if infrastructure is supported and maintained, it's easier for us as BIAs and local businesses to keep our streets clean, keep them well lit, and keep them safe. So, the city of Edmonton is a significant partner in that. If you do your work, it's far easier for us to do our work in building great main streets and building great nodes and corridors, as we use those new languages, and to support businesses. You know, once people have a better perception of safety and security and cleanliness, it's next to godliness. It's really important, and we really want to underscore that collaborative approach with the city is essential. And you as council have done a significant job in leading us through this pandemic as small and medium-sized businesses. And we want to applaud you. We want to thank you for that insight. Pivoting money from economic development was a godsend to many of our small businesses to have those recovery grants. And the work that local economies did was exceptional. You know, some of them were a few $1,000s, but that really made a difference when everything you had was going out the door to buy PPE. You know, it means significant amount to all of our member businesses. We want to see more of that. You know, we want to see BIAs, as Councillor Henderson said, have never really been part of economic development. And we know that they operate in a 12 or 24-month period, but they're probably not attracting a lot of large conventions and world championships right now. So let's reinvest that money smartly in local economies. Let's sell the city of Edmonton to Edmontonians.
Thank you, Mr. James. Councillor Knack's time is well up, but I think you made excellent points. But I do need to move on to Councillor Hamilton is next.
Thank you. Thank you for this update. A lot of my questions have to do with, I think, things that have been touched on. But what I'm hearing from you is that the economic recovery grants were of significance, I should say, to the BIAs. Is that correct? Anyone want to grab that? Ms. Clausen, perhaps?
Yes. Yes, it absolutely was. Micro grants were very, very helpful for things, as Todd had alluded to, around PPE. That's still something that many of the businesses are taking advantage of. But now we're also starting to see them using them to pivot things. So, for example, if they have an outdoor space or an outdoor winter patio that they need to invest in, those small micro grants help offset some of those costs, because many of them are operating on deficits right now. And so they don't have a lot of money to reinvest in their businesses when they actually really need it. So it's been quite helpful.
Great. And we can ask administration a little bit more about that. What I'm hearing is, as a thread through your presentation today, is the impact of the city's ability to respond really nimbly to the current circumstances. So I heard some praise for the patio program. Are there other opportunities now that I would say we've sort of, let's say, blown the conversation wide open on what we can do in our city quickly? Are there any other opportunities that you see for, call it red tape reduction, but let's look at it a different way, a way to enhance the services of BIAs?
I think we have lots of ideas. I think that starting a conversation with various departments of the city is a good place to start. Certainly with permits and regulations, development permits are a huge challenge for many of our businesses and BIAs. And as we're trying to be really innovative and creative, we want to be able to do quick pop-up animations in our areas. And sometimes those are, in order to do some of those things, there's lots of development permits and regulations that need to be adhered to. And certainly there's a reason for that. And there's definitely a lot more regulations when you're trying to do activities around COVID-19, which absolutely is vital. But I think that as we are now going to be looking towards economic recovery, and many of us will be working on business recruitment strategies and business retention strategies, what do we need to do to encourage businesses to set up in our districts and stay in our districts? Many of us spend time helping our new businesses with navigating the whole process around permitting, and that shouldn't be the case. And so if we really want to encourage businesses to set up and thrive, we need to make this easier for them. So those are just some of the starting points. And I think there could be a lot more if we start to have some conversations about what that could look like in each of our districts.
Great. I appreciate that. And I'm also I'm hearing, just to close this or loop back around, that we have the Edmonton Made program, and that seems to have gotten a bit lost in the shuffle right now in the transition of EEDC to Explore Edmonton and the new Innovation Authority. It was sort of in the middle there. So we maybe need to talk to Explore Edmonton about that. But Edmonton Made, I think, was about things that were made in Edmonton, and Shop Edmonton would not have those same kind of parameters. And I think there's probably an appetite for both. That's fair.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation today. And I'll ask some questions of administration.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thanks, Don. So Nick Lilly, I wanted to now ask you, I want to see if I can get to all 4 of the BIAs in Ward 6 quickly here. Nick, is there anything that you want to add as far as downtown issues or aspirations right now?
Well, I'll just reinforce, I think within these priorities that we've outlined here, it's really about establishing some strong foundations. And I think we have the creativity within our business sector to really drive some of the animation, and we're trying to be as creative and innovative as possible in that respect. But the thing that we need the most support with is the basics, and we'll bring the sparkle. So looking to work with administration in continued fashion as we have to date to try and drive forward through these challenging times, but partnership being kind of a key way to do that.
So, and years ago, there was a downtown vibrancy task force. You've resurrected that with a downtown recovery task force. Just very briefly, what's its goal or mandate?
Yeah, so the Downtown Recovery Task Force, again, a diverse group of leaders who really are in the interest of community building and economic recovery, looking for short-term wins by way of infusions of energy and initiatives that can hopefully support our businesses in pivots or strengthening their economic success. Something quickly that emerged out of that was the Great Downtown Sweep in fairly short order, and that was community driven and towards some of those foundational nature of enhancing the look and feel of our downtown. But I think we're pivoting quickly towards broader term initiatives to infuse energy and try and enhance some of the creativity within the spaces that we have to utilize here in our downtown, bring people down to the core to whatever extent we can. So similar sentiments, I think what we're seeing in other BIAs too, trying to provide ways in which people who have a vested interest, like our community leaders, that can get on board with some of these initiatives. And that's the leadership, I think, that we can drive as BIAs, but also in partnership with the city.
Thanks, Nick. When with Chinatown, are you on the call?
Yes.
Could you just briefly update how things are going?
Chinatown, we are started in July. We hired one security guard with Blackbird. That was kind of pilot. We lasted 2 months. After that, we stopped because of our limited budget. We are working with a city to work out another solution because our board believe in Chinatown, security and cleanliness are 2 priorities. For this year, we had a litter control program. Both CCCU and Macaulay Revitalization help a lot. That program lasts from June all the way to December this year. After the program, after review, we'll figure out the way we can do next year. Pretty much, this is our priority for this year.
Yeah, thanks very much. And we're all sort of hoping that the overall strategy around homelessness will really help Chinatown. Ms. Villarabo, are you on the call?
I'm here. Hello.
Do you want to give a quick update on your highest priorities, aspirations, successes?
So I support the four priorities that were mentioned earlier. I think we've all worked hard. I just really want to commend council for the leadership, the support to businesses directly. It's very, very much appreciated. It's been mentioned to me multiple times, so thank you for that. In our area for this fiscal year coming up, we're working on a training hub to support businesses who would like additional support to do the digital switchover, as well as some basic business planning and supports. And we'll be using partnerships with existing organizations who provide that service, and we'll be bringing into our area. We had some good successes this year with the Egg Pivots, also with the Egg Takeout, 2 promotions that supported trying to get a very small business area like our North Edge out there into the market. And we've actually had a number of small restaurants start up during COVID, so that's been very interesting and not maybe what I actually would have expected. So we also are now going to be moving into 107 Avenue, the revitalization of the capital funds, the entryways and those pieces. So again, we thank council for their support to invest in our area, and we'll do our best to try and stimulate the counter investment by our area to make sure that that is workable.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I would have liked to have asked a question of 124th Street. I have a plethora of BIAs in Ward 6. So either you give me a few more seconds or I'll ask you to ask the question.
Okay, well, I'll take care of it. Councillor Esslinger?
Thank you, and I just wanted to turn over to Alberta Avenue for just a moment for Josh, because Councillor Katarina and I shared this one, and I just want to understand from your perspective on the 4 priorities, how that's going.
Thank you, Councillor. My apologies. I was having some issues trying to get my microphone off. We, as you and I have talked about before, I have to really thank the services in the city, specifically the people who helped make the patio red tape go away. When this started in the summer or in the spring, and this is part of our 4 pillars as well, but patios on Alberta Avenue, and we applied for 8, and as Ellie was saying, we did the work through the BIA for our businesses ourselves, so we applied for it. It was very simple, it happened very quickly, but it helped with showing people that there were people enjoying the avenue. It made for a walkable avenue. It also reduced crimes of opportunity, and my thanks to EPS and the Beats in Alberta Avenue specifically for their support. Along with that, Capital City Cleanup has been a godsend this summer with the support with graffiti removal, which has been a lot, especially with the Expo situation. And some of the stuff that have been effective through the app on 311 has been, and even 211, to be able to call to offer support to people who are out and about and living rough on the avenue. We are focused on safety. We believe that beautification and cleanliness, and we're working through the Boyle Street services to keep the avenue clean on a regular basis, will help make Alberta Avenue that walkable space for the variety of the mosaic of businesses that are there, whether it's restaurant, retail. It's quite unique for the types of services and food that they offer.
Thank you very much. And just my last question is, I understand that many of the BIAs are reducing their levies to support businesses in the upcoming year. I don't know if that's across the board, or maybe Ms. Clausen, you could speak to that. I just, because I think you're going to do more with less or next year as well, because you've heard from businesses, but you've shouldered that. Maybe a comment.
Yes, so many of our BIAs have reduced our budgets and our levies. Many of us who have the luxury of having some reserves are dipping into them for the rainy day. That was certainly my board's direction. Many of us are looking into additional grants that have become available for business associations and nonprofits to help support things like additional initiatives, staffing, But we certainly, we understand as we run not-for-profits how to stretch a dollar and how to be really, really creative. And so we're all doing that too next year. And I think some of us have reduced our budgets pretty significantly into next year. And we have to be careful when we do that with our membership because we don't want them to believe that we are not valuable. So I think when we all presented that to our businesses at our AGMs, we were reinforcing that the work we do is even more important now. And we just wanted to give them a little bit of break going into next year with their levies.
Well, just thank you very much. I think it's all of us working together to build a strong city, and you're working on your front, and I really appreciate the stronger partnerships as we go forward in this time. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. First, for Councillor McKean, to Jeff at 124th, or whoever's here from 124th, did you have anything to add to Councillor McKean's line of questioning briefly?
Yes, I'm Sarah Proudlock. I'm the treasurer. I'm just sitting in for our BIA right now. We don't have anyone in the office. Yeah, what Cherie said was very correct. We do definitely appreciate the less red tape, getting things done very quickly. That's been amazing. Just seeing the response on that, especially with those patios, that's been amazing. And just, again, yes, the help with the sidewalks and that overlay and getting our infrastructure up to date. So you create that walkability in our area without going down the sidewalk and running into a light pole. That's important for our businesses. Just to get that, like, what's the minimum? Where do these things go? Where does the city want these so that when they go back in, that it's all in the right place? And getting that kind of that money in place so that we can redo our sidewalks, just like our neighborhoods have. With our LRT, or the LRT coming, just those proactive solutions, not just the reactive ones, getting those where we're putting that traffic so that we don't get those complaints. Before it all happens, just having those solutions in place, which we have been working with that committee, and that's been very helpful to get all of that into council. So that's been very nice. For us specifically, getting partnered with the city and through EPCOR to take the lighting off of our plates a little bit. We've got some lighting that we would really like to address. Again, in that infrastructure, how do we address this? How do we get this in? So that sort of thing. And yes, just like Cherie has said, we have reduced our levy out of our savings because we were able to. So that's what we've done this year.
So that's a sort of a one-time reduction you can take, but it's not a sustainable reduction?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. We had it this year. We reduced our budget. We were able to reduce it by 21% for everything for this year, but next year we're going to have to go back.
Okay, that's a helpful distinction and important to communicate to the members about what's durable. Cherie, is that fairly consistent? Are they a mix of permanent reductions and one-year reductions, or are they more like what we've just heard from 124th Street?
I would guess that it's probably a bit of a mix. I know for ourselves, we only have a certain amount of savings, and my board really wanted to be able to ensure the current budget that we put forward for 2021 to maintain it also for 2022. But then at that point, we will deplete most of our savings, and we want to be able to have a little bit in savings, as good budgeting requires, to have a certain percentage left in savings for a rainy day. I think all of us are in very different positions. Some of our smaller BIAs don't have the luxury of reducing their budgets any further because there's not much reduction they can have in place. So I think all of us are in a bit of a different situation, but many of us have dipped into reserves where we have it.
Well, yeah, and we do have your financial statements here too, and we'll all want to keep an eye on your viability as well. But I think that we've tried to make those nods through the grants and through deferrals and other measures too, where we could. So I applaud you all for that. On Shop Edmonton, part of the message too, and it's really tough to talk about this, is, we're encouraging everyone to stay home as much as possible, except to support local business, right? So, but I think there's a story that you can maybe tell and your businesses can tell, and the campaign that needs to be built around this, that with the investments in PPE, with the investments in sanitizer, with the investments in training, and with the support to pivot many of our businesses to compete online as well, that there's multiple and safe pathways for Edmontonians to support their local businesses. And when we talk about it, it's us congratulating ourselves for supporting you. When you talk about it, as you have today, many of you have mentioned the support the city's provided. When you talk about it in your messaging, I think it lands with greater authenticity, frankly, to the public. So in that sense, I think you're critical partners in getting that word out, but you have my commitment too to work with you to find the right channels to give that message that we need Edmontonians to shop local like never before. So have you had a chance to work with the city and Mr. Chase on that? I know that that's something that they've been working on as well. And some of it may be residual with Explore Edmonton. We've heard, we'll ask some questions about that. But I guess, what's your sense of the urgency around that from the city's point? Are you getting urgency from us? Because I'm hearing urgency from you on that one.
Yes, so I think that we've had some preliminary conversations with the local economy team, and Jeff and his team have been fantastic about responding to us very quickly. I know we have some meetings coming up with Explore Edmonton in the next week or so, and I think that, yeah, the urgency is definitely there as we head into slow winter months, and I think we're feeling more confident that we have that commitment now from the city. We were just not sure where to go. Besides, typically the local economy team doesn't do that kind of work. They don't have that expertise on staff. So the fact that his team stepped up and helped us through leading this discussion is, I think, helping us feel a little more confident about how we're going to go forward. So we definitely need it sooner than later.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I've got a couple more questions for you. But before I come back, we'll go to Councillor Henderson next.
I can't tell who's on. I'm guessing it's one of the two phone numbers, but I thought I should just check in with Le Quartier Francophone and just see, because you're, I think, the youngest of the BIAs, and just see if there's anything that's any different from your perspective that you wanted to share. Assuming there's somebody on from it. I'm not seeing anybody here, but. Maybe they're not on. It's possible. Yeah, I'm not seeing Jean here unless it's one of the phone numbers. Okay, that's fine. I had a chance to meet with him fairly recently, so I'm up to speed. I just thought it would be worth checking in. Thanks.
Merci. Just a couple other questions then. So a number of you mentioned, and I was really pleased as well with what we were able to do with patios this year. And we've given instructions, set an expectation that we continue that creativity through the winter. Obviously, there's greater complexity there, but the other thing that we did earlier this year that I think will be more relevant to some of you than others was the changes to the parking regulations. Which is to say no longer requiring parking for permits, and in the parts of the city that predate cars, or at least the widespread use of cars, the streetcar districts, which are many of our BIAs, that we were hopeful that would be positive both for commercial and residential and mixed-use development particularly. So, Cherie, I don't know if you have a sense of what impact the parking changes, if any, have had so far, or whether that's sort of a longer-term red tape measure.
Yes, thanks for bringing that up, Mayor Iveson. I think it's probably a longer-term impact. For some of us who are seeing developments starting now, I think that that's going to give developers an opportunity to be a lot more flexible and listen to the needs of their market rather than the needs of some sort of regulation that's arbitrary. I think it's going to be really helpful for some of our Main Street districts that are more mature, that have limited parking on the street and limited parking areas. There's always this perception that there's no parking available, but I think that sometimes those parking requirements have put undue sort of stress and regulations on developments and businesses that are based on sort of a suburban model, and that hampers the ability to attract new investment and new development, and that is going to be so incredibly vital going forward. So I think it'll come. I don't know if many of us have seen the impact just yet.
Well, that one's kind of structural compared to patios, but I think hopefully they're both coming from the same kind of cultural and philosophical instinct of either getting out of your way where we can, or where there are complex trade-offs like use of the public road right-of-way, for example, that need to be worked through in a public safety context and a regulatory context and a legal context of encroachment and use of public space and so on and so forth, that we apply, real creativity and a desire to, get to yes, as people say. And so you mentioned that there was still, that a lot of your BIAs were still doing work to help businesses navigate that regulatory complexity. And I just wondered whether you all have also had the opportunity, or if it's been helpful to refer folks to the one-on-one services that the city has provided. I think there have been about more than 2,000 interactions or support engagements with individual entrepreneurs and businesses on that. Is that service a helpful referral for you folks for that kind of thing?
Yes, I think anytime that we can refer people, which is largely a lot of what we do, many of our businesses, when they get started, they don't even know how to navigate the process. So I think if we can give them a warm introduction and help expedite that, that's always welcome. So absolutely, it is helpful to have that one-on-one support, because that's what many businesses need, and many of us don't have the luxury. Some of us are part-time executive directors and have very, very small teams. So whenever we can refer to resources that have more support and more people to help them, we very much appreciate that.
Well, that's great. I think we want to avoid duplication. You shouldn't have to scale up your organizations to help navigate the city's process when you can get essentially concierge service, kind of white glove in-house, which we've labored over several years to build. So I'm glad to hear that, and that offer is there to the rest of you as well. So lastly, and you touched on the challenges with perceptions of safety and real safety challenges and social disorder, and you've been very thoughtful and patient, but also rightly concerned, not only in Old Strathcona, but in many of the districts about the challenges we're facing. And I appreciated your correspondence to the Government of Alberta on this, and I'm just wondering if you heard anything back.
We did have a response back, and there wasn't, I think, a clear direction going forward. So that is something our BIA Council is going to need to decide, probably in coordination with the city, as to what the next steps are and what we would like to see going forward. So it was a fairly boilerplate response.
Well, we really appreciate your partnership and the Chamber, and to the extent we can all get on the same page on the advocacy here, we can solve some of the root cause challenges here that are really a huge problem for Main Street that we're very, very sensitive to. So thank you for being really constructive partners in that desire to make a strategic change there. So I am way out of time, but Councillor Paquette is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to everyone who came to present. It's been really, really wonderful to hear your voices and your perspectives. I did have a question for Mrs. Fullendorf. Are you on the line, Deanna? Just give it another second. Deanna Fullendorf from the Fort Road Business Association. Business Improvement Association? Area? Nope. Okay, well, there's my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? No? Well, let's keep the delegation on, because strictly speaking, it's all part of the same delegation. We didn't register them as speakers. So we can now turn to questions of admin, but if we need to turn back for any clarification or any cross-pollination of the answers, Cherie and the other folks can certainly stay with us. So, but questions now to administration on what we've heard. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to ask about this focus on BIA areas as far as maybe sweeping cleaning, snow clearing, maintenance, that sort of thing. Whether or not we're able to crack that nut.
Councillor McKean, Mr. Robinson is just sitting down, our BIA specialist from City Operations. If you can just give him 10
Sure.
seconds to get his mic on.
Good morning. I would just like to note about our current approach in terms of service standards and service level agreements as raised by the BIAs. So we have service standards in place for most of our services: snow and ice control, pothole repair, street lamp replacement, litter bin emptying, et cetera, et cetera. 2020 has been an unprecedented year for the frequency of our services, with it varying, with us being nimble and flexible. So I'm out of breath having just run down the stairs. Sorry.
Take a couple of deep breaths and the mayor will give you another minute, I'm sure.
So, the challenge that the BIA's put forward to us is that they're not always aware of the service levels that we provide on specific items. As such, there can be a disconnect between BIA expectations and the city's levels of service. But we're working on an upcoming approach. We're working on a new ways of working plan with our BIA partners in response to their feedback over the last year. The key elements include an annual plan, a guiding seasonal operational work plan to the partnership activities between the BIAs and its partners, bringing the seasonality of what we do to working with them. Baseline service definitions, really being clear on what our service standard is, our baseline services standards within each BIAs on operational items, and a framework for additional services. This is a way of providing additional services to BIAs on a cost recovery or a cost share basis where they seek to go above and beyond our service standards.
Right.
This will be ready for implementation in 2021.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And the partnering is a really important part of this, I think, too, because I've said it before, the city can't be everywhere all the time for everyone. So we're going to need some to do this collaboratively, I think. But anyways, that's good news, Mr. Robinson. Thank you. And I don't know if you'd be the one to ask about when you'll have the Shop Edmonton portal up and ready to go so I can shop. Everybody's shaking their head. That would be Jeff Chase, maybe?
Thanks for that question, Councillor McKean. We are working closely in partnership with the BIAs around what that would look like. There's some conversations ongoing with Explore Edmonton, and so we're actively working on how best to move that forward. I would also note that the city contributed $75,000 through the Economic Recovery Grant to Digital Main Streets that's being run through the U of A School of Retail. So there is that piece that's already happened and has gone live.
Yeah, I suspect that's a bit complex, but probably even imperfect for this year would be better than nothing. So I hope we can get that up, and you'll let us know as councillors when that's when there's a portal or whatever you would call it open, because I think we need to all jump on this bandwagon and jump on it hard. So let us know, Mr. Chase.
Thank you. Will do.
Certainly, in the meantime, Councillor McKean, if you want, I'd be more than willing to curate a private shopping for you along Stony Plain Road. I understand you have a new vehicle, and we'd love to get you some masks to go with that. And that goes to any councillor, of course.
I might have mentioned earlier, I have 4 BIAs in Ward 6, but I have strayed out of it to buy bicycles in your BIA, Mr. James. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
You're very welcome. Edmontonians are pretty borderless that way. Councillor Henderson? Pardon me, actually, I should go to Councillor Hamilton. And then I'll come back to you, Ben. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you. I promise I won't be terribly long. So thank you for your answers to the questions so far. When we had initially talked about the economic recovery grants, there was 2 phases. There's phase 1 and phase 2. And maybe I've missed it because there's been sort of a lot of conversation back and forth, but are you planning on deploying phase 2 of the recovery grants sometime this fall or in the new year?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hamilton. We are returning to committee in December with an update on the recovery grant and our plans for phase 2. The intent is that we'll continue to leverage the micro grants through phase 1 and return with an update of plans for phase 2 based on what we've learned through the process so far, as well as the needs of businesses and what we're hearing from our partners in the BIAs.
Great, thank you. And you know, we had talked a little bit about the red tape reduction. We got a really, I think, good answer from your team earlier in terms of what they're looking at. But I think we're always looking for opportunities to create more alignment. So could you give an example of maybe some of the ways that you're looking to enhance the work of the BIA as well, making sure that, or finding efficiencies within the city's own operations? For instance, like, are you looking at streamlining how new members to the BIA might be notified?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hamilton. We are continuously listening to what the BIAs have to say to us. We're taking their feedback, and so when we hear of process improvements or things that we can do to make things easier, we're always open to hearing that. One of the things we have heard from the BIAs is regarding our need to be nimble and agile with respect to major things that they're looking to do or installations. The patios, as you referenced, were a good example, and so we're keen to hear from them on what exactly it is that would be helpful, and then are committed to making that happen where possible as quickly as we can.
And so, and maybe it'd be helpful for me to understand, what's your process for triaging ideas like that? How do you, because I know not every idea is workable, but we've heard that there's a potential for a lot of opportunities here, and I just want to better understand how, when someone comes to you an idea, how do you triage it and then actually get back to that individual or get back to other individuals who may have had the same idea? And do you have a service standard level, like you get back to someone within 28 days or 2 months or something like that?
It really does depend on the complexity of the situation or the request. Through the one-on-one program, we're committed to getting back within 48 hours. But you know, when we hear of a more complicated idea, approach, that sometimes takes time. That doesn't always fall specifically to one group or area of the city, but we work in partnership across the corporation and with our BIAs to move those things forward as quick as we can. The patios, again, was a very timely example of what they were looking for with respect to winterizing their patios. And so, you know, that took us a little bit of time because it required input from many different areas. So I would say our service standard is as quick as we can, recognizing the urgency to support the local economy.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Well, I'm just a little bit interested because I think there's a lot of, my impression is there's a lot of work happening in the local economic development piece, which we did bring back in. But I'm just curious to hear your thoughts if, you know, that kind of idea of a place to go, if there's clarity yet that it's us. And as well, I think the interesting idea that Explore Edmonton may still have a strong role in this, and how we bring it together in a way that I think, you know, I hate to use that kind of overused one-stop shop thing, but I'm wondering if there's still work to be done on that. Just your thinking on that.
There is still work to be done on that, and we're actively working with Explore Edmonton and the BIAs to make sure that we've got role clarity for all of us.
Great. Okay. So I mean, because I know there's a lot been happening, and I know particularly, I don't want to use the word chaos this summer, but you know, I think there were a lot of new programs that you were rolling out, and I suspect that hasn't helped clarify. But it is still I mean, what they're talking about is very much part of the focus of what we took on, correct?
Yes, it is, and I would say we've been very focused working with Explore Edmonton and the BIAs to find supports for businesses and really just rolling them out in an agile, nimble way so that businesses can access those supports as quickly as possible. Really working together and not saying this is your responsibility or that's your responsibility, but actively working together to get those supports out as quickly as possible.
Great.
In the long run, absolutely need very clear role clarity, as we've learned, is very important in this space.
Well, I think it was one of the reasons that I was excited about the rethink, because I think, for various different reasons that, they were much more interested in the big fish. That's been frustrating that this is the piece of the puzzle that I think hasn't received the attention it needed for the last decade or so. So I'm glad to hear. I'm confident that we're working on it, and I just thought I'd ask. So the other thing I'm interested in this good neighbor agreement piece, and I'm not sure that necessarily it's this department that's the one that's going to answer that question, but it's. I think we now know that really formal, compelling people to actually sit down and talk about what it means to be a good neighbor and having mechanisms in place can be hugely powerful. But there's an awful lot of existing operations that I think talk about being good neighbors, and quite frankly, my experiences don't really make any commitment to what that actually means. So is there a way to retroactively go back over? Do we have any tools that could compel that kind of conversation? And if you don't have the answer now, that's fine. I just think it is a question that we should probably look into. Thoughts on that?
Councilor Henderson, it's Rob Smythe here at Council. I'll try to weigh in on that a little bit. That certainly is not a one size fits all in terms of what those plans would be, but our learnings with Expo Center and Commonwealth and so on, some of those facilities that have been stood up, where we work with agencies to develop what that plan might look like. So it's certainly a work in progress, knowing that each one that kind of comes to the fore is an improvement on some of the previous ones.
Yeah.
And then our responsibility, as you say, to keep our feet to the fire.
Well, I'm actually, it's more, I think we're doing good work on moving forward with this. It is some of the areas, and I remember this from the time many years ago, and maybe it's got better, but from what I hear, it doesn't sound like it has, when I represented the Macaulay area. And there was talk about, well, we're your neighbors, but no real commitment to what that meant from a number of the agencies that were working in there. And I think there's some really good learning that when you actually sit people down and create those kind of conversations, and both sides have to make commitments to each other, that there can be some real value in that. So I think there's something really interesting about. I think we're getting really good about saying as we move forward, these things have to be in place. I guess the challenge that's being thrown to us is what do we do retroactively to make sure that everybody is a good neighbor with everybody else. And it takes two sides to be a good neighbor. I don't want to put this, but forcing those conversations and forcing those agreements, I think we have really good experience now, can be very, very helpful. And I'm wondering what mechanisms we could put in place to compel some retroactivity there.
Councilor, we can take that back.
Yeah,
nothing concrete is in front of us at this point, but we can certainly explore that.
Great, thank you very much. Those are all my questions, thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-ups. Actually, no, I think all of the questions that I had have been addressed. So this would be a motion to receive all of the 13 reports for information. Someone want to move that?
I'd be happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Anyone want to speak to it? Maybe I'll just, I was going to attempt to thinly veil comments in the form of a question, but I was never very good at that. So just cutting to the chase again, gratitude to the staff at the BIAs for your resilience. You've held hands of entrepreneurs whose businesses and the families who depend on those businesses are struggling and in some cases have failed. And so in that sense, you are on the front lines of what's happening to business in our city, which is not just struggling in our business improvement areas, but all across our community and region. And so, but you represent, with the volunteer efforts that you have from your boards and from your staff who work very hard with very limited resources, you represent hope for businesses that are struggling, but see a way past this pandemic and see the long-term prosperity of this city and the potential of being here and doing business here, and want to be in districts and contribute to the vitality of those districts that are going to drive a lot of investment and a lot of quality of life and a lot of the city plan goals in the coming years. And so your continued viability as organizations is of critical importance to the city. The partnership that you provide, those supports to business and advocacy for business, even where it's at times, we've struggled with limited resources to deal with the challenges of infrastructure. But I hope you feel like we are hearing what you have to say, whether it's on social disorder and the plight of vulnerable people and its impact on Main Street, or whether it's the red tape moves that we've made and will continue to make, and even more importantly than that, the culture of wanting to be responsive to you and your members and business in Edmonton, that is shifting, and that resources are tangibly moving as well, in the case of neighborhood renewal. And on the point of the service levels for cleanliness, I think some of you have demonstrated tremendous leadership and social entrepreneurship in partnering with agencies to put people to work who have been struggling. And quite frankly, not only is that going to be more cost effective than the city delivering those services, but it's actually a dimension of inclusive recovery and empowerment for people who are struggling, and that also represents hope. And so I think you are important vessels for a recovery from the most challenging time any of us can likely remember in business in this city and in public life. And so I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I should add too much to that, except to say that our business districts are critically important to our sense of what Edmonton is, what makes it unique, and what makes it vibrant. I actually will sometimes leave the ward in disguise and go to places like Stony Plain Road and certainly over to White Avenue, and I love Alberta Avenue. These are amazing, amazing parts of our city, and they're the kind of places we want to show off when we have family in town. And they are such critical links to our sense of place and our sense of community. And it pains, I think, all of us on council to know that you've been struggling with first of all, a financial downturn, and then a pandemic, and then social disorder related to those two, and then also related to the fact that we have not done in the last 40, 50 years what we were supposed to do around vulnerable folks. And I know it's been really hard, but I will tell you that this council has been more committed to homelessness and social disorder than any I've seen, and in part because of your advocacy and your partnership. It's been unbelievably comforting being able to tell other orders of government that yes, the right thing to do is look after those vulnerable, wounded folks in our city. But two, in doing so, we will uplift small businesses and business areas in Edmonton who struggle with social disorder and the impacts, the side effects of homelessness. So you're always in mind for us, I would say. We will never get it completely right, I suspect, but we keep working towards improvement. And I should never speak for all of council, but I think I'm pretty safe saying that all that we want is we want you to thrive. And so let's continue this partnership. Let us know how the municipal government can help. Aside probably from a large injection of money, because we're struggling too. Our business is getting hurt pretty hard too. So, but thanks to you, all of you, for coming out. There's some newcomers in the ward, in the BIAs in the ward I represent. Nick and Wen. And Lorene's been around for a while. She's a fantastic partner. And then I don't know if Jeff McLaren's coming back, but we'll wait to hear about that. And so let me just conclude by again thanking you for all your hard work. Hopefully, we'll be able to get your Christmas sales. We'll be able to boost those in the coming 6 weeks, 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Display the vote. Carried. All right. Then what are we? 10 after 11. So we've got Terwilliger, then electric vehicle charging, unless we make that time specific to go with the other one. Then we've got Riverdale. We could maybe bring forward Riverdale and hear from the speakers on that, and maybe deal with that in the time we have.
Mr. Mayor, on Terwilliger, I have no questions, and I don't need a presentation. So if no one else needs that, I can just move the recommendation, and we can move along.
And it'll go up to council too if there are any niggly questions up there. But we're at Terwilliger now. Did anyone else have questions on that one? I had a couple, but I can take them offline. They're just implementation questions, curiosities. So I could probably ask you.
You probably.
All right, if there are no other questions on 6:15, then Councillor Cartmel, I assume you would be happy to move the recommendation there.
I would be thrilled to move the recommendation in item 6.15.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak to it?
No.
Please vote. Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. So that'll go up to council next week. Next up would be the electric vehicle ones, but I think it's better to deal with those in the context of the other one. So I'm going to suggest that we bring forward Riverdale and see if we can clear off Riverdale before lunch. I think that should be doable. So,
do you need a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, or the other option, just to be clear, is we could do 627, which is at the end. But I think we've got just enough time to do Riverdale, or at least get the speakers done on it, so they don't have to come back. Okay, do you want to move to bring Riverdale forward?
Be happy to.
On that. Okay, thank you. Please vote. Actually, I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to bringing forward Riverdale, 618? Not seeing any. Okay, I ran through the procedures earlier. Again, have we had anyone else register on that one?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we do have 5 speakers on that one. It says that doesn't indicate that there's a presentation. Are there any opening remarks from administration?
Hello, Mr. Mayor. It's Mary Pearson, and no, there are not. We're just happy to take questions later.
Okay, yeah, the report's quite thorough. So in that case, let's turn straight to our speakers. We have Andrea Wilhelm. I'm going to just take attendance real quick, make sure we've got folks online and that we can hear them. Andrea Wilhelm, are you there?
She had checked in this morning, but our office will reach out to make sure she's back online.
Okay. Do we want to maybe just take 2 minutes and you folks can check and see if our speakers are online for this one? And if we've lost them for some reason, then we can determine whether we need I see Cam there. So let's just.
I'm just answering questions.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't going to speak. If someone had questions, I was going to answer.
Okay. Cam's questions only. I'm just going to suggest we take 2 minutes quick recess here. Clerks can make sure everyone's on who needs to be on, see if there are any technical issues. And mostly I need to use the washroom, so quick recess if no one objects. Okay, we'll resume in just a minute. Welcome. Okay, so we have Andrea, Rocky, Cameron, Don Poskisil, and Marcus Wilhelm has just joined us. So we now have the whole panel for this item. Administration offered no presentation. The report speaks for itself. So I think most of you have been here before, if not all of you. So you've each got 5 minutes. I understand Mr. McDonald is questions only. But if that changes by the time we get to you, Cam, let us know. So we'll start with Andrea Wilhelm. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Please mute yourself when you're not speaking, and stand by for questions after we've heard from all of you. So, Ms. Wilhelm, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Iverson, and hello, Executive Committee and everyone else who is here. And Mayor Iverson, I just also want to really thank you for starting the meeting this morning with acknowledging that we're on Indigenous land. I think we can learn a lot from Indigenous traditions about sharing. I just want to say that in Denisufline, that's a Dene language of Treaty 6, when you go to someone's house or teepee, what they will say is ho'an, which means welcome, but really literally it means there's room here. And it means there's room for everybody. Everyone is welcome. Okay, so I'm here to say that I am in complete and enthusiastic support of the recommendation for these lots, and that I ask you to endorse these recommendations at your meeting today. I live on the block of the land in question. My husband and I own our home, and that home is located 2 doors down from the lots in question. And these lots had affordable housing from since before we moved to Edmonton and Riverdale 17 years ago. And we knew the families who lived there. They were great. The homes and yards were well maintained. These people were my long-term neighbors that I knew and visited with until they were forced to move because the houses were going to be demolished. They could not stay in Riverdale because property prices there had risen dramatically. And I have observed that in the last 20 years, Riverdale has seen significant housing development, all of it market. The proportion of affordable housing has decreased, by the way, to well below the 14% number given in administration's report, because this report incorrectly counts all co-op units as affordable. If we want to maintain Riverdale as a diverse community, which I utterly support, affordable housing must be part of the picture. And I'm very grateful that the City of Edmonton understands that as laid out in their affordable housing strategy. And my experience in Riverdale is that affordable housing cannot be left to the market. The market has made housing in Riverdale less affordable, unaffordable for many, and on my block has resulted in several horror stories of substandard, unsafe rental units, privately owned, with ever-changing occupants. I'm particularly pleased to see that Right at Home's plan includes not only 3-bedroom, but also 5 or 6-bedroom units. It makes me dream, for example, that my Syrian friends, that's a lovely family of 7 who have been living in a very small 3-bedroom unit in Edmonton's northeast, or someone else like them, some other large family, could come live in Riverdale. What an enrichment that would be to our mostly Caucasian Anglophone neighborhood here. Riverdalians have been very active in sponsoring Syrian refugees, but ironically, these newcomers, our friends, cannot live near us if things are left solely to the market. Right at Home has successfully built similar units before, for example, the wonderful net zero units in North Glenora, and has an excellent track record of community consultation that, as far as I understand, results in widespread community support. For these reasons, I'm very excited that they are the recommended buyer, and I applaud administration for its work. The recommended below market sale of the lots would result in a net loss of the book value of the land of $98,000. But as an Edmontonian property owner and taxpayer, I completely support this net loss. I do not see it as a loss, but as an investment that more than makes up for the expense through the community benefits, including economic benefits that will result. So thank you for the report. Thank you for the recommendation. And I hope that you will vote in favor of the report. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Wilhelm. Next up is Raquel Farreau.
Okay, ditto what Andrea says. I really love this gentle form of density that is going to integrate and enhance our community so nicely. I'm also super enthusiastic that this is being done by Right at Home. They own and operate, I think, some like 25 properties throughout the city, and I love their partnered approach. So I view them as adding tremendous community development value to Riverdale, for sure. I love the plan includes some larger bedroom units. I mean, as in more bedrooms, not large bedrooms. And I really, again, appreciate that it's right at home. I mean, the North Glenora project did so much for the city in terms of, you know, keeping us within our planetary boundaries and making sure when no one's left behind and honoring our sustainable development goals. And so I think the only people I can imagine not loving this project would be some sort of market fundamentalists that have far too much faith in our markets right now. And I think a small initial subsidy is going to greatly lead to multiple benefits through Right at Home's partnership approach. I've seen in Riverdale already that what I might have viewed initially as subsidized housing, Sundance Housing Cooperative, greatly, as I understood their capacity, as I saw their how they blended into the community and lent so much to the community in terms of governance and volunteerism and support of our community league, I realized that they actually are subsidizing the community very heavily. So I'm just totally keen about this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Cam, or still just for questions? Okay. You're not going to take the market fundamentalist bait? Okay. Maybe under questions. Okay, Don Poskisil. Is Don there? We can't hear you. You may still be muted, Ms. Poskisil. Let's go on to Marcus, and then we'll work to get Dawn online. Marcus, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Iverson and Executive Council. I'm Marcus Wilhelm. I'm married to Andrea, who already spoke very eloquently, and I don't think I can match that, but let me add a personal reflection on the term affordable housing, which already indicates that there is unaffordable housing for many in our city. We've seen the camps around our city in the last number of months by the Telus Field and elsewhere of people who are either homeless or protesting the homeless or the unavailability of adequate housing for many in our society. One thing that is clear is that by expanding the pool of housing that is deemed affordable in our city, whether that's just below market value or heavily subsidized housing is always a good thing, even at the very bottom of the economic ladder. And also, as has been stated before, enhances the lives of people on the other side of the spectrum. That includes those of us in the middle. I consider myself there, because it enhances the community by making it more diverse. And I think diverse communities are generally more sustainable, more resilient, because we get to know people from different economic backgrounds. And I value those relationships on both sides of the spectrum. We have that in our community. And I think overall, it makes for a better city. That's basically all I'm trying to say here today. I'm fully in support of this particular project. The company that's, or the nonprofit that's applying to do this, I think they have a very good track record. And I think the fact that they are committed for 40 years to this project is speaks very well for the administration and their decision to recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dawn Poskasil, have we got the audio issues sorted?
Our office is reaching out to her, but we haven't heard back yet.
She's still on the call though, hey? Maybe
Yes.
turn your camera on and give us a wave if you can hear us, Dawn.
I can confirm that we were in contact with Dawn when she joined the call.
Okay.
So
Okay, well, we'll pivot to questions now, and if there are any. I think the presentation spoke for themselves, but there might be follow-ups.
I do have Councillor McKean on the speakers list.
Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions from some of the correspondence I've received. Because there is, it isn't universally greeted with the kind of openness and positivity that we've heard from the Wilhelms and Ms. Farrell this morning. And I want to ask Rocky, because you've been through this a number of times in different ways. How would you describe the public engagement that the city did on this particular project?
Well, there was a lot of engagements run by the Community League and by consultants hired by the city. Well-attended, large forums at our community hall, universally accessible. Very well facilitated. I guess if you're looking for a short answer, it was really good.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Rocky. Cam, how would this be different from the North Glenora? Obviously, the build form is going to be a bit different, but are there similar goals so far as large newcomer families?
I think that these are going to be closer to near market, given the costs of construction. And we would just, I think, be open to having any qualifying family, because the family would have to do an income test, of course, to live and thrive in the community. We would, of course, provide our support of property management to ensure that people are successful in their housing. But we'd like to see a diversity of families wanting to apply to live there.
So even with the land cost essentially being removed, it's still going to be hard to get it much below market or a lot below market.
Correct. It would be in that 80% of market range for, and I think we would just have a benchmark as a 3-bedroom townhome, because that's what CMHC sort of has. They don't go to 4 or 5 bedroom units. So it would be based on that, on those numbers.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all our speakers. Mr. Mayor, I understand We might still have one more, so I might come back for a question, but I'm good for now, and thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Any other questions? Were we able to raise Ms. Pascasil? Okay. Then,
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. I believe that she's trying and may need to call in by phone. We're getting questions from our office upstairs if she'll still have a chance to speak if she's able to get on, but...
if she's able to get on in the next 60 seconds, then yes. So we'll take another quick recess and see if we can get her on the line.
Item 6 to speak in support. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for hearing from me. My name is Dawn Pascasil. I'm a resident in Riverdale. I live just a couple blocks away from the site that's proposed for affordable housing. And again, I'm in favor of the proposal to see Right at Home take ownership of the land. And I appreciate all of the work that's been done by administration on this, bringing this issue forward. And the reason that I am in favor of this is because it really will reflect the type of neighborhood that I want to live in the future going forward. And there's lots of gentrification and pressures on urban cities that I know council is very familiar with. And so it's really about preserving the type of neighborhood that I want to live in going forward. And for example, those lots, and some of my neighbors have maybe spoken to this already, but they were previously designated, they were city-owned lots, and there were some residents who lived there that lived there because it was affordable, and we're seeing less and less places that are affordable. So it's a matter of ensuring going forward that for example, the woman who runs our daycare, that there's someone like that who could live in our neighborhood. The bus driver, people that deliver services like that can be resident and in our neighborhood. That's important to me for the quality of life and the neighbors that we have. And so this is really something that I think that we can celebrate, and it's a great success. And another success is the recently developed downtown library, which I recently went in, and not only the urban infrastructure, but also the plethora of books that were available. And one of them I grabbed off the shelf is called The New Urban Crisis, and it's a fresh find that was recommended by Mayor Iveson. So I thank you for that, and I just finished reading it yesterday, and it really highlights some of the issues that I'm sure you're familiar with, that cities are struggling with about how to ensure that our dense, we're rebuilding the core so that we can ensure that they're livable going forward. So again, I just want to celebrate the success and speak in favor, and those are my remarks. Unless you have any questions, I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Pascasil. Questions on that?
I have Councillor McKean on the
Councillor
speakers
McKean,
list.
go ahead.
I actually don't, other than to say, Dawn, I appreciate your your presentation to us today, Mr. Mayor. I think I was on there from before. I will have a couple of quick questions for administration.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Poskisil, for that. It is a good read. Good recommendation. The library had a number of good recommendations over the weekend. I don't know if you saw that. Anyway, let's pivot now to questions of city administration. Go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I don't have the report open right now in front of me, but this is the contribution by the city. I guess you can sort of look at it a couple different ways, but lost opportunity of $1 million-ish. Is that about right?
Hi, Councillor McKean. It's Bart Jiraki from the property transactions team.
Sorry, we're having if you get a little closer to the mic there, sir.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
There we go. These microphones are not working for me lately. I just wanted to say yes. When looking at the market value for this type of property, it's roughly around $1 million that could have potentially been achieved should have been sold.
Right. And so this reflects, if we are going to follow through on our aspirational policies to build mixed communities across Edmonton, some of it's going to cost some money. We could go into more challenged neighborhoods and find cheaper land, but if we're going to do this in so-called aspirational neighborhoods, the city has to be willing to forego or put out a bit more money to buy real estate. Yes?
I would say generally yes. When we've gone out for public offerings in the past, like we did in this case, we did leave it open to all offers. So we allowed anybody to submit and put an offer in with the anticipation that they would have to build affordable housing, and they could put in whatever price they felt was reasonable in order to achieve that objective. And from what we've seen so far, the trend is that if you want affordable housing, then values typically, people are spending less than full market value for those types of properties.
Right. Bart, thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the recommendation and speak to it at that time.
Sure. The motion is on the floor then. Are there other questions? Anyone else wishing to speak to it? I'll give you the last word, Councillor McKean, but just want to thank the speakers for their thoughtful submissions. It's heartening to hear support rather than fear for affordable housing, and wonderful to hear your thorough articulations of the value for your neighborhood of having diversity. And the benefit to the city and community and society of making sure that people are appropriately housed, and builds on the conversation we were just having with our business improvement areas as well that you may have heard part of. So I just want to thank you all for those comments, and through you to your neighbors as well for the conversations you've had to be able to get to this point today. Thank you to staff at the city for support on the engagement and the negotiations. And then Mr. McDonald is a man of very few words, but does extraordinary work in the community, and he would be the first to say he doesn't do it alone, and has a great team on his board and partners really creatively with other agencies to deliver a very important and successful affordable housing in the city. So I have huge confidence in Right at Home as the partner to benefit from this reduced price sale, essentially granting the land. And I think we need to do more of this. And I think Councillor McKean's point that we need to make sure we're not always buying land in the neighborhoods where land is the cheapest because the neighborhoods are struggling. And that if we are going to honor that policy, that we are going to make sure that affordable housing is present around the city and to increase the diversity of the city, that will take some courage and some commitment, which I think this council has shown time and time again. And this is a small but important example of that today, subject to obviously council approval next week. Or is this one within our delegated authority?
Yes, this is.
We can do this today. We don't have to ask council. Groovy. All right. Well, let's do this today then, which is I suspect what will happen. So thanks for double checking that, Madam Clerk. And thank you to Councillor McKean for his leadership, along with Councillor Walters, on the housing initiative, but particularly in some of these neighborhoods. Though certainly, I think, again, for the most part, this council has articulated the value of affordable housing, and that's moved the overall conversation forward, community by community, and then also government by government, and ally by ally. And each one of these is important, so I just wanted to pause to express gratitude for all of that leadership, community, organizational, and not-for-profit, administrative, and political. So I'll leave it there and see if there's anyone else before I go to Councillor McKean to close. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When this was first proposed, I was a bit leery. And I was a bit leery because for two reasons, really. One, that at least by some measure, Riverdale was already nearing our mixed community ratio goals. And so, and I felt maybe I had a little bit of a chip on my shoulder that Ward 6 overall was carrying a lot of the load with issues of homelessness and the related side effects. And I know Riverdale itself has suffered with that, with camping in Dawson Park. But so there's this remarkably, the community reached out and lobbied pretty hard to have affordable housing on these lots, and very, very, very convincing. And I really appreciate their efforts. And yeah, there was some conflict and some concern and emotion on the other side, which I kind of understand, and that has dropped off significantly as this work has been done. But the thing I wanted to say mostly was Riverdale might be the poster child for diverse mixed communities. It might not be as diverse from a multicultural sense, but certainly from a mix of socioeconomic families. And yet, because of the co-ops, largely because of the co-ops, we have artists and artisans, musicians, painters, contributing to the health and vibrancy of that community. And having been down to a number of events down there over the years, even before I was on council, you can just see that it's a place of celebration and music and community gardening, and there's even a solar panel down there. I keep teasing Rocky Furrow about, but in the River Valley, but it's only one. So it is, I almost think at some point we have to use Riverdale and communicate that this is what we're talking about. When, we had evidence before us recently that mixed communities are healthy communities, and I keep looking for more of that evidence, because I think it's a really important point to make to some of our communities that are monolithically well off and probably white, that mixed communities are healthy, interesting, vibrant, informative, educational communities. And so I keep looking for that information, but it's at the end of my nose down in Riverdale. And so I want to again thank the speakers today. Thank Cam and Right at Home for the good work you do. And yeah, and the community league and the folks down there who said, remarkably, no, we want more affordable housing in our mix. And that is a man bites dog story, and one that I quite love. So thank you very much, and I hope everyone will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Display the vote. That's carried. Okay, so we've got 10 minutes here. Is there anything we can, I mean, we could potentially hear quickly on 627 if the speaker's here. Is, oh, we have two, actually. I think if it's tight, do we have them both here?
We have Ralph, but not Wayne. I know that Wayne had checked in this morning, though, so we can try and get him on the line quickly if you'd like.
Well, we won't have time for questions, and if we're missing one, then is there a presentation on this one?
We don't need to provide a presentation, no.
Okay. Well, we could hear from one and then see if we can get the other on and at the same time. So let's go into hearing from speakers on item. Well, I just need to bring it forward, strictly speaking.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Any objections to bringing it forward? No? Then by unanimous consent, I can stay a couple minutes over, but not too long. So just to hear from folks. We might have to debate it later, but okay. So we have Ralph Steinwand on the line, and we're working to get Wayne on the line. Ralph, are you there? Ralph? Perhaps they're tuned out. What about Mr. Wilmot?
Our office is reaching out to him at this time.
Well, then why don't we break now, and we'll go to the and we'll see. We could set those for tomorrow at 1:30.
Ralph?
I believe that Mr. Wilmot has joined us.
Oh, okay. Mr. Wilmot, welcome.
There. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you today? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You've got You've got 5 minutes. We're on your item right now.
Okay.
Our office is reaching out to him at this time.
Oh, you're also watching the live stream. If you could turn the sound down on that so there's no feedback.
Now, and we'll go to the and we'll see. We could set those for tomorrow at 1:30.
I believe that Mr. Wilmot has joined us.
Oh, okay. Mr. Wilmot, welcome.
Okay, I think we should pause, and we'll try to line up another time. We could make it time specific, or we can get to it when we get to it. I'm not sure what the right thing is to do. We can make that decision at 1:30. If you could consult with Mr. Wilmot and Mr. Steinwand about whether 1:30 will work for them tomorrow, and then we'll work through these technical issues for them. But I think we should leave it there. That's a good morning's work, and then we'll make sure we can hear from these individuals on these road closure items without any technical challenges. So why don't we pause, and we'll come back at 1:30 on item 614. So, Mr. Wilmot, bear with us. We'll work with you to make sure that we can hear from you but we're having a little trouble here making it work this morning. So the city clerks will follow up with you right away here. All right, we'll pause till 1:30. in just a second. Let's see who we have online first from committee. Vice Chair McKean, are you there?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
I can see with my own eyes. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Walters.
Present.
Welcome. And I see Councillor Henderson
I am back.
physically present, and others have joined us. I see Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. I see, who else do I see on this tiny little board? Any other members of council here? I guess not. All right. Well, we have all members of the committee anyway, and this will go to council next week. But we're here to get first the report, and then also to hear from a good number of speakers with input on this. And we do have some additional folks. Are the folks who are highlighted the new ones?
Yes, there are 5 new speakers. 4 are highlighted on your sheets and 1 is handwritten.
Okay, and is Shafraz a substitution, or?
It was a clerical error.
Oh,
He
okay.
was registered much earlier, and we missed adding him to the list.
Oh, okay, and it makes sense to have him sort of go back to back with Chelsea as co-chairs. So, okay, so we'll add Shafraz as number 10. And then we need a motion for Conrad Nobert from Tomorrow Foundation for a Sustainable Future, Julie Cusick from Climate Action Edmonton, Elizabeth Sitko, and David Dodge to round out the panel.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to adding the speakers? Not seeing any. Tracy's getting faster and faster though, so. On the vote system, that is. Okay, so with consent of the group, we'll hear from those additional speakers. I will go back over the procedures for those of you who didn't catch it this morning. What will happen is administration, of course, will first provide opening remarks and a presentation, and then members of the public will be invited to speak either in person or virtually using Google Meet. We've got a couple of folks in person here today. Most are virtual, though. Either way, you'll have 5 minutes to make your comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the room here. However, those attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home, too. When each speaker is finished, though, please stay in your seat or on the line, as committee may wish to ask questions at the end of the panel of speakers. After comments from the public, committee may ask questions of city administration. For those of you participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it creates issues of decorum, it can provide unfair advantage, and it can also interfere technically with the live stream. So additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. If at any point you're experiencing any difficulties at all, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication with those participating virtually. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Finally, for those here with us in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to committee. You'll notice that members of council administration may take off their masks from time to time when we're behind these plexiglass barriers, but we will put them back on when moving about the room and talking with each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. All right, so.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, before we continue, I should have mentioned this earlier. We did get confirmation from the 2 speakers on item 627 that they are available tomorrow at 1:30.
Should we schedule that so they can not sit through the rest of the afternoon?
Yes.
Does that work? Okay. So to make, we'll entertain a motion right now from Councillor Cartmel to make item 627 time specific for 1:30 tomorrow.
So moved.
Thank you. I'll just seek unanimous consent on that. Any objection?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, that would be a two-part motion. The first part would be for executive committee to continue tomorrow at 1:30.
Oh, is that not a given? Oh, we hadn't made that change. Okay, so change orders to have the meeting continue tomorrow at 1:30, and secondly, to have that item scheduled at that time. That was your motion, right?
That was my motion,
Yes, I thought so. Okay. Unanimous consent to that? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Okay, now let's get the presentation on the revised community energy transition strategy, accelerated actions, and draft strategy. City Council approval required.
Good afternoon, members of committee. Here with me today are Chandra Tamaris, the project manager of this project, Mark Brostrom, the director in economic and environmental sustainability, and Jeff Chase, the acting branch manager in economic and environmental sustainability. Our province and city have a very proud history of being some of the best energy innovators in the world, and our growth and expertise has led to significant economic prosperity as a result of it. The update of the energy transition strategy is intended to continue to support Edmonton's economic prosperity, and it's an important city building initiative that will shape our future economy and the way our city's built. Connect Edmonton's goal of climate resilience identifies this as an area of requiring transformational change. I'll now pass it to Mr. Brostrom to continue the presentation.
So, looking back at least a little bit here, the Community Energy Transition Strategy was approved by Edmonton City Council in 2015. It was developed as a risk management response to a carbon-constrained world. It was designed not just to reduce emissions, but also to take advantage of emerging economic opportunities in the renewable energy and carbon abatement industries. The primary target set out in the strategy is to reduce community greenhouse gas emissions by 35% below 2005 levels by 2035. Since the Community Energy Transition Strategy was approved by Council in 2015, the world's understanding of the impacts of climate change has increased, and the urgent need to act has become clearer to the global community. In October 2018, the IPCC Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 was released. It emphasized the importance of limiting warming by contrasting the expected impacts of 1.5 versus a 2-degree temperature increase. Edmonton City Council has already recognized the importance of limiting the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius by supporting the Edmonton Declaration. In August 2019, City Council declared a climate emergency and asked that administration bring back a revised community energy transition strategy that limited temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. City Council also asked administration to explore the use of a carbon budget, a carbon accounting system, and additional technical and economic analysis to achieve these ambitious targets. I'll now turn it over to Chandra, who's going to dig a little bit deeper into the update of the energy transition strategy.
To avoid overlapping and contradictory strategies, we have an integrated, consistent commitment to climate action across city strategy. In Connect Edmonton, the city's strategic plan, City Council reaffirmed its commitment to acting on climate change with climate resilience as one of 4 pillars, prioritizing a transition to a low-carbon future with clean air and water and adapting to a changing climate. The Greener as We Grow Big City Move in the draft city plan prioritizes protection and enhancement of our land, air, water, and biodiversity while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And as the city explores new ways of working through a new reimagined lens, the climate strategy has been adopted under Reimagined City Building. An accelerated list of actions has been developed to support COVID recovery using the lenses from the Big City Moves of Catalyze and Converge and Inclusive and Compassionate. As we continue to address the health, social, and economic impacts of COVID-19, we are also working towards a sustainable and greener economic recovery that will create new jobs and opportunities for workers and businesses. Globally, national COVID-19 recovery plans are being linked to a transition to a more climate-resilient future. Our recovery from COVID-19 can help us create more economic opportunities for Edmontonians while maintaining a low-carbon economy. The energy transition is a key part of Edmonton's and Alberta's future. This work will position us to respond to changing global markets while creating prosperity, economic diversity, and supporting Edmontonians in a just and equitable way. Administration engaged Edmonton residents from September 2019 to May 2020, focusing on what needs to be done to transition to a low-carbon city. 28 events took place to listen to Edmontonians, stakeholders with diverse expertise, and memorandum of understanding partners. Over 850 conversations took place, and over 2,600 written comments were shared. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the annual Change for Climate randomized online survey took place in August. This survey checks on Edmontonians' perceptions related to climate change. Even as we focus on recovery from COVID-19 and relaunch our programs and services in a reimagined way, 75% of Edmontonians still agree on the need to take climate action. If I could paraphrase City Council's motion from August 2019, administration was asked to reimagine how to achieve a low-carbon future through an updated community energy transition strategy. The updated strategy is about accelerated and transformational change. This change will reimagine our energy systems and will transform our community and economy. The 4 pathways are areas of transformative action. They are interconnected, and all of them are required to meet Edmonton's energy transition goals. A renewable and resilient energy transition will attract the next generation of energy innovators to the region while transitioning Edmonton to emission-neutral energy. Emission-neutral buildings will be highly energy efficient, powered by renewable energy, and create a thriving energy efficiency industry. Low-carbon city and transportation will build on the transformative city-building efforts outlined in the city plan and those currently underway in such developments as Blatchford. Carbon capture and nature-based solutions will help catalyze innovative technology and efforts to make a greener and healthier city. Underlying all these pathways is the foundation of climate solution leadership, which recognizes the city will need to lead if it wants to attract the investment and have the business, community, and residents participate in the transition. Establishing a climate change mitigation plan is a requirement under the City of Edmonton Charter regulation. The plan needs to be adopted by a resolution of Council by December 31st, 2020. Due to the circumstances surrounding COVID-19, engagement to update the strategy was paused and has delayed the work coming forward. As a result, administration is unable to meet the December 31st, 2020 deadline for the updated strategy. Administration recommends to request an extension from the province to extend this deadline. Work will continue to develop and refine the strategy and action plan. As we work to finalize the strategy, administration will review recently announced initiatives such as the province's natural gas vision and strategy to identify how our strategy can align and support these initiatives. Furthermore, we're committed to continuously listening to, learning from, and working with residents and our community and industry partners with respect to advancing this work. Administration is continuing to work towards meeting an aggressive, though adjusted timeline with a full strategy and action plan being advanced to Council in Q1 of next year. It should be noted that the City has 2 climate change plans that require Council adoption. The energy transition, which is here before you today, is one of these plans, while the climate change adaptation strategy is the second plan. The adaptation strategy, or that second plan, looks at how to prepare the community and our own assets and corporation for the impacts of a changing climate. Administration plans on bringing the adaptation strategy, or that second strategy, for Council adoption later this month. Through the pandemic, we have learned the importance of listening to science, taking action to prevent future harm even when there's uncertainty, and taking action to support societal well-being even when there isn't agreement within the community on all the actions needed. The energy transition is a way to create local jobs today while developing the innovation, expertise, and products the local and global market need to reduce emissions and avoid the most catastrophic impacts science has warned us about. Together, we continue to help build an Edmonton that's healthier and safer, cleaner and more competitive, fairer and more inclusive for future generations. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
I'm sure there'll be lots, but they will also be informed by comments from our extensive panel here. So is the suggestion, because we're virtual, we'll do one giant panel or two?
Yes, I think that would be satisfactory.
Okay. All right. If committee's okay with that, then what we'll do is we'll hear from everybody, and then we'll do questions. So that will require a bit of patience here because everyone has 5 minutes. So this will take some time, and we do have a break scheduled at 3:30. So we'll aim for that, so you can look forward to a bit of a break. Please pay attention to, the list has been posted online, and I think you should each have it. Please pay attention to who's on the list ahead of you and be ready to unmute yourself and go when the time comes. What I'll do is I'll announce the person and who's coming next as well, just to give you a sense that you're up next. So first we're going to have Betsy Agar from the Pembina Institute, followed by Mike Melross from Climate Innovation Fund Alberta Eco Trust. So Betsy, welcome. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the Executive Committee today, Mr. Mayor. As mentioned, my name is Betsy Agar. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Pembina Institute. Pembina is a national clean energy think tank with offices across the country. We work on policy in the areas of renewable energy, oil and gas, the clean economy, transportation, and buildings. I am a senior analyst working out of our Vancouver office, where the traditional territories of the Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh peoples have lived for millennia. And this is where our buildings and urban solutions team expertise are concentrated. I'm here today to lend Pembina's support for the revised actions your staff are recommending in the community energy transition strategy. I'm speaking to the goal of emissions neutral buildings, and I'd like to draw particular attention to the scale and urgency needed to address energy and emissions from Edmonton's existing housing stock. For the past 2 years, we've been working with cities to help understand their existing community building stock. And I've shared an infographic with you that illustrates Edmonton's emissions. Is it possible to have that shown, or?
Yes, I'm just getting it ready for you now.
Thank you. So I'll keep going. This infographic shows the number of houses and apartments citizens of Edmonton live in today. It also shows that these residential buildings use about 40 gigajoules of energy and emit more than 2 million tons of carbon equivalents every year. We and others estimate that up to 3/4 of existing buildings will still be in operation as of 2050, which means for Edmonton to reach its goal of having energy used in buildings and reaching net zero emissions, we estimate that over 3% of homes must be retrofit every year from now until 2050. And that is about 7,000 houses and duplexes and over 5,000 apartments and townhouses every year. And by retrofits, we mean more than changing light bulbs and recaulking around windows. We mean deep retrofit bundles that include adding insulation to roofs and walls, changing to triple pane windows, and trading furnaces in for heat pumps that are up to 4 times more efficient. With Alberta's electrical grid decarbonizing and more people installing household solar PV, switching to heat pumps now will reduce Edmonton's emissions later. This work is valued at about over $300 million per year, and for every million spent in retrofitting, we estimate that 9.5 full-time equivalent jobs are created. And by that estimate, that's over 3,000 jobs per year. We also know that deep retrofits can improve health and safety of the people living in those spaces by reducing exposure to the effects of extreme heat and infiltration of poor air from such things as wildfires. Perhaps most importantly, older buildings typically provide the most affordable housing in a city. With long waiting lists for social housing all over the country, it's critical that we preserve these homes as we are not replacing them fast enough, and at the same time, keeping low rental rates. So while you're reviewing the staff update on Edmonton's community energy transition strategy, Pembina would ask that you prioritize energy and emissions reductions in the operation of your community's existing buildings to preserve your critical housing infrastructure and protect the people living in them. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Agar. Stand by for quite a while until time for questions if you're able. Thank you very much. Next up will be Mike Melross, followed by Anand Pai from NAOP Edmonton. Mike?
Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Thanks for giving me a few minutes of your time to speak to this report. First, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Mike Melross, the Program Director for the Edmonton Climate Innovation Fund at Alberta EcoTrust Foundation. Alberta EcoTrust is a member of the Low Carbon Cities Canada Network, a cross-country coalition of 7 organizations operating in close partnership with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities with a mandate to reduce urban emissions. Firstly, I'd like to voice my support for the city to invest in the accelerated actions provided to City Council in Attachment 1 of this report. The level of investment outlined here may seem to some to be offside given the financial constraints on the city right now, but upon close inspection, these investments are mostly aligned with the core services of the city and represent ways to accelerate carbon reductions while concurrently achieving other city outcomes. Of particular note in these accelerated actions is investment in the bike infrastructure. Transitioning the city to a built form that is supportive of active transportation is one of the lower cost and more impactful activities as it relates to emissions reductions while providing a whole host of other public benefits. Also, the investment in catalyzing actions to improve access to low carbon financing and attract climate smart investment will be critical to ensure a prosperous Edmonton going forward, turning the burden of acting on climate change into the economic opportunity that it is. What gets financed gets built. I encourage City Council to request additional detail from the administration on these accelerated actions so that they can be considered in upcoming supplementary budgets. With respect to the initial draft of the strategy in Attachment 2, I am extremely encouraged with the details surrounding the carbon accounting framework on pages 24 to 26. With the approval of Edmonton's city plan, Edmonton became one of the few municipalities in the world that is utilizing a local carbon budget as a critical guiding light in its decision-making. However, the only way to actualize the carbon budget is to account for carbon in the budget. The carbon accounting framework does just that, and the approach is provided in reasonable detail in the draft plan. There's a clear roadmap provided to its implementation within the organization. However, this level of detail is left lacking in the remainder of the interim report. Although conceptually the high-level statements are aligned with leading climate action plans, there lacks clarity around the specific mechanisms and approaches that will be utilized to achieve the outcomes. And there is also a lack of targets at this time. In the covering executive committee report, administration suggests this level of detail is still to come and it will be provided in Q1 2021. And it is with earnest eagerness I wait for that detail. And although the timeline is understandable given the pandemic, I can't help but think we might have lost some momentum. In August of last year, City Council directed administration to update the energy transition strategy with a level of ambition that is aligned with a 1.5 degree average global temperature increase. At the time, Council also declared a climate emergency. One of the speakers indicated that government action moves at the speed of attention. Our attention has been diverted, and rightly so, the emergency right in front of our eyes, the COVID crisis. But this does not lessen the long emergency we are in with respect to climate change. Big ships need time to turn, and as we reimagine what Edmonton will look like post-pandemic, we need to integrate deep, meaningful climate action into that vision. As we look to next steps, I am hoping the action plan being provided in early 2021 will provide the clear mechanisms that will be used for change, including a detailed roadmap with associated funding strategy. We also cannot forget that climate action needs to involve and benefit all of us. This means ensuring the principles of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion are foundational to the action plan. This means engaging these voices, following the tenet, nothing for us without us. It is also my hope that the plan will include details on how regulation will be used to optimize the outcomes and maximize the opportunities. Regulation has shown to be one of the better mechanisms to ensure universal adoption of practices and approaches that will facilitate a low-carbon future. Regulation also clearly signals to the market the expectations so it can confidently invest in developing the innovative solutions that we need. As a partner to the City of Edmonton, the Climate Innovation Fund stands poised to assist in the journey ahead. And we believe more than ever that climate change action is critical as we emerge from these trying times. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next is Anand Pai from NAOP Edmonton, followed by Rocky Furrow.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Worship Mayor Avison and members of the Executive Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anand Pai, and I'm the Executive Director of NAOP Edmonton, the Commercial Real Estate Association. We're here today to express our support of the action items in the first attachment there relating to education, financing, and incentives, and our willingness to work on these items as an industry association. I think attachment 1 on this agenda item is a really good starting place for actionable items on the emissions neutral building file, because it highlights recommendations from the Task Force for a Resilient Recovery, which is a federal advisory group, and then also how they could be implemented locally. And it highlights that we'll need to work together with the feds on our energy transition goals to make sure we're complementing and not duplicating federal efforts. Some items that we wanted to express our support on today include piloting the Clean Energy Improvement Program to provide an alternative financing option. This is similar to what PACE financing is in the States. In the US, in 2019 alone, commercial PACE has funded over $1.5 billion in clean energy financing on over 2,000 buildings. It's a successful program, something we can implement here using some of the savings that you get from energy efficiency to fund the initial output, and something that has a broad industry support. Accelerating and expanding existing building retrofit programs. As some of the other speakers have highlighted, we're building less than 1% of the city's total building stock per year. And so existing building retrofit programs are a huge part of that program. Working on joint industry and city education programs to build capacity, expand industry outreach, and highlight successful case studies is something that's really crucial for us. I think it's one of the steps as you build towards regulation in the energy transition strategy. And I think we've heard from the Construction Association about successful programs in Vancouver like ZEBEX, and from some of the other industry partners in the region about programs that they have ready to go. So we had a little, we talked a lot this year in our committee about moving directly towards regulations, which we don't support. We feel the federal and provincial governments are going to be working towards a net zero building code in the next 9 years. So we feel it would be better to use the steps that the energy transition strategy originally contemplated, which is working on education and the industry capacity building towards incentives, and then eventually towards regulation instead. So in conclusion, NAOP Edmonton is willing to take a leadership role on energy efficiency and improvements with city support. We feel the best way forward is through education programs, outreach, case studies, capacity building, and incentives for both existing and new building stock. So we look forward to working with the city on this file. Thanks very much for your time.
Well, thanks for that and for your organization's continued engagement on this. Appreciate it, Anand. I'm sure there'll be some questions, so stand by. Raquel Farreau is next, followed by Jacob Komar. Rocky, welcome back. Oh, we got to unmute you, or you need to unmute yourself. Oh, I think.
Got it?
Yes.
Got it now? Thanks.
The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Well, I understand there's a legal reason for asking for delays, but I really appreciate why the timelines weren't met. I mean, COVID seems to add urgency rather than provide an excuse. But Appendix 1 maybe suggests an opportunity in the delay in ensuring alignment with the task force recommendations and federal funding of $55 billion over 5 years. Leveraging is great, but I hope we still accelerate and focus on our carbon budget framework now and approve all the expanded proposed, approve and expand all the proposed accelerated actions of Appendix A. Appendix A was where the meat of this report was, and it was very appreciated. I hope Council can amend that budget upwards, particularly for 3 priority actions, and that would be the Climate Innovation Fund that Mike Melross just spoke from. Commercial solar is to be expanded, and I think that's an excellent idea. And the CEIP, or what was formerly known as PACE. I like all 3 because they further leverage, federal leverage, socially purposed and capital. I would say private capital, but I think the underscore is socially purposed capital, such as impact investing and investing through community bonds as can be provided through solar cooperatives. I strongly endorse the additional funding and for the Climate Innovation Fund, as I said, because it's designed to amplify the municipal climate plans in Calgary and Edmonton. And it's got excellent governance in place, but it's not as bureaucratic as the city. So I'd put my money on them for getting things done quickly and from an equity lens. Part of what they do is impact investing, and that's also what the Clean Energy Improvement Program helps us with in terms of providing financing that will leverage city budgets. Also important for leveraging city budgets, expansion of rebates to commercial solar projects. That may sound counterintuitive, but if it explicitly includes community generation being new legislation that gets us legislatively attached community benefits agreements and requires a path forward that builds projects at the right scale for a city, community generation, also making solar more affordable and just. It will build a more resilient grid and more resilient communities because of the attached community benefits agreements. Additionally, solar co-ops are now working on community bonds for solar that will provide an additional financing mechanism. So to summarize, I'd like to see all the accelerated actions put forth by administration supported and perhaps even expanded funding-wise. So the CEIP, or what was formerly known as PACE, and the Community Innovation Fund, or what was formerly known as LC3. And I would like to just reiterate what Mike Melross said about emphasizing the carbon budget needing to be done soon rather than later, and that we need to detail targets as soon as possible with strong funding. And I think the time for education is past. I'd like to see more regulation as it creates an even playing field for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time there. Next up is Jacob Komar, followed by Stephanie Carter from EcoMO Sustainable Consulting. So stand by, Stephanie. Jacob has the floor for the next 5 minutes. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Jacob Komar, and I'm here speaking as the owner of Revolve Engineering, a local energy consulting firm that specializes in sustainable building design. And I wanted to speak to you about the work that the city is doing around emission neutral buildings. Generally, we're very supportive of the work that the administration is doing, but we do have concerns around the fact that it looks like incentives will be the only tool used to encourage builders to accelerate their work on achieving emission neutral buildings. We think this is a mistake, and that we need to use regulation to bring up the bottom of the market. To explain why, I want to take you back to mid-2008, and I promise this is going somewhere. A simpler time right before Barack Obama became president. The price of natural gas was $14 a gigajoule, 6 to 7 times what it is today. Vladimir Putin convened a meeting of natural gas giants and said the time of cheap energy resources, cheap gas, is surely coming to an end. People at that time were starting to think hard about energy efficiency, and the geothermal industry in Alberta was actually booming. Meanwhile, a few years earlier, a firm called Chesapeake Energy perfected a new technique called fracking, which opened up large reserves. And this, along with financial crisis, brought down natural gas prices for basically the next decade. And it encouraged us to build bigger and bigger homes because energy was cheap, right? So build bigger because you don't really have to pay for it. Now we're in 2020 and every single shale play has peak production and is declining rapidly partly because fracking wells experience really high decline rates, something they didn't mention to us when they promised 100 years of gas. Not a single company has made a single cent of profit from fracking for natural gas. Most of them are now bankrupt, including Chesapeake, which filed for bankruptcy a few months ago. This is partly why the energy information industry in the US is forecasting drops in production for every year going forward. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that the next decade of natural gas prices is not going to look anything like the last one. The average home in Alberta uses about 40,000 kilowatt hours of energy. 85% of that, or 34,000, or about 122 gigajoules, is natural gas. That, based on the average $2 a gigajoule that we've been paying, is only about $240 in energy costs. But at 2008 prices, the average home would pay about $1,500 more per year just for the energy, not including fees and transmissions. Now, if we add to that the carbon tax and where it needs to be to reach our emissions targets, you're looking at almost $3,000 a year increase for every resident in Alberta. And I want to focus on that 3,000 because I'm sure when you add regulation, you're going to get pushback from builders saying it's going to add to the cost of building. But what's the point of me paying $3,000 less for a home if I'm going to pay that every single year just to heat it? And just for some context, when we first got the energy code in Alberta, all the builders were pushing back, saying it's going to be too expensive, it's going to be too hard. And 4 years later, we look back, really the only thing you really had to do was go to triple pane windows. And that is at most a $2,000 increase per home. And today, triple pane windows are basically standard and are in some cases cheaper than dual pane, mostly because they don't make dual pane as much anymore. We've done over 1,000 compliance models for residential and over 100 commercial. We've worked on net zero buildings. We know how hard it is to get to emissions targets. It's not that hard. Even 50% energy reductions can cost less than 2% of the building costs. And I think we need energy codes and regulation to bring up the bottom of the market. They improve the energy efficiency of every home and building, and they protect the tenants from future energy risk, which is realistically the largest financial risk they face over the next decade. Incentives are not enough. They do make a difference, but often they also hand money to the 2% of people that were likely going to do it anyways. If you regulate, industry will push back, as they always do. They'll say that house prices will go up and the people won't be able to afford them. But we need to remember that if we don't do this, people will eventually not be able to afford to heat those homes. And every one of those homes is just adding to the number of homes that we need to retrofit over the next 10 years to get to our emissions targets. I think we use regulation all the time to protect health and well-being through safety codes whenever there's a risk to the public. I think this is a huge risk to the public and we should be regulating this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Komar. Next up is Stephanie Carter from EcoAmmo, followed by Mike Cole from UDI Edmonton Region. Stephanie, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me this chance to speak with you, Mayor and Councilman, people. My name is Stephanie Carter, and I am the owner of a consulting company here in town that specifically focuses on sustainable buildings. And we've been around for 15 years. Personally, I've been building sustainable buildings for over 20. I'm in favor of the city setting regulations to assist in reaching the goal of emission neutral buildings by 2030. I'm here to speak as someone working in the building sector with builders, contractors, and engineers to show that this can be done and that we do need regulation to push the community to adapt quicker. As according to the city's own calculations, we only have about a decade left to mitigate what the science says will occur with climate change. I'm so grateful that the city declared a climate emergency, but now we really need to take action. As you know from your own report, 75% of Edmontonians are asking for more climate action. And also Seth Klein has shared that 58% of Albertans are getting anxious about climate change. 67% of Albertans believe it to be a threat to their grandchildren. And 50% say they would support a major change like phasing out fossil fuels. Seth Klein also has compared the action we need to address this climate emergency to what Canada did during the war effort. We really needed alignment on a common goal. We needed conscription, not volunteering, for the war effort. The government calls on many things to take action, including limiting profits on war manufacturing, on income tax increases for the rich, on investing and developing new opportunities for veterans when they return from we need to do this for our oil industry workers. The point is, we didn't let people volunteer to change. We included regulation as a lever to get us there sooner. I can speak firsthand, working on over 200 high-performing projects in 15 years with our partners, including several of Alberta's first net zero energy projects. When a client requires a target, the team works together to find innovative ways to reach that target. As costs go, all of our 13 integrated project delivery projects are at market rate, under budget, ahead of schedule, and meeting sustainable targets. This can be done. The building community just needs to be pushed to innovate through regulation, and the regulation proposed in the report is honestly a small step. I would encourage the city to not only adopt the proposed regulation, but to increase the stringency to meet the larger goals. If we aim for reaching our 1.5-degree mitigation plan and we miss, we will be able to hold our head high, knowing we did our very best, and we may end up missing the mark at maybe 2 degrees. But if we aim for 2 degrees and we miss, we'll probably end up at 3 degrees, which is catastrophic. And if we don't require any change, we will definitely end up with some sort of worst-case scenario as outlined in thousands of scientists around the world. I have said this many times before. I firmly believe that municipalities are the heroes of this decade. If you have the power and the leverage to communicate directly with your constituents, you have the agility to put in place requirements and then adjust them. You have the connection to your community to listen to their needs and concerns and help them improve. And you can lead by example. Please consider approving this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Next up is Mike Cole from UDI, followed by Rudy Rupnerine, also from UDI. But Mike, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Executive Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Mike Cole, speaking on behalf of the Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Region, a not-for-profit association representing the development industry. UDI has been actively engaged as a key stakeholder on this. I'll try to be brief and not repeat too many of the same messages that my colleagues at UDI, CHBA, NAOP will or have spoken to already. Much of the discussion here today will inevitably focus around residential emissions. However, that's but one small part of the equation here as part of achieving the targets. I'd like to start by saying that we appreciate and do support the city creating awareness, leadership, and action on the environment. And I'd also like to specifically mention that we appreciate being able to have a strong relationship with the city where we can work collaboratively and have constructive conversations, in particular on policy matters as significant and as complex as this. We do support administration's request for an extension. The motions and direction which they're working on is extremely complex, and to ensure a well-informed decision can be made, we agree that more time is needed. The reports presented here today are still fairly high level, and as such, the next steps through this work, pending any direction here today, are absolutely critical. For example, understanding the technical feasibility, the impacts, both the pros and cons within each of the strategies will be important in making an overall decision. Further, the trade-offs, including the financial and economic implications, are critically important. As noted in the report, a high-level cost estimate is $1.12 billion annually. This report assumes 15% of that cost would be paid by various forms of government, but 85% paid for elsewhere. Ignoring the total annual cost, it's unclear as to how that remaining amount would be apportioned between various households or private sector. Much of the work at this time is unknown, and as everyone knows, uncertainty in policy and economic implications creates uncertainty in investment decisions. There are also a number of other critical policy engagement with our industry, including the city plan, growth management framework, offsite levies, infill, and the zoning bylaw renewal. From our industry's perspective, this is a massive volume of work that's all very complex and interrelated. And it's critical that this work be done and the decisions not be done independently, but as much as possible holistically. In summary, given the complexity and the broad implications of this important work and all the other policy work happening concurrently, we support the request for the extension, and pending council's direction to administration on next steps, look forward to continuing to engage with city administration.
Well, thanks, Mike. Appreciate UDI's connectivity on this as well. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Rudy Rupnerine, followed by Greg Caldwell from ATCO. Rudy, are you there?
I certainly am. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Rudy Rupnerine, and I'm here on behalf of the Urban Development Institute Edmonton Region, whom represents the development industry. UDI Edmonton Region has been an active stakeholder on this very important file. Our members support the need to make changes to achieve more energy efficient buildings. As a collective whole, we must work together responsibly and diligently in order to achieve these goals. UDI Edmonton Region has been engaged with other members of the steering committee by asking for information, by providing information, and then providing some solutions. As mentioned in the report to Council, the worldwide pandemic has certainly slowed our progress on this file. And while strong engagement meetings have occurred, we recognize that we will need more time to flush out many more key details in order to find a common path forward. The path forward must ensure that citizens and businesses can still prosper, especially with some added current challenges with COVID-19 and the serious downturn in the oil markets, especially here in Alberta. The path forward must include it must be supported by all levels of government. It must provide cost certainty for investment into Edmonton and Alberta economy. It must be in alignment with many other policies and initiatives to ensure that the burden does not fall onto one group more disproportionately than other groups. It must keep affordability in mind to ensure we can attract a strong workforce. It must be clear, concise, and easy for everyone to understand, from citizens to industry. It must educate the importance and the necessity for change, but also provide the costs associated to achieve these goals. It must be measured and results shared when we achieve some of the successes. We must determine when the best and the largest reduction of GHGs will come from and start in those areas first. They'll have the biggest impact. It must take into account current utility infrastructure and changes required to be made by the different levels of government and utility companies in order to achieve these goals. It must be a path forward that demonstrates meaningful change and allows mechanisms to reevaluate the process throughout on a regular basis. We must also take into account the fragility of the current economy in Edmonton and Alberta as we provide positive changes for the future. We still have to move forward though. As mentioned, the reports provided today are still high level, and more detailed information is required to put us on the right path that we can support the plan being presented to Council in 2021. While engagement is ongoing, I believe that the frequency of meetings and dialogue needs to increase in order to get this done in a timely manner. There still remains many details outstanding that as an industry we must understand as we move forward. In closing, I look forward to continuing working on this truly important climate issue. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Rudy. Next up is Greg Caldwell from ATCO, who will be followed by Chelsea Donnellan from the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Advisory Committee. But Greg, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you just confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed, please.
Great. Thank you. Well, I want to thank Your Worship, Mayor Iveson and Council for being part of this meeting and allowing us some time to speak. So very quickly, I want to show you, and can you see my slides? Just confirming you can see them?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Yeah, great. Just very quickly, I just want to share with you the reality of how we use energy in Alberta. The yellow line is electricity consumption, the blue line is gas consumption, be our commercial and residential customers, and the green or teal line is industrial. In order to solve the problem of carbon emissions and energy consumption in Alberta, we can't have, there's no silver bullet. There's no simple way to do this. And I think it's really important that we understand that. And I know administration understands that. And I want to highlight some things from the draft framework that's been sent out. Additionally, our work at ACO has told us that what the energy system of the future likely looks like is one with lots more electrification and one where we move away from carbon intense fuels to less carbon intense fuels such as hydrogen and synthetic liquid fuels. So what are we doing? What have we learned? About a year and a half ago, we built a green hydrogen project in Australia. This project's built and operating. It uses electricity generated via solar PV and can store it in batteries or as hydrogen. That hydrogen can then go to heat the home, as well as using solar to provide electricity to the home during the day. That hydrogen is also being blended into gas networks to help decarbonize them. We're taking our learnings there and trying to build on what do we have in Alberta. Well, what we have in Alberta is a lot of natural gas. It's very cheap, as one of our earlier speakers talked about. And we can use that gas and the carbon capture infrastructure here to do some great stuff. We're starting that work in Fort Saskatchewan. We'll have a hydrogen blending project that's up and running by the end of next year. So what does that mean for Edmonton, and why does it matter? Well, what it means is Edmonton can become the world's first hydrogen city. And the reason it can become that is we have the lowest cost of hydrogen production almost anywhere in the world. We have existing CO2 sequestration just outside of the city. We have the right geology for salt cavern storage as well. And we have a gigantic industry here in Alberta that, as some of the other speakers have talked about, buildings are just one part of this. We need to think beyond our borders and how we can lead beyond Edmonton to not only create jobs here, but to create decarbonization outside of Edmonton, because we don't operate in a bubble. Now, I have limited time, so I'm going to be very quick on this. The city needs to provide a little bit more leadership in the area of policy with our government. And where they can provide it is utility-funded energy efficiency. With the gap left by Energy Efficiency Alberta no longer being the energy efficiency provider in Alberta, utilities such as EPCOR, ENMAX, Fortis, and ATCO can provide this service. The city, as part of their climate plan, should advocate to the province so that this is done. As some of the speakers have talked about, we need to use less energy. We all know that. But in order to do that, we need programming and models to do it. 94% of these programs in North America today are provided by utilities. Alberta should be no different. The city should then reallocate the dollars that they use for these types of programs to other opportunities. What would I like to see council take? What actions would I like to see council take, or would ACO like to see council take? Prioritize the hydrogen opportunity in Edmonton. We are, if not the best city in North America, the best city in the world for this today with the existing infrastructure. Please advocate for energy efficiency. So hydrogen is not a silver bullet. We need people to get it on that.
Greg?
Finally,
Greg, can you back up about one sentence? We just lost you for a sec there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure where you lost me, but I said don't rely exclusively on bylaws and codes. I think that likely will not work for the size of the challenge we need. And finally, let's push for action that will create employment and decarbonization beyond our region. So Edmonton has the opportunity to really lead here. Finally, I want to thank administration for their excellent transition strategy and leadership on this file. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Really appreciate those comments. Next up will be Chelsea Donnellan, followed by, actually Shafraz is next. I apologize. I'm working from the old sheet. So we're going to have Shafraz and then Chelsea, and then Larry Zhang from Renewable Energy Design. But Shafraz is next. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to steamroll over you there. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just present some comments from the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee. We have had basically an amazing time seeing how Edmonton has evolved. We're proud of the Edmonton Declaration. We're making us known to be global leaders on climate action. So now's the time to act. We've already warmed 1 degree above global temperature averages since 1980. And we need to do more. As we are a northern city, we tend to see the challenges and the climate changing happening to us greater than other lower latitude kind of places. So we have developed an emissions budget. And as you can see in our memo, it's this steep graph that shows where we need to spend 155 megatons of carbon emissions before 2030. And every year we wait, that curve gets getting steeper, and it gets harder and harder to do any action that will basically help save us from a climate disaster. So it's an action curve that we really have to flatten out, just like the COVID curve. In our memo, we suggest that the strategy shifts need to happen sooner. They basically push the action too far into the future at 2023, and they really have little accountability for immediate results. They don't have the targets and the metrics, as Mike Melross had mentioned in his presentation, and we would really love to see some stronger ways to measure and figure out how to make that happen. Substantial action doesn't happen until 2031, and we need to have transformational action. Otherwise, we're not going to meet any of our Edmonton Declaration or Paris 1.5 action targets at all. It fails to grasp the opportunity of the moment. It really needs to leverage the low-cost capital we have currently to get Edmontonians working and to really jumpstart the innovation and entrepreneurial economy we have right here in Edmonton. We must make every decision a climate decision. We need to pair climate and the COVID emergency so we can address both of these with synergistic solutions. 3 recommendations in our memo I'd like to highlight is we really need administration to explore and use its full regulatory power to reduce all emissions, including buildings and transportation. As an architect, I appreciate what Stephanie Carter said about how we will not really do much unless it's regulated, unless it's mandated. We also recommend that administration engage in that regulatory and advocacy process supporting energy transition. We've had the modeling, the data, the pathways for at least 3 years. We've seen the modeling and the opportunities that they provide for years. We don't need to wait any longer to act. And finally, we'd like to direct administration to bring forward the zoning bylaw review as soon as possible. This zoning renewal is our big opportunity to work with industry to ensure some of the targets we see and are ambitious can be done in this zoning renewal, which is happening as we speak. So I'll stop there and let Chelsea carry on the rest of our recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shafraz. Chelsea Donlan will be next.
Thank you, Mayor Harrison. Can I just confirm everyone can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. And as Shafraz said, we really are facing a triple crisis in this moment, right? We have a health crisis that is amplifying as we speak. We have an economic crisis that is in part a result of the health crisis and in part a result of changing oil demand and supply in global markets. And then we have a climate crisis. And the bottom line is that council cannot afford to not be addressing all three of those crises simultaneously. Funds are low, and if we are not strategically investing in projects and initiatives that hit that triple bottom line and have co-benefits between the three crises, we simply will not make our targets on any of those items. And so to speak a little bit before we dive into some of our recommendations in the memo, we strongly feel that the energy transition is the path out of the COVID and economic crises that we're currently facing. Over the last 18 months, we have seen a fundamental shift in the cost of capital and the flows of capital to the tune of $7 to $9 billion of net inflows into ESG-related funds per month. Capital has decided that it will risk premium projects that have potential for stranded assets and high emissions and climate risks. That means that the cheapest capital that council has access to is for energy transition projects. Not only that, the projects that have the best economic multipliers to the tune of 7 to 8 jobs per project is energy efficiency and renewable projects. That's compared to 2.6 estimated in the Stern report for fossil fuel projects. So if you want jobs and if you want access to cheap capital that will let you do more projects, it is clear that energy transition is the path that must be taken to ensure we have a sustainable and diversified economy that will help not only Alberta, but also Edmonton grow into the next century. And so when we looked at this report, and we have been heavily involved as the Energy Transition Committee, we had a number of areas that we were very proud. We are proud of the ambition of 1.5. We think that unlocks more doors, more projects, more cheap capital. But we also saw a real gap in this report, to be honest, a gap to have any meaningful teeth. And when we talk about teeth, we're talking about real metrics, right? We're not seeing projects come forward with, the cost of abatement per ton, the economic multipliers, the jobs per the project, the social cost of carbon, the investment multipliers, the GHGs reduced. You need that data to be able to make good decisions, not just on energy transition projects, but on all projects. If you do not have that data, you cannot be sure what you're deciding. And so we would advise council to direct administration to start giving them those metrics on every project you see. We were very concerned that the carbon budget accounting piece does not come into full force until 2026. To be honest, that is just a bit outrageous when we've been already talking about that transition for 2 years. We also see a need for a real culture shift within the city of Edmonton. And we believe this starts at the top. Council has set clear direction, and I think declaring the climate emergency did a lot for getting administration on board. But there needs to be consideration in the hiring of the next city manager that climate leadership is a key component and requirement of that job. We also think that there is a moment of opportunity here to educate senior leadership as well as regional partners in the opportunity that is economic recovery, that is an energy transition recovery. And so we also believe that there is a need for an interim 2025 target. This has been said, I think, by multiple speakers ahead of myself and Shafraz, but we cannot be punting the action out till 2030, till 2050. We've seen this happen too many times at the City of Edmonton, where we set lofty, wonderful goals with beautiful words, but we do not put the accountability in year after year in order to ensure that we meet those goals. A strong 2025 target will make sure that we don't miss the opportunity that is this moment, the opportunity to rebuild on the energy transition pathway and have co-benefits for the triple crises. And of course, we have worked hard with administration to brainstorm the most meaningful accelerated actions, and we would strongly encourage you to fully fund those. We believe not only that these will have meaningful impact on putting us on the right track to meet our energy transition goals and live within our 1.5 degree budget, but also that they will have strong economic multipliers and be strong job creators for the City of Edmonton. And so in summation, we are proud that the City of Edmonton has a 1.5 degree target and a 1.5 degree budget and led with the Edmonton Declaration. But if you want this to be more than beautiful words, you need to put in near-term, meaningful accountability. Thank you very much, and Shafraz and I will be available to answer any questions you have on the remaining recommendations of our memo.
Thanks, Chelsea, and thank you both for the the advisory committee's continued input on all of this work, including your time here today. So next we have Larry Zhang from Renewable Energy Design, who will be followed by Michael Barnard from the EFCL. But Larry, you're up next. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Iverson and councillors. My name is Larry Zhang. I have spoken last year about my journey on how I pushed myself out of my comfort zone in order to pursue my passion in renewable energy. It gave me hope last year to hear that Edmonton declares climate emergency. However, 2020 is a critical time where we are presented with countless challenges. So today, I'd like to offer my perspective on the opportunities of accelerating the energy transition strategy. The COVID pandemic has affected many individuals, from teachers to students like me, and having to attend classes through Zoom. Our limited everyday interactions can be very difficult for our mental health and well-being. This is just one of many challenges presented by this pandemic. Many organizations and businesses have been tremendously affected. My organization, the U of A's Renewable Energy Design Club, is certainly no exception. One of our projects, called the East Campus Solar Greenhouse, which started back in 2019, was on the brink of being cancelled. It was overwhelming, and it seems like my project was lost. However, I closed my eyes and imagined the results of this project. I reminded myself of our vision and building a diverse community centered around sustainable permaculture. In my mind, I envision U of A professors and students performing research and planting fresh fruits and vegetables, all while admiring the flow of water from aquaponics system alongside a living wall. The picture in my mind started to fade away. At that moment, I realized what must be done. I was not about to let this opportunity slip away. I got together the team to plan our urgent course of action and applied for sponsorship. I knew I had to keep this project alive for my vision to become a reality. Just 2 weeks ago, our organization received the grant and was able to move forward. It was grants like these that keep our projects alive. The city cannot let similar opportunities slip away. We need these initiatives to diversify Edmonton's economy while fighting climate change. Edmonton is home to countless innovators, startups, and brilliant minds, which gives huge potential to become leader in renewables and net zero infrastructure. The city leads energy innovation with the development of the Blatchford community. For projects like Blatchford to thrive, the plan needs to have specific emission reduction targets to guide us. In Alberta, fixed non-energy charges make up over half of our energy bills, which drains motivation to save energy. A solution that I strongly believe in is called time-of-use pricing. This provides the incentive to generate and save power because naturally, people are prompted to install solar, put in batteries, and buy LED lights where payback rates are high. This method has already been implemented by Pulse Energy in New Zealand and has yet to be implemented in Edmonton. Furthermore, contracts for differences and community benefit agreements are two very critical strategies to help incentives for solar energy organizations. In summary, the Accelerated Energy Transition Plan needs to have specific short-term emission reduction targets. Other Canadian cities are moving forward with bold reduction initiatives. Edmonton City Council has the power to transform Edmonton to become the leader in renewable energy by implementing strategies like time-of-use pricing, contract for differences, and community benefit agreements. We can emerge from the COVID pandemic growing our economy and fighting climate change at the same time. The implementation of the energy transition strategy will determine City Council's legacy as climate leaders. There's no better time than now. I strongly encourage funding towards the accelerated actions presented in the report and that the next report has strong incentives to help the renewable energy industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next is Michael Barnard, followed by Sydney Bond from CHBA. Michael?
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Can you, you're a little quiet there, Michael.
Yeah, I thought I might be here. Let me try and switch my microphone. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thanks.
Okay, great.
All right, so I'm here speaking on behalf of the EFCL in support for continued funding for the Green Leagues program. We believe programs like ours are an integral part of energy transition in Edmonton. For those who don't know, the Green Leagues program is an EFCL initiative that supports Edmonton community leagues in energy transition work. For the past 4 years, Green Leagues has been doing tangible work to help educate and support community leagues and their members with energy transition goals, and to do our best to align our work with the community energy transition strategy. The Green Leagues program represents a low-cost way to help Edmonton reach its climate goals, to save money, and to contribute to community league energy autonomy and sustainability. The EFCL, with our large network of 161 community leagues with 140 facilities across Edmonton, continues to connect with our members and lead climate initiative at a local grassroots level. With the onset of COVID-19, the EFCL has developed a deeper connection with the community league movement, and we've continued to inspire and support our members to install solar systems and complete energy retrofits on their facilities, as well as to engage with their members on climate action despite the continually shrinking funding landscape and pandemic-related revenue losses to leagues. Prior to the inception of the Leagues program, our members were interested in climate action, but little was being done. Funding programs existed at the provincial and municipal levels, but without the EFCL support, our members were largely unaware of the programs or lacked the technical knowledge to pursue energy transition projects. Community League volunteers continue to look to the EFCL for our technical knowledge, as well as our knowledge of the industry and of the funding landscape available for green energy projects. The EFCL and other nonprofits have the ability to do this work at a high level of efficiency, representing a small investment for a large return. Since the founding of Green Leagues, the EFCL has supported 32 community leagues across 11 wards to install 26 solar systems and complete 21 energy retrofits on their halls. If we lose the small amount of support we currently receive from the City of Edmonton, it will dramatically slow this impressive work by Edmonton's community leagues, who remain very interested in energy transition and continue to value the support offered by the Green Leagues program and by the City of Edmonton. Climate goals cannot be achieved through government action alone. Citizens must be involved, and many Edmontonians want to be a part of the solution. There's evidence that the ongoing work by our community leagues in this area has led to energy transition among Edmonton's residents. Of community league members surveyed who've adopted energy transition technologies on their own homes, 58% responded that their community league played at least some role in their decision. While we understand the current fiscal situation facing the City of Edmonton, this work can only be achieved with the continued vital support currently being provided. The EFCL would ask that this support continue into 2021 and subsequent years. Thank you for listening and for your continued support of the EFCL.
Thank you, Mr. Barnard. Appreciate that. And your continued partnership with the city. So thank you for being here. Next is Sydney Bond from CHBA, followed by Derek Hiltz, who's on deck and ready to go when Sydney's finished. But Sydney, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, great. So thank you, Mayor Iveson and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Sydney Bond. I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region. I am the Vice President of the association. CHBAER is a not-for-profit organization representing more than 460 member companies in the region. For 65 years, CHBAER has taken a principled, long-term approach to building sustainable places to call home. My day job, also the General Manager of Effect Home Builders. So we've been building and renovating homes in the Edmonton region since 2001, specializing in net zero, energy efficient, and alternative energy building construction. So recently we actually renovated an existing building at Bonnie Doon to become Edmonton's first commercial building combining off-grid electricity and cogen technology. So we're very familiar with how important this discussion is today. I wish to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of CHBA-ER members who are very passionate and engaged in this work. We've taken an active role in discussions regarding the energy transition strategy with city administration, and we remain committed to working alongside administration and other stakeholders to achieve these energy goals. CHBA-ER fully supports a reduction in GHG emissions. However, we just need to reimagine our path to get there. Our members have the capacity and, most importantly, the expertise to work in conjunction with administration to find accessible and affordable solutions that will allow us to reach our 1.5 degree target, many of which do not require a heavy-handed regulatory approach to ensure success. So one path that we strongly support is the accelerated action to expand existing energy retrofit programs for Edmonton's existing housing stock. So the National Building Code is consistently working towards making newly built homes more energy efficient. A typical new home built today is about 47% more energy efficient than a house built back in 1985. Meanwhile, half of Canada's existing housing stock was built before 1985 and uses approximately twice as much energy as homes built after that. So with this in mind, it's clear that the greatest opportunity to reach our mutual goal lies in energy retrofits. The value proposition of energy retrofits cannot be understated, as every dollar in energy retrofits of the existing housing stock will yield 4 to 7 times more energy savings than that spent on upgrading a new home. So the cost-benefit analysis to incentivizing retrofits as opposed to imposing regulations on new structures will yield a far greater impact on GHG emissions. So one of the most effective ways to achieve the intended outcome of emissions reduction is for City Council to meaningfully incentivize retrofits to the existing housing stock. CHBA-ER is in favor of incentives which provide cost recovery for homeowners who retrofit their homes to increase its efficiency. Creating incentives like this are going to bolster interest and participation in energy efficiency without negatively impacting affordability. As such, we strongly support the direction outlined in this report to accelerate and expand building retrofit programs. This includes support for residential rebates for retrofits with greater incentives for deeper green investment. We also strongly support piloting the clean energy program as an alternative financing options for homeowners. Energy retrofits present not only a solution to our energy goals, but also creates an incentive by way of lower monthly energy costs for residents. Focusing efforts and incentives on energy retrofits will assist with energy poverty reduction and equity in our city. Achieving our energy goals will also require capacity building amongst all stakeholders to avoid unintended consequences. So education is one of the ways in which this capacity is built. CHBA-ER is committed to providing continued support as we continue to transition towards energy efficiency, and we're fully prepared to take responsibility to educate our industry. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's vital to carefully consider the unique context within which we build in Alberta. Effect Homes has had a number of new homeowners seeking our expertise to help fix homes recently built with energy goals in mind, and unfortunately were not met. So education and innovation are key here. Our members have the expertise and willingness to support administration to further explore a variety of options to meet our climate goals. We are eager to contribute to a transition towards greater energy efficiencies in a way that is accessible, affordable, and will ultimately improve the city in which we work and live. So strong support from Council for energy retrofits, incentives, and education to support this transition will help us reach our mutual climate goals. We must be assured that the City Council will not pursue a heavy-handed regulatory approach. The path to energy efficiency is a transition, it's not a leap. This path requires collaboration and shared accountability, and we need the time to explore the many options that exist in order to get it right. So
I'm sorry, Sydney, there's a strong regulation that says 5 minutes, and I've given you 6, so I gotta stop you there.
I'm perfectly down, but I welcome questions.
I'm sure there'll be some. Thank you very much for your comments. Next up, we'll have Derek Hiltz in the room here, followed by Godo Stoik remote in a few moments. But Derek, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Derek Hiltz, and I'm the Director of Residential Construction at Qualico. I'm here today representing the Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, or CHBA. CHBA members have built 75% of new units in Edmonton in 2019. The residential construction industry in Edmonton is a network of local businesses that represents more than 26,000 jobs, 1.9 billion in annual wages, and 3 billion in annual investment. CHBA has been actively involved in the energy transition strategy, and we are committed to continuing to work with administration and council as the strategy progresses. As we move forward, it will be crucial to ensure that the strategy considers a range of possible tactics to meet our energy goals and focuses on market transformation as an approach opposed to regulation. While CHBAER is in full support of the reduction of fossil fuel dependency, carbon output, and greenhouse gas emissions to reduce climate change, we have serious concerns with the technical feasibility of emissions neutral building, referred to as ENB, one of the climate pathways outlined within this strategy. The glaring issue with the emissions neutral building strategy is that it does not consider embedded carbons. Embedded carbons refer to the carbon footprint of a product or the amount of greenhouse gases released through the supply chain or its distribution. To be emissions neutral, the form of power generation should also be considered in the zero emissions calculation. Otherwise, it's simply changing out one fossil fuel for another. We need to consider alternative energy sources and account for embedded carbons in order to achieve true emissions reduction. Collectively, we need to explore alternative opportunities for clean energy, including drawing upon innovation inside the energy sector. As we move forward, we must also acknowledge that this work is not happening in isolation. We must look at bigger picture, specifically how the energy transition strategy aligns with work that is underway at various levels of government and the power of shifting toward market demand. The National Building Code is consistently working towards making newly built homes more energy efficient. A typical newly built home is 47% more energy efficient than a house built in 1985. This increase in energy efficiency can be directly linked to new building practices, as well as increased market demand for interest in those emerging technologies. For example, improvements to the building envelope to create airtight homes or upgrade to more energy efficient appliances is one of those steps. The National Building Code provides flexibility to allow builders of any scale to use a variety of levers to meet requirements with both marketable options and the technologies. As such, CHBA strongly supports the direction to align energy codes with the Alberta provincial government and the federal government. The National Building Code will provide minimum standards for efficiency, but consumer preferences should not be underestimated. A shift in market demand for more efficient homes will help the City of Edmonton reach its larger climate goals. The City can support this by exploring ways of incentivizing these marketable options. We will need to use the right levers of change at the right time to achieve prosperity in a just and equitable way and reduce our greenhouse gas. We need to focus our efforts on market transformation as opposed to heavy-handed regulatory approach that would negatively impact housing affordability. Ensuring affordability is a challenge that must not be understated when discussing an equitable solution to greenhouse gas reduction. In closing, there is no single path forward. As my colleagues have said, this is a transition and not a leap. We need support from City Council to continue to innovate and push forward without heavy-handed regulations and a greater emphasis on the role of the market. According to this report, buildings will account for 19% of the emissions reduction profile. we also need to develop a strategy that considers a suite of options that will allow us to reach this goal. CHBA members have the expertise and the willingness to come together and explore these options with administration. However, we need the time to do so, and most importantly, a seat at the table as this work progresses. Therefore, we request that CHBAR has the opportunity to be meaningfully involved in the development of Climate Action Plan. We believe that this is prudent to take a balanced approach towards energy efficiency that considers and understands the economic and social impacts. We are committed to working alongside administration and other stakeholders to reach our energy goals together. We also support their request for an extension. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hiltz. Next is Godo Stoik, followed by John McNichol, who's here. So John, if you can come on over and be on deck. Derek, you can stay there too. You guys can spread out if you want, or go back to chill when you're done. It's up to you. John, thanks. You'll be on deck in 5 minutes or so. Godo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Mr. Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today on behalf of the Edmonton Climate Hub, which is about a non-profit society trying to help the city to reach their 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Let's go to the next slide, please. Right now, the CO2 emissions from Edmonton, the scope 1 and 2, in other words, more or less direct emissions, consist of 76% of electricity and gasoline and diesel fuel, so primarily transportation. Next one, please. The reason why I'm excited about this is that these represent very low-hanging fruit. For example, electricity in North America right now, renewables are the lowest cost source of new electricity. In fact, that's a trend in about 2/3 of the countries in the world. This is the case, but it's certainly the case in North America and also in Alberta. What that means is that the energy field is already transitioning to a low carbon economy. The problem is that if you just leave market forces to this, it will happen probably too slowly to have enough of an impact on climate change. So one of the proposals we have is, because of the deregulation in Alberta, Edmonton cannot directly influence its electricity, but the proposal is that the city can found a corporation that is funded by private equity that basically creates as much electricity for the city of Edmonton in equivalent that basically offsets all the non-renewable electricity production from Edmonton. So the cost, as you can see, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 to $9 billion, depending on where this capacity is built. So an annual investment of about $700 to $900 million, that this could come entirely from private funds and would actually create additional jobs in Alberta. So, and basically the intent of this corporation would be that 100% of the carbon credits created from the corporation would be retired by the city of Edmonton to offset its electricity and emissions. So overall, with this strategy, we could reduce emissions from electricity from a current contribution of 43% of Edmonton's carbon footprint from scope 1 and 2 to about 3%. So that's a huge opportunity. Next slide, please. Another area where we have a rapid technological advance and kind of a disruptive technology is in the electrification of transportation. And this can apply both to public transportation, so transit, for example, electrification of buses, something that cities are already moving towards, the LRT, but also towards private individuals. And we've done some basic modeling. Even with relatively minor changes to the mix of vehicles, increases in shared and autonomous vehicles, slight increases in public transit, which we are already working on with the expansion of the LRT, also expanded bike routes, as well as legalization of things like e-scooters. E-bikes are already legal. We can actually reduce our carbon footprint by 2030 by 60% for this area. And if we take scenario D is shown here to a more aggressive approach by as much as 88%, and all we would require is basically some minor nudging of the already occurring trajectory. Other members of our group have provided, and this will be submitted to the council, in our report further recommendations. And I'll just give you a few quick examples here. One is a net zero procurement policy for the city that considers the impacts of all their supplies. Another one is a procurement from now on of 100% emission-free transportation vehicles, so basically EVs or battery electric vehicles, and apply that also to trucks and transportation in general by 2025. Setting a deadline for new buildings for when natural gas heating will be phased out, because we're building an infrastructure that will probably not be sustainable in the long run, except in the long term for some probably niche market for hydrogen or green hydrogen. Transportation as a public service, sustainable architecture through First Nations. And another proposal is matching Vancouver and California and setting a deadline for the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles within city limits by 2035. And also addressing biodiversity by converting lawns that are fairly energy intensive to operate to native species or permaculture food production for about 90% of these public lawns. Next one, please. Finally, another group. Can we get the next slide, please? Finally, another section of our group has been working on climate justice and emphasizing how we can make sure that the energy transition does not unfairly impact vulnerable populations. That would include low-income individuals as well as energy workers who may be working in traditional fields, because you have to give them a helping hand to transition to a successful employment in the new economy. Another suggestion is a social procurement policy. So that means that when the city purchases, it also considers the impacts of its purchases on social factors.
Sorry, Godo, I've got to get you to wrap there, but I think we have a copy of your presentation. And there may be some follow-up questions, but appreciate all these suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just in the interest of time, we'll try to keep to 5, just so we can hear from everybody today. Thank you all in advance. So shortly we'll hear from John McNichol, followed by Yasmin Abraham. John, welcome.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you, everyone, that I'd be able to present again today. It's really follow-up to the last discussion we had, and I spoke of the opportunity to combine with some of the efforts of Zebex in Vancouver, where they were pursuing a partnership with the city that had industry leading towards sustainability goals for their community. They're trying to be the greenest city in North America. And I would emphasize that it is so helpful to have clear vision as a target to motivate people for compliance later along the way. There's so many challenges with change. One of the challenges I mentioned in my last discussion was the idea that sometimes policy, regulation, codes, etc., all require yesterday's building, and that everything is dependent on that, and we really need new ways of considering the future. An example is with mass timber in Vancouver. They allowed 12-story buildings. However, because each floor was thicker in the ducting and floor space, they needed to increase the zoning for the maximum size of a building in order for the retail profitability to be equal to the opportunity of a standard old-style building. And those kind of changes are critical to the sensible approach. It was arrived at with the communication between industry, city, and builders and developers. Sometimes the shock of somebody saying, well, we can't do that, we won't make as much money. And another example of that is when you thicken the walls of a building, so for all our friends in housing, if they make their walls a foot thick, perhaps they need an additional envelope in the lot to be able to house a similar source of revenue in the profitability of building homes. So such adjustments are very fine and difficult to understand. The idea of ZEBEX, which is the Zero Emissions Building Exchange in Vancouver, is to really work on 3 things: building industry capacity, supporting the strongest of the volunteer leadership in any community, and which is well exhibited today by all these participants in this meeting. So many great people. Thanks for their input to all of them. And then to remove barriers. So the barrier for the mass timber, the barrier for an envelope side, so many barriers even for coding. The complexity of all this is something industry really wants to take leadership with and contribute. We have 1,100 companies. We employ about 65,000 people. But I would suggest there are 10 to 20 of our companies that would give phenomenal leadership and are already interested and committed to this space. And we'd like to access the finest of their resources to really help the city and help us move forward. We don't want to see people sort of confused by the carrot and the stick. Again, the carrot, you'll make more money or whatever their goals are, but the stick is, well, you can't really do that because you've added another foot to every floor, so it doesn't work. So sometimes we accidentally try and encourage sustainability, at the same time we're punishing it. So these are concerns. I'd like to say that we're working very well with Stephanie McCabe, Adam McLaughlin, and their staff. Juan Monteroso's quite involved in these types of issues. And Shafraz, Anand, and some of the other speakers today, we're already engaged with them in a great way. So we'd like to really propose raising money together with the city to have a project that would lead us forward.
Thanks, John. We'll definitely follow up with questions on that.
Thank you.
That offer. Thanks for being here today. Yasmin Abraham will be next, followed by Stephen Rates. Yasmin?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Yasmin Abraham, founder of Empower Me, Edmonton's only program with a specific focus on including groups that traditionally get left behind in climate conversations. We work with newcomers, immigrants, Indigenous communities, and low-income Edmontonians to ensure they are included and have access to and can take advantage of important climate programming and energy efficiency supports that are available. Today, I'm here to lend my support to these accelerated actions, and in particularly the inclusion of vulnerable and often forgotten communities who have traditionally fallen through the cracks and who struggle with energy poverty. Here in Edmonton, Empower Me has worked with thousands of members of these groups, helping them understand how their homes work and how to reduce their greenhouse gas impacts. As a result, we've avoided GHG emissions in homes that would otherwise not be included. We hire people from the communities we work with, ensuring that the lives of the people most impacted are centered in the design and delivery of solutions. Much of our work also focuses on energy poverty. We work in lower income families to reduce their energy bills through subsidized retrofits. These families have very high utility bills and struggle to pay them, leading to tough choices of whether to heat their home or feed their kids. This is known as struggling with energy poverty and is an area of focus much of the world has had since the early 90s. The impacts of energy poverty are beyond just struggling to pay bills. There's reams of research that show the very real physical, mental, and multi-generational impacts of thermal discomfort, threat of disconnection, and the stress of high bills. These include increased mental health impacts, increased incidence of cardiovascular, respiratory, and pulmonary disease, infants who have lower birth weights, which have lifelong impacts. Children have 15% more days off school and consume less calories, and households have a 10% reduction in food intake in cold weather. As of 2016, in Edmonton, 51,000 families struggle to pay their bills. And these are families whose utility bills are 23% higher than the average Edmontonian, and their income is 53% lower. So this becomes a real problem. But who are these families? 32% are seniors, 31% are visible minorities, 21% are recent immigrants, 14% don't speak English or French, 11% are single mothers, and 8% are Indigenous households. Alberta is the second to last province to provide supports to reduce the bills of families who are struggling with energy poverty. And unfortunately, these are the families who are also disproportionately impacted by COVID. In Alberta this year, 13% of families deferred their utility bills. With certainty, we can say that Alberta numbers and Edmonton numbers of families in energy poverty will also rise. Climate programs like rebates and financing are important parts of the solution, but they do require upfront costs and financing that increases household debt. These aren't often the most appropriate or accessible options for lower income Edmonton families. I'm here today to encourage Council to consider and support specific programming that reduces energy poverty by providing subsidized energy efficiency retrofits that focus on reducing bills for Edmontonians who are currently falling through these cracks. The benefits of this type of programming have been modeled and proven throughout the country and the world. From the obvious health and safety benefits to a household, from capturing GHGs from homes that would never otherwise be captured, to reducing household expenditures and making life more affordable, and to stimulating the economy at a greater rate, given the economic impact of reducing costs in low-income homes is 2 to 3 times greater versus higher-income homes. Given the multiple benefits of energy poverty programs, this is something that Edmonton doesn't have to fund alone. Empower Me is working with multiple utilities, municipalities, provincial and federal organizations to come together to support a program of this type. But strong leadership, funding, and commitment from the city is needed. Empower Me strongly encourages investment in reducing energy poverty to support the 51,000 Edmontonians who can't afford to take advantages of rebate and financing programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You win the prize for best earrings so far as well, by the way.
Thanks.
Stephen, you still have a moment if you want to change it all, but if you're ready to go.
I'm prepared to speak, so okay. I'll get started.
Go ahead, followed by Yasuhioki. Stephen, go ahead.
Awesome. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Raitz, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Paths for People, an active transportation advocacy group with more than 1,000 members across Edmonton working to make our community a friendlier place to walk, wheel, and cycle around. We're excited by the city's bold steps to reduce emissions and make Edmonton an energy sustainable city. To date, these actions have positioned Edmonton as a national leader on climate change. Many other Canadian cities are moving forward with similar initiatives. To continue our lead in this area, we need to continue making bold steps that reimagine how our city can work to foster a more resilient and sustainable community. One of the ways that Edmonton can seek to reduce emissions and facilitate an energy transition is through rethinking our transportation system. Transportation system was the largest contributor to emissions identified within the report or the strategy that we're discussing today. If we find ways to reduce emissions through redesigning our transportation system, we tackle one of the largest challenges we face in making Edmonton a truly sustainable city. One such potential action is identified within today's report to Council, and other speakers such as Mike Melross of Alberta Eco Trust and Godo Stoiko of Edmonton Climate Hub have already highlighted this low-cost and high-impact solution. We can further grow Edmonton's bike lane infrastructure by expanding and improving existing active transportation routes and fixing missing links. This is a bold way to ensure that more Edmontonians have access to safe and comfortable routes, all while taking ambitious action with regards to our community energy transition. A transportation system that offers realistic choices beyond private automobiles and promotes active travel will result in decreased emissions. Active transportation modes also produce no greenhouse gas emissions and can reduce infrastructure and maintenance costs in the long term. We also know that Edmontonians are coming to terms with the fact that our transportation system can work differently than it currently does. The COVID-19 pandemic gives us an opportunity to reimagine how our streets work. Recently, we surveyed our members to see what they learned about the experiences they had this summer with reallocated streets. The Hildebrands in Glenora found it easier to support local businesses on expanded sidewalks along White Avenue and could connect with friends across the city because they had safe routes on main streets in the north, east, south, and west. Calvin in the neighborhood of Belmont in the northeast, and Brenton in the neighborhood of Lee Ridge and Mill Woods made active trips downtown sometimes to use the reallocated streets, but wish they had options closer to home so they could get around places actively. A member of ours in Central McDougall thought that these were fantastic changes and used them often to get around, especially via rollerblade. They found that the reallocated roadways were often in better conditions than our sidewalks themselves. Expanding the bike lane network would ensure that more Edmontonians have access to active transportation routes that work for all ages and all abilities. For most Edmontonians right now, cycling or getting around actively may not be feasible because they don't have access to this kind of infrastructure nearby. If we expand the network, cycling and other forms of mobility that use these lanes can become a more viable option for more Edmontonians. Some may be concerned about expending additional resources now, but now is a critical juncture to begin prioritizing sustainable infrastructure within the municipal budgets. Edmontonians are seeing their streets differently now and want more active options to get around. The overarching policy goals of the city encourage investment in these options, including the city plan vision for 15-minute communities, the draft bike plan's goals to ensure cycling is fun, functional, and equitable, and the community energy transition strategy's bold goals to reduce transportation system emissions. Paths for People has also identified multiple projects recently that indicate we are able to reduce costs elsewhere in our transportation system. Reallocated roadways have shown us that we don't need to spend so much time on overbuilding our roadway capacity. We can rethink how municipal resources are spent and place priority on strategic investments like active transportation, which is comparably less expensive to build and maintain, fosters a more lively streetscape, and moves us closer to our goals laid out in the community energy transition. Paths for People encourages the City of Edmonton to prioritize the potential action of further growing and improving Edmonton's bike lane infrastructure, which already has a draft plan for implementation waiting available within the bike plan. We must act quickly and set clear timelines for implementation. To support the community energy transition, ensure active transportation is accessible to all ages and all abilities across Edmonton, and continue to be a leader in approaching the challenges presented by climate change. We thank you for your time today, and we'd be available for questions later.
Thank you, Stephen. Next is Yasuhi Oki, followed by Amaya Kalogiru. Yasushi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak. As a bit of a background, I've set up a nonprofit land development company called Green Violin. We build green housing that is inclusive, earth-friendly, and promotes social connection. I'd like to speak today on some of the projects that are the green part of Green Violin. One, we're developing a line of modular, off-site built net zero garden suites for delivery to existing homeowners who want to densify and contribute to housing in a climate conscious manner. Two, we're demonstrating the environmental economics of repurposing and reusing existing double detached garages by converting them to garden suites by building a garden suite right inside of the existing structure. I call this our box in a box program. Three, we're designing a compact high-rise in Old Strathcona. I really hope this gets a little more traction here, but I'm using modular construction combined with mass timber materials with the advice of my board of advisors who said that steel and concrete have a high amount of embodied carbon. And by looking at mass timber as an opportunity, it's a way of reducing the carbon footprint of high rises while utilizing renewable materials. I'm quite excited about working with Ellis Dawn and their group on this, so hopefully you'll be seeing this on your radar soon. Number four, we're advocating for the use of district energy in our future development plans of urban villages. I know it's quite ambitious, but my background as a land developer makes me want to pursue the grand vision of having an urban village that, much like your Blatchford ambitions, have energy and climate in the foremost of their minds as they design. I look forward to supporting the city on the path for climate action with these Green Violin projects, but I also look forward to support from the city as I move ahead with my projects. Support, for example, as in the current City Energy Transition Initiative being expanded. The Net Zero Grant Program would have been ideal for me if it applied to builders beyond the Meadows at Laurel community. And another example, perhaps by expanding the eligibility for the home energy retrofit accelerator so that projects like my box in a box concept can find funding. Anyways, I just wanted to put it on the radar that I'm out here, I'm building, and I'm wanting to support your actions, and I thank you for the opportunity to explain a little about what I'm up to.
Very cool. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Appreciate that. Next will be Maya Kalogiru from the Canadian Association of Nurses for the Environment, and then after Maya will be Chad Park. Maya, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Maya Kalogiru, and I'm a registered nurse who studied climate change and health for my doctoral research. Today, I'm representing the Canadian Association of Nurses for the Environment. I'd like to start by saying thank you for listening to our concerns when we gathered together last year, and thank you for starting the process of enacting change. Last year, Edmonton declared a climate emergency. And while perhaps not everyone understood the importance of this act, I supported Edmonton in doing so. If we ever hope to solve the climate emergency, we must first identify that it is a problem requiring urgent and immediate attention. I am proud of Edmonton for taking this important step. Since then, I've noticed other signs of positive change. Some noteworthy examples are seeing more electric buses on the streets, rebates given out for electric bikes, and the attention given to bike lanes. These are important changes that indicate a hopeful start. However, we still have a long way to go. I've read the accelerated actions, and while I support them and believe that they identify some excellent ideas, I am concerned that they are not ambitious enough given the urgent nature of climate change. For example, while I support the increased incentive amounts to the solar rebate program for commercial building owners, I do not believe that participation in this program should be optional. It would be a truly ambitious and worthwhile goal to require that all commercial buildings begin their transition to solar. And it would be incredible to see new Edmonton buildings being built with solar energy as the minimum expectation. I recognize the challenges associated with changes as drastic as this one might appear to be, but if we're to be a net zero city in a reasonably rapid timeframe, some difficult choices will need to be made. Another concern I have relates to Edmonton's largest source of emissions, transportation. The report stated that Edmonton has great potential to be a city that is better connected and intentionally designed to promote low-emission transportation. These are incredibly important goals, and I'm pleased to see that Edmonton is working on this. But building communities like Blatchford seems like only one part of the solution. It takes years to build these types of communities, and we need action that can be implemented today that can start curbing our emissions now. Perhaps it would be useful to consider implementing some type of transit pricing. Cities around the world utilize congestion pricing, which is a dynamic charge applied to motorists who drive into congested parts of the city and changes to reflect the present congestion levels. Such pricing could help further encourage car sharing and cycling amongst citizens and reduce pollution that harms people's health. The last idea that I'll discuss is the carbon budget. I think this is a very important piece of information, and I was very pleased to see that Edmonton was integrating a carbon budget into its climate action plan. I'd like to take this moment to urge Council to start utilizing this budget now and start using it as a guideline for every decision that we make as a city. Moreover, we should develop and implement a rigorous measurement system so that we can track our progress in meeting this budget and reevaluate our strategies based on what we're seeing. Finally, I believe more of the public should know that Edmonton will be using a carbon budget. It would be incredible to see our city come together around a shared goal, a shared carbon budget, and build a sense of shared commitment in trying to meet this budget. Councillors, I sat in front of you last year, along with many other concerned citizens, and together we urged you to take bold and ambitious steps towards addressing the climate crisis. I personally discussed how the climate crisis was also a health crisis, and how Canadian nurses like myself were concerned about how our changing climate would impact the poorest and most vulnerable populations. Since then, a second health crisis has hit us, the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has demonstrated exactly how widespread emergencies disproportionately impact different groups of people and how it exposes the deep inequalities embedded in our societies. In this way, these two crises are similar. If we wish to protect our most vulnerable, we must stay up to date with the current science and act swiftly based on what we are seeing. Right now, we are seeing extremely worrying signs that the climate crisis is only getting worse and not better. We need brave, strong leadership that is willing to go beyond what is easy and do what is needed. Not everyone will understand and not everyone will agree, but the science is clear. If we do not act immediately, the amount of human suffering will be staggering. It's difficult to ask people to change their habits and behaviors, but if COVID has taught us anything, it is that widespread change is possible and that people can and do come together when faced with a crisis. I ask you to be the climate leaders that you have said that you are. Be brave, act with urgency, and be the leaders that our future generations can be proud of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Maya. Next will be Chad, followed by Melanie Hoffman. Actually, we'll hear from Chad, and then I think we'll take the 3:30 break, so we can all just reset a little bit. But Chad, floor is yours for the next few minutes, then we'll pause, and then we'll hear from Melanie after the break. Go ahead, Chad.
Okay, thank you. I'm the lucky one before the break. Just thank you, everyone, Council and Mayor, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to present. I'm going to be offering a perspective from institutional investor. I play a role with the cooperators, and but I'm not actually here to represent the cooperators. I'm here as a citizen of Alberta. A citizen of Edmonton. Sorry, I live in Rio Terrace, and prior to my role with the cooperators, I was the founding director of something called the Energy Futures Lab, which is a province-wide collaborative initiative of multiple stakeholders working on energy transition. The City of Edmonton has had involvement in that and several other organizations. Lest anyone think that this topic is not of concern for the whole spectrum, I can share that the Energy Futures Lab was funded and supported by partners like Suncor, Cenovus, Shell, Enbridge, and many others, which is to say organizations all across the province are concerned with and invested in and exploring solutions to energy transition. So we're not alone in that respect as the city. Back in the spring, I was appointed Vice President of Sustainability and Citizenship with the Cooperators. It's a national role. The company is headquartered in Ontario, but I managed to convince them, maybe partly thanks to COVID, if I can say it like that, to let me stay based in Edmonton. And part of the reason I did that is because I love the city, and part of the reason I love the city is because of its leadership on energy and climate. So I'm here to support this revised plan for energy transition, and just want to offer a perspective from an institutional investor. Today in the Globe and Mail, a good and influential Edmontonian named Mark Carney was quoted as saying, "It's hard to see a credible medium-term economic strategy, an advanced economy that does not have sustainability at the core of it. It is just where the money is. It's where the opportunity is." And I just want to reiterate that. In the same article, he mentioned something called the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, which is a group of 30 institutional investors globally who together have $5 trillion under management. And those investors are all committed to deploying their investments towards a net zero future and ultimately aligning their investment portfolios with a 1.5 degree scenario of the Paris Agreement. That is what Mark Carney is talking about. There is a lot of capital available to invest in this direction, and this plan puts Edmonton in alignment with that, where that capital is going. I'll just share from the cooperators' perspective, we are a small player in that, though we have over $30 billion in assets under management between the cooperators and our investment company called Addenda Capital. Over 10 billion of that is our own capital. 3 years ago, we set a goal to reach 20% of our invested assets in impact investing. I'm happy to say that we reached that goal 3 years ahead of schedule. So now we have more than $2 billion invested in impact investing. And that means projects like green bonds and all kinds of different impact investments. One example is the City of Ottawa's green bond for their new LRT project. That's just one example. And we're just one small investor in this space. we could go much beyond 20%. The problem is not the availability of the capital. The problem is the availability of the projects. So this is just to say that as the city, as a perspective to consider, as the city is thinking about how bold and how aggressive and how ambitious it wants to be, that we can be creative on the capital and finance side here. So my advice, and the reason I'm endorsing this, is to be bold. And this is one of the reasons I love this plan. It will help you. It will help the city get noticed. It's another reason is it leverages the city's leadership. To some people, it's a counterintuitive narrative that the city of Edmonton is such a bold leader on climate, and I think that's a huge opportunity for us to leverage to some people, the counterintuitive nature of that leadership. And most importantly, I support it because it so clearly and in so much detail outlines the path towards alignment with a 1.5 degree climate scenario, and that is a really strong leadership position. So I commend the city administration for this plan and wholeheartedly support it.
Well, thanks, Chad. That's a great place to pause for the next 15 minutes or so. We'll come back at, we'll give ourselves a couple extra minutes, so let's say 3:47-ish to come back. So thanks, and at that point we'll hear from Melanie Hoffman. Okay, stand by. All right, we're back. I'll just double check that we have at least our committee members back online. Councillor McKean?
I am here.
Howdy. Councillor Carmel? I'm here. Councillor Hamilton?
Still here.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
I'm here.
Super. And I see Councillor Henderson is still on deck with us here. I'm not sure if we have any other members of council with us still. Please self-identify if you are. No? Okay. Fair enough. All right, so we had just heard from Chad Park, and next up will be Melanie Hoffman. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and Administration. Thank you so much for your work and for this engagement. My name is Dr. Melanie Hoffman. I am a climate solutions educator calling in from Brookside on Treaty 6 land. The City of Edmonton's past exemplary leadership on the climate emergency makes me, as you know, a proud and passionate Edmontonian by choice. I'm here today to empower you to apply what you have learned in responding so well to the emergency that is the COVID-19 pandemic to this situation. Next, please. This cartoon appeared on March 11 in the Hamilton Observer. It was adapted internationally and ultimately republished 6 months later by Graham McKay. Next. To acknowledge that beyond the immediate emergencies of COVID-19 and its economic outfall lie the even more threatening risks of the climate and ecological emergencies. Next. The City of Edmonton is responsibly dealing with the visible immediate threats, and please continue to widen that circle and do all your work with a full systems level lens. Next. Continue to center partnerships, as shown in this hierarchy of the Sustainable Development Goals, and do all work with a full systems level lens. Next. I've lost my line. Acknowledge the well-being of the biosphere at the foundation of this layer cake as absolutely fundamental to our ability to further human socioeconomic well-being. Who ultimately controls each of these layers of the cake? The rules of partnerships, economy, and society, next and next, are of course written and agreed upon between humans. While human activity massively impacts the biosphere, next, the rules of the biosphere are those of physics, chemistry, and biology. We must recognize that and fully use the chance we still have to return to a safe operating space for humanity. Next. This safe operating space for humanity is central to a framework for planetary health developed by international Earth scientists since 2009. Among the 9 measures of planetary health that are shown on the left here, 2 core processes have been identified, highlighted on the right: biosphere integrity and climate change. Having these core Earth system processes in high-risk conditions for extended periods of time jeopardizes the stable Garden of Eden that allowed humans to develop our sophisticated society and economy. Would you please hit play on the video on the left? I'd like to draw your attention to the left of the screen. This interactive, developed by King's University students here in Edmonton, invites you to explore a century of Earth health. Colors indicate where we are relative to the safe conditions for life on Earth as we know it. The time-lapse repeats and pauses when humanity surpassed the planetary boundary on climate change. We'll talk about the graph on the right on the next slide. To be able to continue developing a healthy, just, and equitable economy and society, we must come back within the safe conditions, the safe operating space. Next slide, please. Considering the planetary health variable that is the amount, you might have to click outside of the video to get to the next slide. Thank you. Considering the planetary health variable that is the amount of carbon dioxide present in that thin layer of atmosphere, which we see as the endless sky above us, we see that my grandparents and at my age, my parents still had an actual carbon budget available. Next, by the late 80s, that carbon budget was empty, moving the planet out of the safe operating space on climate. The carbon budget we're now speaking of is not an actual budget. Next. It is relative to the outer edge of the zone of high risk. Next. And next, we have been marching away from the safe operating space for the past 30 years. Next. We are running a terrifying experiment in the wrong direction. Next. and must apply a stringent carbon budgeting approach immediately. Also, I promise I'll put less animations in my next presentation. I was so proud to sit in City Hall in August 2019, witnessing your strong commitment to action. Next, please. Everyone on the inside is working so hard. Keep leading and engage your constituents on this emergency like you're doing on COVID. Next. Please work every day with climate and ecological restoration, framing your priorities. Next. This is a visioning opportunity. Into COVID, my family, which lives in full isolation as my daughter is a Stollery kid, has been so lucky to enjoy the beautiful natural spaces in Edmonton, use bike transit, install a food forest, etc. I'm going to just fast forward to the last slide so we can get there. Let's bring joy and creativity to the vision. Next, please. And help everyone transition rapidly together. Next. I implore you to bring us a carbon budget immediately, fully fund accelerated actions for just and equitable recovery, improve active transport and urban agriculture. Next. I'm fully engaged in supporting your constituents through the EcoCity Edmonton project, Youth Empowering Greater Community Climate Solutions, and as volunteer lead organizer of the Drawdown Alberta Movement for Community Education. Please join, share this information with your constituents, and thank you so much for your decisive action for a better.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Next is Sherry Shorten.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to share feedback from the Alberta Association of Architects core stakeholder team. For the past year, our committee has been engaged in review of objectives and aspirations set out in the city plan and our current zoning renewal work. We met with Shafraz Kaba, co-chair of the Energy Transition Committee, on 2 occasions in October of 2020. We discussed in depth the impact and urgency of climate action, because this is a core focus of the architectural profession. We support the community energy transition strategy for the following reasons. This strategy must have metrics to track progress year over year and start implementation in 2021. The infrastructure industry requires support of regulation and strong direction for policy and pathways to produce energy neutral buildings. Design aspects that contribute to lowering emissions without adding costs to projects include proper siting, building form, location, material selection, heating, cooling, and ventilation, all of which are simple design tools that are currently not considered in early design processes and regulatory review. We would like to see stronger policy at zoning processes earlier on in the work to enable better design and energy conserving development. These efforts will not necessarily add to the work, rather we desire better alignment of our regulatory review earlier on in the process. This change will streamline project delivery concerns for all industry partners. We'd like to further support these recommendations with a counter argument to those who might oppose the city's lower carbon initiatives, that the infrastructure industry continues to demonstrate success in reducing emissions year over year. LEED was introduced to our industry in 2000 and was comparably resisted. In 2014, a Canadian Green Building Council study found green building economic impacts in Canada added $62.3 billion to the GDP and created 297,000 direct related jobs with over 700,000 indirect jobs by the end of 2015. The summary of this report was attached to our submission today. For the past 40 to 50 years, green building practices and energy reduction techniques for infrastructure has grown and acquired significant knowledge. Contributions by the infrastructure industry, along with the support of international, federal, and corporate leadership, has generated this green economy. This work is beneficial to everyone. As a northern climate, Canadian buildings spend over 50% of our buildings' energy consumption on heat. The City of Edmonton leadership and forward-thinking response on issues of pollution and a greener energy initiative over the past years is contributing to the making of a marketable city. We are proud of our city, our mayor, and our council's leadership and the support of our city administration in recognizing the need for our new city plan and its fast movement forward to revise and renew our bylaws. The energy transition efforts we acknowledge must be prioritized include encouraging and demanding carbon neutral systems with policies that recognize this work is good for health and well-being and is also good for business. Implement actions that measure carbon emissions and reductions. And lastly, expand education through strong policy and regulatory leadership to open up pathways to produce an energy neutral market. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shorten. Next is Conrad Nobert from the Tomorrow Foundation for a Sustainable Future, followed by Julie Kuzik.
Thank you, Councillors and Mayor, for accepting this submission. I'm presenting in my role as President of the Tomorrow Foundation. Tomorrow Foundation for a Sustainable Future is a charitable environmental organization with deep roots and a 50-year history in Edmonton. We've recently begun organizing the 75% of Edmontonians who indicate that they're concerned about climate change via our Yes to Climate YEG campaign. So, some thoughts on this report. The situation is urgent. A study reported on by The Guardian in September recently reported that 1.2 billion people could be displaced by climate change by 2050 if insufficient action is taken. 2050 is 29 years and 52 days from now. In 29 years, I hope to be living in a healthy, thriving Edmonton with my kids and grandkids in a world with a stabilized climate. It's possible, but this path will require courage and hard work. Secondly, time is of the essence. More than 2 years ago, we signed the Edmonton Declaration. It committed us to doing our part to keep global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. However, since we've signed it, we've burned through 21% of our carbon budget. We committed to taking significant action by 2030. Well, 2030 is 9 years and 52 days away from today. Edmonton can and should be a leader in clean energy and green living by then. So we are asking Council and this Executive Committee to do everything they can to fund all of the proposed accelerated actions put forth by administration and to expedite those with the potential to target systemic inequality. Bike infrastructure and tree planting, which were two of the proposed accelerated actions, could be particularly good parts of an equity strategy, and they should be funded and directed to specific and underserved areas of the city. And I just want to take a second to point out that bike infrastructure has never been more popular in Edmonton than it is today. This last summer, thousands of Edmontonians got out onto the protected bike lanes and found out what they were all about and really enjoyed and captured the joy of seeing Edmonton and traveling around for utility purposes on protected, safe bike lanes. So the opportunity is ripe, I think. So administration's carbon accounting framework initiative is critical, but it's not ambitious enough in its timelines. So we'd like to see carbon accounting in this year's budget debates. It's very difficult to make decisions about large flows of money without understanding how they affect our carbon budget. Furthermore, the timeline to have full carbon accounting in place should be 1 year from now. Well, a pilot for full carbon accounting should be 1 year from now, rather than 2 years put forward by administration. So finally, we think that Council should direct administration to create a list of inexpensive and/or money-saving accelerated actions for release early next year, because there are a whole bunch of ideas that perhaps haven't been considered. And so 3 examples of those would be, to enable separate titles for net zero garden suites by June of 2021. Edmontonians have embraced garden suites as a way to add gentle density to existing areas of the city. However, right now, only people who own a property and house already are allowed to build a garden suite. Council could mandate that separate titles be allowed, spurring a mini building boom to address the pent-up demand for this innovative housing type. And Council could specify that to get your separate title for your garden suite, it needs to be net zero. Local industry is poised and ready to build, and allowing separate titles is a way for the city to very inexpensively stimulate the economy and take climate action at the same time. So 2 more items that could be on this list that we're recommending Council ask admin for is the Reimagine Saskatchewan Drive project that Pass for People recently brought up. This project would create new spaces for biking and walking in Edmonton and save a whole bunch of money on the Duggan Bridge rehab project. So that's an example of you're taking climate action and you're saving money. And then finally on this list could be dedicated bus lanes for the April 2021 bus network redevelopment. So, this one isn't free or doesn't necessarily pay back, but it's a very cheap way to get significant impact for a climate action. Thank you for your time and attention today. We hope for a positive result from today's meeting.
Thanks, Conrad. Next is Julie Kuzik, followed by Elizabeth Sitko. Julie, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Julie Kuzik. Now that the neighborhood renewal program includes a focus on walk, bike, live, and now that Edmonton streets are just a little bit slower, I can dedicate some energy to something else quite important to me: our current climate reality and how we need to build the city to mitigate its impacts. In fact, I come here in no small part because my 9-year-old daughter told me with absolute certainty that she would not live to be an adult. It shocked and alarmed me. Why? What are you talking about? My heart screamed and broke at the same time. She said that the planet was sick and there was too much pollution. The world would not be able to support her life before she grew up. With only a hint of fear, she had accepted this as her fate. How can I help? I asked. I can fight this with you and for you, you know. So I'm here today. I'm not an expert and very clearly no less than every other presenter here today. I'm a mom who wants my daughter to have confidence that she will be permitted the gift of growing into an adult. So in March of 2020, as the pandemic shut Edmonton down, I signed the contract to become Tomorrow Foundation's executive director. My job is to grow that organization and mobilize Edmontonians from across the political spectrum to work together and create the systemic changes needed to make a real impact in staying within Edmonton's carbon budget. Last week, I was also given the green light to begin work on another project. With funding from SRIA, Smart, Sustainable, Resilient Infrastructure Association, the project is called Retrofit Canada and is being led by Butterwick Projects Limited, including Net Zero Titans, Peter Amarangan and Dave Butterwick, with project collaboration from local nonprofit Climate Action Edmonton. My role is to build awareness, conduct market analysis, and education opportunities. Approximately half of Edmonton's residential housing stock is single detached. We will be taking 3 of these homes at various stages of upgrades and performing a deep energy retrofit using super insulated, fully finished, prefabricated exterior panels. Essentially, in 6 weeks, the homes will get these panels strapped on, including a new roof with solar installation. The homes will be disconnected from natural gas, and all energy needs will be met with electricity. They will be converted from energy guzzlers to fully net zero. Along the way, we will also be creating good, local Alberta jobs, with the panels being manufactured just 165 kilometers away in Killam, Alberta. Closer to home, Edmonton will be a tech leader too through this project. Because the panels are manufactured off-site, it is vital all measurements are extremely accurate. Logan Gilmore, a master's student in computing science, is developing the software right here in Edmonton. Using ground and drone-based photos, his software will develop highly accurate, and I'm talking plus or minus 6 millimeter, 3D models used for panel manufacturing. So what does this have to do with today's discussion? Number 1, partnerships matter if we want to work quickly and leverage several sources of money. The $500,000 in funding for this project was made possible by investments from nonprofit, industry, and private individuals. But did you know that when we were preparing the application, we actually wanted to find 3 single-family homes that would benefit those suffering from energy poverty? The trick is no social housing agency had a single detached home we could use, and you can't just knock on the door of a rundown house and ask the stranger if they're suffering from energy poverty, and might you please retrofit the home for them. The City of Edmonton could help connect up some of the 74,000 energy-poor households to opportunities like this, so that we're both decreasing carbon emissions and giving a hand up to those households who need it most. Although I've learned some things today, and it looks like I might need to connect with Yasmin with Empower Me post-meeting. Number 2, existing housing is where we need to focus first. 70 to 80% of homes that will be standing in 2050 already exist. It's really, really time to pilot the Clean Energy Improvement Program. Number 3, shallow energy retrofits won't cut it, as other speakers have explained. Accelerated actions that increase incentives for deeper energy retrofits is what we need. Number 4, analysis and measurements matter. For each of the 3 homes retrofitted, we will be taking an energy analysis. I can't wait for the City of Edmonton's carbon budgeting to get put into place so that every city project is evaluated with a carbon impact in mind. And the 2023 to 2026 budget is simply too late. On behalf of my daughter, thank you for declaring the climate emergency. We need a leap to energy transition in time for her to grow up. It's time to act with all tools at hand. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Next is Elizabeth Sitko, followed by David Dodge. Elizabeth, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Elizabeth Sitko, long-term Edmontonian, resident of Forest Heights, and this is my first time speaking to City Council. This was a summer unlike any other, with something magical happening seemingly overnight. As you are well aware, COVID-19 has altered the way Edmontonians interact with their city. Instead of flying off to far-flung places, people stayed home. This meant more people walked, rolled, or cycled their neighborhoods. The magic was how the city boldly created multi-use paths by placing traffic cones and simple signage. Whenever I went across the river to Ada Boulevard or cycled up from the Walterdale Bridge to Saskatchewan Drive, I saw people on scooters, bikes, skateboards, or simply walking in places previously forbidden. The proposed accelerated actions of the Community Energy Transition Strategy will move Edmonton out of the planning phase and into action. This demonstrates to Edmontonians and those outside the city that Edmonton is committed to meeting climate targets and having follow-through. Goal H, safe and accessible zero-emission mobility, includes constructing more bike lanes. The Community Energy Transition Plan says that the updated bike lane proposal is not currently funded. I have a potential solution to this. At the moment, the federal government is providing funding for active transportation infrastructure. I sent an inquiry to Councillor Henderson if Edmonton has applied for it, but I have not got a firm answer about that yet. So, getting this federal funding does involve working with the province, but the truth of the matter is that there's money on the table for the city to take action in meeting not only their environmental plan, but also the goal of community building. Active transportation means neighbors meet, local business is supported, and people become invested in their community. Now is not the time to dither. Apply for the funding. Build the multi-use paths. Create more footbridges spanning the river with a focus on accessibility. The same amount of dedication used to build projects like the Yellowhead expansion needs to be applied to building our active transportation network if the city is serious about meeting its goals. People of my age and freshly graduated from university desire to live in a place that does not require an hour each way of driving to and from work. And honestly, many millennials and younger people cannot afford to own a vehicle, never mind the insurance. By having robust public transportation and an active transportation network where one can walk to work, you will attract new professionals to the city. I will also add that the desire for active transportation is reinforced by how successful the cancelled e-bike rebate was. Each application to that program is one Edmontonian getting out of the car to take a bike ride. This is what the city needs to encourage to meet their goals. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And last but not least, David Dodge.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and City Councillors. It seems to me I had this same position last year at this time, or at least last August when the climate emergency was declared. My name is David Dodge. I'm here today representing myself as a tax-paying citizen of Edmonton. I'm part of a 4-generation family that has been living in North Edmonton for all of those generations. I think I found a way to get 10 minutes out of 5. If you could just replay in your head what Chelsea Donnellan said representing the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Advisory Committee again, I think their input is spot on. I hope to take this up to a slightly higher level to kind of try to wrap it up today. Climate change is reason enough to seriously engage in this energy transition, but there's one other really big reason why our actions on these files are essential to our future as a city. And the more I learn about this, the more I've come to believe this. We need to build a competitive city where people want to live and have jobs. I know that sounds simple, but I think that's the gravity of the reality that we face today. Trillions of dollars, as have been mentioned before, in capital are moving to clean technology and clean energy, to low and no emissions transportation, and to hyper-efficient buildings. Globally, 77% of all new investment in power generation between now and 2050 is projected to go into renewables. About $300 billion has been moved in the car industry. The whole industry has moved into electric vehicles. There are 700 models of electric vehicles under development, mostly due out before 2025. Some builders in Canada have moved already to producing only net zero ready homes, which signals to me a technical and economic readiness for codes and standards. This is what the future looks like. This is where the investment is going globally, and this is where the future jobs, prosperity, and success will come from. To be part of this economy, Edmonton needs to embrace its updated energy transition plan and work together with residents, businesses, and other levels of government to leverage our expertise in energy and energy-efficient buildings to lead the economy of the future. Leadership in these areas will attract businesses who want to be part of a forward-thinking city with a plan for a resilient future, attract residents who see the potential for a sustainable future and jobs for their children. The future is here, and so just very quickly and anecdotally, I was just down in Claresholm last couple of weeks ago, where the largest solar project in Canadian history is being constructed unsubsidized. The motels were full in Claresholm, and the companies building the project actually need more people right now to work on the project. I saw rows and rows of cars of people working there on drilling screw piles, assembling solar racks, installing solar, building inverter stations, etc. A 35-year-old home builder in Ontario has moved to building nothing but net zero ready homes now, and has already built 50 homes, has 20 more on order, has brisk sales even during times of COVID, and has 2 developments where they can fit another couple hundred of these and are totally committed to that move already. An Edmonton engineer who first worked designing control systems for coal-fired power plants and then gas plants, pivoted to solar and is now working on a dozen 20-megawatt solar projects in Ontario and Alberta. These are the things you don't hear about. Edmonton has already invested in 40 electric buses, which appears to be turning out to be a very positive investment due to smart decisions made in procurement. This will result in lower operating and maintenance costs. Edmonton is a leader in these areas, and we will build an economically and environmentally sustainable future by not compromising on our goals and level of ambition and avoiding delays in implementation, leading with a strong vision that inspires other municipalities and leads, inspires, and insists on investments by the provincial and federal governments. Being firm in our resolve, flexible in our implementation, inclusive in our approach, and strategic in our investments. And finally, regulations are absolutely essential to success. We will not be successful in reducing emissions unless there's a level playing field, universally applied, where the focus is on efficiently delivering the solutions we need, not debating the solutions, but efficiently delivering them. Not doing so will unfairly burden those who take action and will ultimately be unsuccessful. Will this be easy? I would suggest anything worthwhile is rarely easy. If we do this, we build an economically and climate resilient city where businesses are successful and people want to live and have jobs in the future. Thank you.
Thanks to all of our presenters. We appreciate you taking the time and sticking with us here. Please continue to stick with us, as I'm sure there are follow-up questions for you. So, Councillor Carmel, you've selected these items. If you've got questions. And then we'll open the speakers list here.
I do have a few. I probably won't be very long, at least in my first round. And my questions were for Jacob. Sorry, I should be using the name. Mr. Komar. And I just wanted you to go through those numbers again that you're speaking about in terms of the costs for the average home, and you rattled off a number of statistics there, and I'd just like you to go through them again, maybe perhaps with a little slower so I can keep up with you a little bit. Is Mr. Kumar there? Well, perhaps he has left. Okay, I will defer to others at this point, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to gather my thoughts on a few other questions.
I think Stephanie Carter was speaking along a similar line, and I think there were others as well, but they had referenced each other's remarks, I think, so.
Well, if they can speak to those comments, there was, I'm sorry, I was trying to take notes, but I didn't catch it. There was something about the average home costing $3,000 more a year to heat, but triple pane windows only costing $2,000 per home to install. And I just wanted to follow these numbers along here because I see shaking heads and it's not clear to me. If anybody has better information to offer, please go ahead.
I believe Jacob has come back online. I can see him there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kumar. Did you hear my question? Doesn't sound like you did.
I think it was around the cost of was it the $2,000 for the triple pane windows?
Well, you went through quite a number of numbers very quickly in your presentation, so I'm just hoping that you could replay those because I had some questions about them, but I want to make sure I got them right.
Yeah, so the 2,000 around the triple pane windows, that one of our big clients is a builder in Calgary, so we've modeled over 1,000 homes for them. And initially we worked through a bunch of numbers on what it would take for them to reach the energy code. And when they ran the numbers, the upgrade cost, the actual cost of the triple pane upgrade is about $1,500 for their typical home. But you have to add a little bit of cost to change the details and a little bit of wood. So overall, it was about $2,000 upgrade for their cost. And depending which windows you're comparing it to, it was up to a 15 to 20% energy improvement just for that upgrade alone. So for a lot of buildings, that upgrade alone got them to energy code compliance.
So that's on a new home, and that's $1,500 to upgrade from an existing window package. Is that right? Or whatever is offered.
Exactly. So, yeah, and I fully realize that for existing homes, it's not going to be that much. It's going to be.
Yeah, that was my question because it sounded like as I understood it, the focus of your presentation was on new home builds, but we heard a lot of discussion today around the number of existing homes that need upgrading and need retrofitting. And I believe you said that the average cost to heat a home is going to increase by $3,000 a year in the coming years. Did I understand that correctly?
I mean, I'm trying to prove a point that the energy costs are only going to go up, and that $14 a gigajoule, while it may seem outrageous today, is very possible based on historical precedent. And where the carbon tax needs to get to, they estimate $200 per ton to reach our climate commitments. So if we actually pursue these climate commitments, we need to do something, and the natural gas or the carbon tax will go up. So I'm not saying that's going to happen this year or next year, but I think certainly within 10 years, that's certainly possible. And for retrofit, it's certainly harder to do that, but that's precisely the point. Let's build the buildings correctly today so that we don't have to spend 10 times the cost, well, maybe not 10 times, but 3 times the cost in 7 years to have to retrofit, because, you know, a new window package is $1,500 or $2,000. To replace the windows in an existing home, you might be looking at 20 grand, right?
Right. Thank you. My time is up. I may come around again.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody for the time they made to present today. I won't get to ask you all questions, but I'm grateful for your collective wisdom. So I did want to start with Chelsea and Shafraz, just related to this debate that ensued a little bit about regulation versus incentives, particularly on new homes. Can you talk a little bit or shine any light on any arguments that happened within the advisory committee about that? Like, what is the best approach? Is it a combination of the two? Do we lean more on one than the other in terms of on the new build? And then I'll ask you questions about retrofits in a follow-up. Chelsea, do you want to, or Shafraz, either?
Yeah,
either one.
I can speak to that. Essentially, we did a jurisdictional review through C40 Cities, through our friends at the City of Vancouver, who, as John McNichol mentioned, is working on a ZEBEX program. All of the leading municipalities have used both incentives and regulation. In fact, many of them encouraged us to use regulation because it costs the city time to put in the regulation, but doesn't cost the city money. Without regulation, the industry will not move fast enough, as we've heard from Sherry Shorten, who presented facts on how the building code had recently been upgraded in terms of energy performance, but it was only with that regulation that builders actually made any difference.
So it's kind of a situation where we have to thread the needle, where it's a little bit of both, noting that the incentives are largely more affordable for orders of government with bigger pools of money than municipalities may have. So I think that's an interesting follow-up question that I'll dive into with administration. The other question on the retrofit side, do you think that based on the energy equity, the equity question and the cost or the lack of affordability through having an inefficient home, that we've put enough emphasis in this report? And considering the total number of homes in Edmonton that are not very efficient and both environmentally inefficient and costly to the owner or the renters, is there enough emphasis on that piece in our strategy?
Well, as we mentioned, we have lots of great words, but very little actionable and things that follow a metric or a measure to see how well we're moving towards that goal. A lot of the work for retrofits needs to happen as soon as possible, so we can, start to tackle the thousands upon thousands of homes that need to be retrofitted.
So similar to the Clean Energy Improvement Program, formerly known as PACE, which isn't just about solar panels. That's a financing scheme for other technologies. But the larger question of, energy audits, understanding which house needs what kind of improvements on a scale, that's going to involve a lot of partners, whether it be financial institutions, building trades, the energy audit community, all of these folks. So would it be in our interest, you think, to get our what's in gear on bringing all the people together? Because the city can't do that alone. We could convene all the partners to do that. And there was a couple other speakers, Ms. Kuziak, who talked a little bit about that today. But that would be our role, I suppose, in that regard, which would be more of a convening role, potentially.
For sure. And a lot of that work had been started by Energy Efficiency Alberta, right, with their incentive programs in the last previous government's 4 years, where there was an industry geared up to build the auditing and the measuring of how bad your house compares to others, right, and then what recommended courses of action. And we also already have some of those programs at the City of Edmonton with the benchmarking program, right? That work has
benchmark, and what next is the mystery.
Exactly. But what we're hoping to do is create like targets to say we need to retrofit X number of homes per year starting next year.
Okay, I'll need a second round, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Walters. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. I have a whole bunch of questions, so I'll just go in order. I wanted to start with Ms. Agar from Pembina Institute, if you're still there. And I'm wondering, because part of this question, understanding that retrofit is really important, but I'm wondering if any of your modeling has looked at how much deeper we dig ourselves into that retrofit hole if we're still building buildings today that are just going to have to be retrofitted in the future. And if you've modeled that out for us.
Yes, thank you for the question. No, this is the buildings that are standing today. So the movement on new buildings is, as other speakers have already brought up, critical, or else we're going to continue to bury ourselves in this retrofit problem, which, yes, is harder and likely more expensive.
So that would make your numbers worse, I presume, if we continue to build things that are going to need significant retrofit in the future.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because and interesting enough, I'm in terms of the retrofit, I mean, obviously retrofit probably is something you couldn't handle through regulation. Retrofits are probably mostly going to have to be through incentive. Are there ways in which you can handle retrofit through regulation?
There are some things that the City of Vancouver are working through. One of them is to make sure that rezoning policy requires major retrofits to improve energy, and also Vancouver's looking at how to regulate carbon over and above just sort of energy savings, which is important. We can require electrification here, rather than just allowing for reductions with natural gas.
Right.
That's one example. Yeah.
Okay, but that may be peculiar to where your electricity grid is very different from ours, so that may be a slightly different problem. Mr. Melross, I was interested actually really quickly, and this is sort of a bit of a sidebar, but I know Dr. Farreau mentioned getting resources to you. And I'm actually not seeing that anywhere in the recommendations we have right here. I'm very familiar with your program, as you know. Your money right now is an endowment funded by the federal government, but you need to start earning money on that before you can really start moving. So is there an ability in which we could unlock some of that money faster if the city could get some support to you?
Councillor Henderson, thank you for the question. Yes, I have been talking to the administration on that, and essentially, if you do contribute to the Climate Innovation Fund, you'd be able to, I think, accelerate our programming, given that for the most part in the endowment model, you're developing programming based on the return on investment of that endowment. Until we get to the point that we can unlock the capital within the endowment itself by direct investing, which we intend to do as well, but we need some time to do that. So we'd be able to hit the ground running with accelerated and bigger scale programs. I do believe, though, it is one of the accelerated actions, if I recall, in attachment 1.
I might have missed it. I went looking for it and I couldn't see it. Okay, that's good to know. I just thought I wanted to explore that with you. Actually, I had wanted to ask this question of Mr. McNichol, but I think he's gone. I'm not seeing him here anymore. So, so maybe I'll ask it of Ms. Bond or Mr. Hiltz. One of the things that I'm interested in this question of regulation, in that one, it can raise the bar for everybody. So it gets rid of the bottom feeders, which actually I've got to assume makes some things easier for you, because it's not a kind of race to the bottom. But I'm wondering too, if you can create regulation that is not that is more about outcomes than it is about specific methodology of how you get there, whether or not that in itself creates some energy around innovation. It seems to me that if there's an expectation that solutions have to be found, that some of the other stuff we're trying to push in terms of innovation, particularly in our own economy, may be goosed, which is part of what we're trying to do here, and just your thinking on that. Ms. Bond, maybe you're the best one to respond.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one. So definitely you hit the nail on the head there in terms of innovation. So we're not against regulation as a whole, we're just against regulation heavy-handed or not having it. Sorry?
Prescriptive rather than outcome-based.
Yes, and outcome-based is very, very important. I mean, like our office building, for example, still testing out different technologies with off-grid electricity, some cogen units actually working with Mr. Caldwell, for example, and ATCO with some alternative energies in our office. So that's important. We need to test some things. I think the focus on electrification was a little bit alarming when these discussions were first happening, but we just need the space to see what's possible and what can work on a broader scale.
Great. I'm out of time. I'll have to come out again. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Ms. Bond, I'm going to start with you. I know we had some discussions in the past about this, and so your fundamental concern is about is bringing unaffordability to your sector. Is that right?
One of the major concerns, yes.
Yeah, because I would think that, and as we've heard today, that buying a new home that costs a few $1,000s more, and I don't know exactly what the cost would be, that would be saving you money month by month, would still be a pretty solid marketing strategy.
Yes, I mean, I think depending on how you're building the home, it's going to take a long time for you to see those returns. And we're living in a world for Effect Homes where we do infill and custom, so there's certainly some other elements to that too. But it's not super affordable, so we can try and make it work for everybody, but unfortunately there seems to be a price point which we cannot seem to go below. It's at this certain point and above if people want to take full advantage of net zero, for example.
Yeah, which sort of brings me to my next, as I was listening to everybody today, and I really wanted to thank everybody for their presentations on this absolutely critical issue. And I heard something like 75% of Edmontonians. But I wonder about how committed everybody is to a climate change strategy in the midst of a financial downturn and a pandemic. And I know we had the doctor on earlier who was doing education, and anybody who could weigh in on public thinking around this. I'm not really concerned politically, to be honest, but we certainly want to ride a wave or create a wave of support for this because it will cost money. There she is. She's back. Melanie Hoffman. Yes. Do you have any insights into, first of all, where we're at in public attitudes, and secondly, maybe how we work on any resistance?
Lots of thoughts. I'll try to keep it short and we'll be happy to continue that conversation. There's a recent study by Lakehead University and Learning for a Sustainable Future that showed that in terms of climate change education in Alberta, we aren't doing particularly well, as no one's going to be particularly surprised. A lot of parents surveyed didn't have the ability to answer correctly on just some basic information around this, and but thought that they were well informed. So we have sort of this situation where people think they know, but we need to think about how we're communicating. And so I really appreciate the many voices here who front the cascading benefits of acting on climate. And so as we're looking at economic recovery, it's an opportunity to just do that hand in hand and talk about the economic benefits. If you look at the Drawdown Solutions Framework, on the 30-year time frame that they analyze, it is economically wise to implement the mosaic of solutions that would bring us to the point of reducing the greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. What they show is the political will. And so it is an issue of elevating above the noise what we actually know. And that's what drives certainly my passion for community education, because too many of us are just not having those conversations and can't filter out of the noise what is actually true.
Yeah. Thank you. And Yasmin, I wanted to ask you about people who are energy poor. And in a lot of those situations, they would be renting. It would be a landlord situation, no?
Not always. No, I do have the stats and I can send those to you, but that's a bit of a myth. There are a lot of homeowners out there that have the assets of the home, but either they've lost their job or they're, financially just they're living paycheck to paycheck, and so they can't afford to get a new furnace or get insulation or take advantage of financing programs. So there is data around that. I'm happy to send it to you.
Please do. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. I'll weigh in here. So I got to get back to my notes. So I had questions for John, but I think he had to leave. McNichol, about the industry partnership. I think there's some really good work happening there, but we'll ask some more questions of administration about the industry partnership work. So picking up a bit on the questions, Sydney, I think Councillor Henderson was going there, that specifying the outcome is okay with industry, but prescribing that there's only one pathway, or that it has to be via certain technology is the issue. The other issue that has come up both from home builders and from CHBA is inconsistent standards in the region as a matter of practical implementation and also competitiveness for the city. Can you expand on that concern?
Yes, so this file, as everyone here can attest to, has been extremely complicated, and it's pivoted quite a few times since it began. And so some of the proposed recommendations earlier on were a little bit more prescriptive, and there seems to be some misunderstanding between energy neutral and emissions neutral, and the differences between how those buildings operate or how one might achieve outcomes going down different roads. So I think, like we said, we support the targets. It's just we need some space to see what's possible, and that Alberta context is very, very important, because there's lots of things coming out of other municipalities and other provinces, but they're not going to work as well here. So we just need to be realistic about what those are, what the limitations are, and what is going to actually work here in Alberta. Some exciting things obviously happening with hydrogen energy and who knows what else, but we need some room to explore what that might look like.
Thanks for that. And to Mike Cole from UDI, I think you raised questions about equity and competitiveness, and have discussed that in a regional context before. I don't know, are you still there, Mike?
Yes, I am.
So I guess I'll modify or add a little to the question here, which is, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations with the mayors in the region and through the regional growth plan about how to deal with these climate imperatives and realize the economic opportunities related to them in a unified regional context. And so just curious your thoughts, if we were able to figure out further to what Ms. Bond was just saying, at least the floor, whatever that is, consistently across the region and fairly, and then the pathways for to get to the outcomes and unleash the market to do its innovative thing. Your thoughts about the likelihood, based on your conversations, of being able to do that at a regional context? Would that work better? In essence, let me put the finer point on the question. If I was able to get the other mayors around the regional table to agree, we need to take a consistent regional approach on this to get to these goals, and not undermine each other from a standpoint of competitiveness or regulatory complexity, would that be desirable, and would industry be reassured if any approaches that were being taken were at least being taken at a metropolitan scale rather than just by the City of Edmonton?
I think my initial thought on that would be that it would certainly solve the regional inconsistency challenges that would otherwise arise. It still wouldn't address some of the supply chain issues that would be out there. It's been touched on, I think, through the working committee, as well as some of the speakers here today, where the supply chain to new home construction is really, and existing stock construction is beyond the region. Is really, provincial, national, and international in scope. So those are really significant challenges that would still be there. But to answer your specific question, solving the regional consistency part would certainly be one of the factors that would be a win.
Well, and I'll just pick up on that quickly, since we sort of have a good chunk of the ecosystem here, from the architects to the consultants to the builders, is we've got this idle production capacity in the city here, and we do build a lot of the things in the supply chain. Do you think there's an economic development opportunity for us to meet the spec that we need as a region if we were to double down on that? Mike?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that one, but I think it would take time for the entire building industry to try to adjust its existing supply chain towards that more localized approach. And with that will be learnings and certainly bumps in the road, and on the interim some cost pressures as well. So not to say that it would not be doable, but it would certainly take time, because as I said, the supply chain right now is very global.
Sounds like we need a heat pump factory, but I'll leave that up to the market to figure out. So thanks. I'm out of time, so I'll go next to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you anticipated my question, so I'll just expand on it a little bit. Back to Mike. I think one of the challenges that I'm hearing is just like these sort of economies of scale. Like, one would think, well, if we all start doing this net zero or achieving targets and goals, it's just a matter of will. But the reality is, it's a matter of supply. Is that what I'm hearing? Mike Cole?
Yeah, I'm trying to just make sure I understand your question, but certainly supply in relation to the supply chain is an important consideration. Yes.
Yeah, and that's sort of where I'm going with this. What I'm hearing is that some of the reluctance, or maybe the obstacles here, that we just don't have the local production to meet what the need would be through regulation in changing this sort of build form, or what we're trying to achieve as far as greenhouse gas emissions and energy savings. So we just don't have the capacity here to meet the potential demand based on potential regulation change.
Yeah, I would suggest that would be the case. I'd also remind, I know a lot of the discussion is around new housing stock, but really, the overall residential sector is only 18% based on the report of the total emissions in order to achieve the goals. So, certainly want to keep the new home residential construction in that context of the broader goal.
And that's a really important point. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I just want to shift over to Mr. Dodge. One of the things that one of the challenges that I'm sort of wrestling with is this idea that we implement these regulations, and it slows the desire to build because people just think that they should be investing their money elsewhere where building is easier, and the impact that could have on our economy and our local workforce. I'm just wondering if you've given any thought to that.
Well, these are complex times, obviously, but I was very surprised last week when I was talking to a home builder in Guelph, Ontario, who has decided they're only going to build net zero ready homes, and that's all they build now. And they're a 35-year-old builder, not new to the market. And I said to the guy, I said, so I presume, sales are miserable like they are everywhere right now. And he said, no, not so. Actually, what people are doing, at least where they are, is they're moving out of Toronto to Guelph, and they're buying a nicer house and a house with more of a long-term view, a more sustainable home. And so he's actually doing really well. I think the question of supply chain and some of these issues we're talking about are all about how we do it. So I'm not assuming, and builders say this all the time, don't land this on us like a spaceship. And yet some resist the idea of a pathway. So I think the clear solution is there is definitely urgency. We need to get at this now. But, it involves a pathway. And the pathway gives us time to sort out supply chain issues, but it also ramps it up in a methodical way that we can respond to this stuff. So I think there are issues there, but I think we can solve them.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because if you ask most folks and you say, what do you think the urgency is on dealing with climate change, they're going to say 10 out of 10. But then if you say, but what if it costs you more money? The metric changes a little bit. So I'm just wondering how you feel we overcome this sort of embedded idea that people have about, maybe making change is not in their own financial best interest.
Well, I hope you're asking me, Aaron, so I'm responding. I think we can do this. And I was so gratified when I heard about the Guelph example that, we have a lot of builders here that know how to do this. And they're saying their add-on cost there is about $25,000 to $30,000 on an $800,000 home, which I think is outstanding. So the value is there. There's no question the value is there. But I think, we need to get more creative for sure. We do need to work with industry. Have we thought about things, like a tax holiday? What if we give people who build net zero, they don't pay taxes on a fifth of the value of their home for the first 10 years or something like that? There's a very easy way to get the same money we would have got out of a new home as a city corporation and to actually incentivize the market. I don't know if we started to get creative enough, but I said this in my report or in my statement, is we're not going to get there without regulation. Climate change, we are where we are with climate change because of 30 to 35 years of voluntary action, because only a certain number of people take voluntary action. And so there's no way we're going to do this unless we all get together and figure out a pathway we can all live with that gets us the results we need.
I appreciate that. You just made my final point. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So another set of haphazard questions, I'm afraid. First of all, to Mr. Caldwell, if he's still with us from ATCO. Yep. So I'm just looking at your slide deck, sir, and on the fourth slide, it looks like what I see there is a blending station, which is blending hydrogen and natural gas. Is that right? Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so that would be distributed as essentially as heating energy through the same natural gas pipeline distribution that is currently being used. It says 95% gas, so I'm assuming that's correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
When I go to your next slide then, that seems to imply, you know, hydrogen as a fuel source all by itself, not blended with anything, but just purely hydrogen. Is that correct?
Yeah, do you want me to expand on that a bit?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so we see blending as the pathway to getting to pure hydrogen. So we're pretty confident you can blend somewhere between 20 and 30% hydrogen into existing gas grids with minimal impact on end users. Just as an example, a 20% blending project was just completed in the United Kingdom at a place called Keele University. And what it does is it gives us time to figure out all the unknown questions about getting to pure hydrogen. Now, going back to some of the other comments, apologize about the background noise, going back to some of the other comments, you know, if carbon tax is increased, like Jacob talked about, as quick as some people think they may, we could get there very fast, but it all comes down to the economics of it.
Would it ultimately have the same distribution system, the same infrastructure?
Yes, we would. So on the distribution side, we would reuse effectively 100% of the pipes. We'd need to build some new transmission lines, just because practically you can't just switch from natural gas to hydrogen in a transmission line, and it doesn't work that way, I'll just say. But yeah, effectively the distribution lines in Edmonton would remain the same. So
either to you or Mr. Kumar, then when we talk about new builds, understanding that's a small part of what we're talking about. When we talk about new builds, and we talk about trying to build buildings that do not need to be retrofit, how do we retrofit proof them? And I've heard, you know, for instance, just in this conversation, that we might get to a hydrogen as a heating fuel. We heard earlier some homes moving to 100% electricity, but on today's grid, that is essentially hydrocarbon powered. So it's just natural gas by another way. Is it just building envelope, Mr. Kumar, that we're talking about when we talk about retrofit proof, or does it go deeper?
No, I think, I mean, certainly the envelope needs to improve from what we're building today. But in my mind, I would disagree with Greg, and he knows this. But I wouldn't ever recommend switching over to hydrogen. It leaves us with the same problem, because hydrogen requires carbon storage, which is undeveloped right now. We don't have any appliances that could run on 100% hydrogen. And it still leaves us fundamentally with inefficient buildings that rely on ATCO to distribute them with expensive energy, right? I think a future-proof building is an electric building using heat pumps that reduces your energy use by 80%. That's what we're trying to get to.
So I don't disagree with you. You and I have had conversations around low ambient temperature district heating systems too, and which essentially relies on 100% electricity when you get to the home, but there's other pieces to that puzzle. But we're hearing today suggestions that hydrogen might be a solution, 100% electricity might be a solution. 100% electricity relies on a grid that migrates to renewable energy, which is a path. How do we start talking about regulation today when we don't know necessarily how these solutions will evolve? I mean, how do you remain retrofit proof in such an open market, or with such a number of different potential outcomes?
Can I maybe jump in? So I was pretty clear in my presentation not to rely on regulations, because we just don't know where technology is going to go. As far as Jacob could be right. I mean, all the buildings in the future could be electric, or I could be right. Like, we don't know. But what I think we do need to focus in on the plan is how to clean up the energy coming in on both the electric and gas side. I think we really have to focus there, because then it allows us flexibility on some of the other stuff.
But we're also not asking you to go to net zero today, right? It's just we need the codes to get stricter and stricter to get improving insulation gradually and incentivize building of these electric net zero homes. Net zero ready.
I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. So question for Greg, actually, Mr. Caldwell. The other part of your presentation talked about utility funded energy efficiency in lieu of the province stepping back from doing what they were doing previously. Can you talk a little bit more about that? What would be the first steps that a municipality would take to engage in that sort of thing?
So, I think the right way to do it would be for council and the mayor, or I don't know exactly how you do this, but for some of you to meet with the Department of Energy and just have a discussion about the need for this to not only support your plan. And the reason I say Department of Energy is they're ultimately responsible for the regulations and the updates to the regulations that would allow utilities to do this.
So, say a little bit more about utilities to do what specifically? Is it related?
To fund energy efficiency programming through our rates, which is the way it's done across North America.
So it's just it's a rate filing issue.
It's actually a regulation issue. We're not allowed. We have a decision telling us we're not allowed to, and this is all utilities in Alberta.
Okay, that's interesting to think through for sure. So thanks for raising that. I did want to go over to Ms. Bond and Mr. Hiltz. This tension or threading the needle between the right kind of regulation or the right kind of incentives. I think innovation and outcomes are the right outcomes are what we're all after. But can you, either of you, give me an example of where a regulation stifled innovation? Is that a fair question? Maybe you don't have an example, but
sure. And Derek, jump in if you have some thoughts too. But so from our perspective as a custom builder doing infill and redevelopment in the city, we've had a few projects have hiccups with energy provider regulations focusing on fully electrified buildings and including car chargers. So there's lots of limitations on how much a building can produce and whether or not you can incorporate EV chargers into that mix. That's been very difficult. And anecdotally, with our office, for example, if we were to be forced to go fully electric, it would have been very expensive and very difficult for us to do that in our office. So we do have cogen units, which uses natural gas and solar panels, but our solar panels are off grid, and we store in batteries, and that was actually a little bit tricky to get the off grid piece moving as well.
Okay. Well, I think Mr. Hiltz, you had said in your presentation about the importance of being at the table here, and considering that your industry is, responsible for the biggest chunk of new builds. I think I asked the retrofit questions earlier, and we have to get after that for sure. But is it just a matter of making sure that there's good relationships, constant communication, and that all the partners are working together on this, and that you're not being surprised with a regulation or an incentive that actually may not work for you people who are actually tasked with building these products?
Through the chair to Councillor Walters, yes, that's in this journey from 2015 even till today. Industry has been essentially saying the same thing. We have options, we have other ways. And thankfully, actually today, we found that this report that's in front of you has pivoted significantly to recommendations that we made. So again, going forward, we just want to be there. It took a while. Message was repeated. Sometimes I think there was a lot of frustration, but we do want the same thing. Absolutely.
But what is that same thing? I presume we all want our emissions to reduce dramatically.
Agreed, Councillor. We have no choice. I'm with many of the presenters today. We've got to do something about the planet that we're living on. If we don't make some changes, we're not going to have one left. I like the mention to the biodiversity side of it. If we don't start focusing on the decisions we make, and I'm going to kind of wrap another part of the answer in here, and that's in 4 seconds. The supply chain piece inside the house is, I think, something that we need to start counting carbon in. It gets missed. the building code side focuses on the external piece, the bones, the shell. If we start to look at embedded carbon again, that's inside the selections that people make and how we can pivot to a sustainable choices inside selections from flooring to concrete to you name it, and just environmental pieces there. It's an important thing to do.
Good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I will click in here at this point, and maybe pick up on that, Mr. Hiltz. You mentioned the whole supply chain and the opportunity to either decarbonize the supply chain as well, but be mindful that we're buying the right things. I don't know if you or CHBA National have been following the notion of border adjustments related to carbon, and it looks with the outcome in the U.S. like that's a real possibility for, which could be good or bad for Canada from a U.S. trade perspective, but as far as truing up the real carbon footprint of something coming in from outside the country, have you guys looked at that from a supply chain perspective as far as builders who are reliant on products from outside the country, both for what that's going to mean for cost, but also on the other hand, what that means for domestic production and supply chain?
We have. In our national conference last year that was in British Columbia, we discussed options where when the supply chain is managed and certain components, again, related to the envelope, for example, are managed and you've got close to neutrality in that carbon footprint and behind that embedded carbon piece, the right house can actually start storing carbon. And that's when you lower the amount of energy it uses, and then you, again, are being very cautious in the selections that you make and practices and distribution, the whole mix. The building actually stores carbon. And that's a really neat equation when you start looking at that. But again, it's not challenging. It's just you have to do some due diligence in the choices that you make and where you buy your product.
I think that's a really important point, so thank you for that. Where are things at from your perspective on energy labeling? Because we've heard a lot about, educating the consumer to make the choice, and Mr. Komar has made the point that there's long-term risk out there and that there should be a benefit. Still slays me that you can buy a house and not know the mileage on it, but that's coming, is it not? And where's industry at in terms of not just the regulatory side for labeling, but educating the consumer about mitigating that long-term risk, whatever energy is going to cost down the road?
It is coming, and the awareness has been, it's been front and center, I'd say, in the last 3 years. And slowly, people are asking questions for us in the marketplace about solar options, asking us good questions about water consumption, asking us good questions about reheating. In today's day and age, I believe if you don't have an HRV in your house, people are going to ask you why it's not there. If you don't have triple pane windows in your house, customers are going to ask you why it's not there. So we're getting some uptick on that. The labeling is massive on that. Consistent understanding in that labeling is important. Again, when I talk about the products that are used, and again, some of this carbon accounting, right? And making sure that we're balancing that. That would really help. If we had consumers asking us for nothing but labeled products, we'd be building an entirely different house. But even options towards selections, granite, green versus conventional, what I'll call conventional today, there's a small shift. But.
And back to Sydney, something we've talked about before is the other thing that motivates the consumer is the financing. And so is there, if we get labeling, both for new build and to help drive demand for energy efficiency retrofit, there's still no incentive by way of higher financing or more leverage for a potentially costlier but more valuable. It has a higher price because it has a higher value. There's still no movement on those on mortgage incentives or financing other than PACE. Yeah, from the feds around the mortgage rules.
Yeah, as far as I know, there aren't any other incentives. So when given the choice, we have tons of people, as I've explained, and with councillors in the past. Tons of people coming through the door that are very interested, but don't end up building with us just because there isn't that something to push them, take that next step on them.
So the other point you and others had made was that there's a need for incentives, and I think financing's the sort of cost neutral incentive to government, but the other incentives in the form of grants, if we rely too heavily on those, don't you think there's an issue where you're potentially paying some people to do the thing they were going to do anyway? It's called the free rider issue, and if we're doing that and still not moving the floor up enough to get the regulations, what's the trade-off there in your mind?
That's a tricky question. I mean, personally, we don't see those numbers big enough to see the free rider program, I guess. Maybe Derek, from a volume builder perspective, do you have any thoughts on that specific question?
My mic wasn't coming on there, now it's on. In order for that to be impactful, you have to have an economy of scale behind it, and that does play into larger volume. So it's challenging right now. It's as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, it's a tough balancing act and trade-off, but it could actually push some of the smaller volume builders away from the target.
Well, more work to do, obviously, but thanks for those answers. That's helpful. Go to Councillor Henderson next.
Just as an observation before I go into my next set of questions and see if there's any disagreement on this, it sounds to me like everybody's talking about regulation, they're imagining something slightly different. And that we got agreement on the fact that if you do regulation around outcome, the danger with regulation, I think I'm hearing from everybody, is if it gets too prescriptive, it actually gets in the way of innovation. And that if you regulate the wrong thing, that the kind of question that Mr. Caldwell and Mr. Kamar were talking about, where we don't know where technology may go in the future, might also be misguessed. So I think there is, I'm guessing, and I actually want to go. I think to Mr. Kamar or Ms. Donnellan on this next, because it seems to me that we need to do some more work on trying to imagine what we want out of regulation now. That probably needs to be tied into your point about making sure we have targets and measurement in the short term to make sure we're getting there. Is that and that if we got everybody together to agree on that, that maybe we could actually come to a place where we could make sure that it's not just regulation, but the right regulation in order to get us there. Because I think that I'm hearing people hearing something different about regulation and imagining something different that may not actually get us to where we want to go, but that doesn't mean that it's inherently the wrong way to go. Thoughts about that to either of you?
Sure. We believe in performance-based regulation that's not heavy-handed and that is, as Jacob mentioned, ratchets up the performance year over year until we hit our targets. In order to do that, we need to measure where we're at now. And that's sort of what BC has done with its step code, right? It year over year ratcheted up the step code for energy performance for buildings until they're going to hit a net zero energy target. It allows industry to basically innovate. It doesn't prescribe the technology. It doesn't prescribe the way to get there. It just says, year over year, you need to do X number of percent better over the model national energy code until we hit zero. And that's why we're telling council to direct administration to start today. The more time, more runway they have to ratchet things up, the easier industry can adopt this.
And it strikes me that the other piece of that puzzle is we're banning this about, and net zero ready may not be quite the right term, but that you want to make the choices now on things that are hard to retrofit later and leave open those choices of things that might be easier to pivot on once the building is built, correct?
Correct. And things like energy recovery or heat recovery ventilators are actually required now by code.
Right.
Things like a certain insulation level is required now. We're asking to create a measured and sustained action with targets to do this year over year so we can do better.
And
they know what the end goal is, so that they know what's coming.
Yeah. And in the Alberta context, and I think this is why I was perhaps a bit flippant with Ms. Agar, but in the Alberta context, the energy we don't use is probably the best bang for our buck.
Absolutely. In fact, as some speakers have pointed out, energy efficiency is the cheapest form of carbon reduction.
So if we were going to look at regulation, that's probably where we should be looking right now, because that's the easier win. And that's the hardest thing to change later, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think if I may add, there's been a lot of conversation here about, does regulation incent innovation? And I think we can look to the electricity sector, where you've seen rather phenomenal results as a result of regulation that said that all the major utilities had to get off of coal. And we were told that we had to do that by 2030. TransAlta has will close their mine by the end of next year. A full 9 years at minimal capital cost because of innovation on coal to gas that simply never would have happened if you didn't have that regulatory approach. And so I think if you design the regulation correctly with output-based metrics and give a long lead time, you absolutely will see industry competing on that innovation. But you need that regulatory ground floor in order to drive that innovation.
And to level the playing field. I really quickly, before I run out of time, there was one other line of question. I wanted to talk to Ms. Abraham, because it's, one of the things that I've been struck by is we have a report here that brings together the economic piece with and says we can, with a GHG reduction piece, and says there's two pieces of what the city says it wants to do that can be done at the same time. But I think what you're saying is there are actually three pieces we can do at the same time. We've also got a huge focus in the city in dealing with poverty issues, and that we can make the same choices right now to hit our economy, to hit our GHG reduction, and to hit our poverty piece. And there's a third pillar to this, I think, that you're talking about, that really is we could probably do with one set of choices if we use all three lenses, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the fact that these GHGs in these homes, you're leaving them on the table if you don't address them. 16% of households would not be able to take advantage of it. And those GHGs are, it just needs some insulation and some new windows and some furnaces, and you've got those GHGs. And to answer Councillor McKean's question earlier, 72% of households in energy poverty are homeowners. So that's only quick math, 28% renters. So it's a sizable market that if you don't address it, you're leaving GHGs on the table, and there's an opportunity for equity and economic boost as well. So
I wish I could ask another question, but I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Tell me what it is. So I want to just circle back then to Shafraz. You spoke to measured and sustained, and Jacob added that that's to a target, and that gets back to this conversation of a carbon budget, of an accounting of the amount of carbon we spend. Fair to say?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. We want the carbon budget to be part of the city's way to measure progress.
And in the reports that are in our agenda, the analogy is made to, quite simply, financial budgets. There's revenues, there's expenditures, but in those financial reports, there's a precision. Dollars are somewhat easy to count. Do we have the same precision when it comes to counting the amount of carbon we use?
Absolutely. In fact, the whole industry has emerged around carbon accounting and understanding carbon equations, and there's a whole offset market, right? So that whole market has already been established because of carbon taxes, carbon levies globally. So we just need to set that metric to what the city wants to achieve year over year.
Well, I want to dig into that a little bit. I'm not sure I trust things like carbon markets or cap and trade markets. Those respectfully, I'm not sure about the reliability of those. Do we have more, let me say it a different way. If we want to compare different ways to reduce the carbon footprint of a house, new house, old house, what have you, do we have the way to measure that with some precision and be able to weigh the trade-offs of the different technologies that might be available to us?
In fact, your city administration has already done this modeling 3 years ago. We know exactly what a standard house does in terms of a carbon equation, and one that is net zero ready and one that is net zero. So we know already what we have to do. We just have to commit to how to get there. And again, this is why we're trying to say, make those measures a performance-based, not a prescriptive regulation. Let industry innovate as they have done in the electricity market. Let the accountants who are now good at carbon equations as well as balance sheets make those decisions and help set the right direction, so we're not dithering. Like, for me, this is all about, we want this and we need this to happen. Everyone agrees on it. So let's act on it next year. Like, act on it tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's actually good.
Yeah, thank you. I know, I appreciate your comments. So then to Mr. Pai, I heard your presentation earlier where you said that your organization, NAOP, supports building retrofits and supports, support of that, financial support of those kinds of retrofits, and not necessarily moving directly to regulation, that we should follow the pace of, the code development at other levels of government. First of all, have I got that correct?
Yeah, we were referencing the original energy transition strategy, which has 4 different steps with industry capacity building and market capacity building, incentives and education, and then moving towards regulation.
So not to put you on the spot, sir, but I fully expect to see you here in a few weeks when we talk about budgets. When we talk about, your membership and the trials that they've gone through in this past year and some of the relief they need. So on the one hand, this is the conundrum we're in. So I'd like to hear your comments on this. On the one hand, we're struggling at City Council here to find a way to minimize or eliminate any kind of property tax increase or budget increase. And I hear that from you, but on the other end, I hear that we need to find money to do the things that are embedded in this report. How do we play those things off against one another?
That's a really good question. Yeah, I think that's why I wanted to highlight some of the work. Like we enabled PACE legislation in the MGA, which is a financing mechanism where you could use some of the savings from a deep energy retrofit to pay for that same retrofit. It eliminates the incentive for all of the benefits to go to the tenant and all of the cost to go to the commercial builder. That's just a financing mechanism that can be enabled by the city, which is now enabled by the MGA, that we've been talking about for years, and we need to work with the city to enable that right away. In my opinion, I think it's a system that works well, doesn't cost the city anything. So I would say that, and I would, I think. Definitely, I'm not trying to sidestep the question that there is, that there is money. I think what our industry needs to do is work with the city to find the federal government, and we know that there's funding coming for this. So I want to work together on that as well.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone today for a really interesting conversation.
Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, just really quickly. I'll just finish. To Ms. Abraham again. One of the things I'm interested in is, because I think there's an argument in the report we're getting that for $1 we spend in investing today, we're going to get a double benefit. And I'm thinking what you're saying is for the $1 we spend today, if we use the right lens on it, we can get 3 benefits. So I would be interested to know, in terms of if you've done any analysis, if we can begin to move people's expenses down in terms of their energy, what that does in terms of our goal to get people above the poverty line, to be able to deal with living wages, all of those kind of things. Do you have numbers on that?
I do, and I'd be happy to send them to you, Councillor. So you can, if you are doing retrofits specifically with the goal of reducing bills, you can reduce bills substantially, and the GHG reductions come. But yeah, there's lots of benefits around poverty and affordability and health.
So given that we're investing in all 3 of those things, if we could actually use that third lens on here, we might be able to get better. If money's going to be tight, and we want to be able to deal with the poverty issue, deal with the economic development issue, and deal with the climate change issue, we need to watch all three of those things and the money will go that much farther, correct? Rather than
Absolutely.
spending different money on different projects. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's really helpful to know. It'd be great to see those numbers. And I just really quickly, to Ms. Sitko, I heard you, and I actually had the question all ready to go for administration later on because it's a 10% carve out in the Invest in Canada Infrastructure Program money that's sitting there for active transportation. And I don't know where we're at. I was going to ask when we get to administration about what our thinking is. We've got we'd have to have the project started within a year if we're going to get that money. So I'm curious. I'll ask that question when we get there. I hadn't ignored it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We could talk about this all day, which we virtually have, but thank you to all of our speakers. I know many of you have a chance to work on this in our community in jobs and systems that are part of this transition already. So thank you for taking time out of that to be a part of this all day, for the work that you're doing and for the feedback that you've provided. It shows there are many, many pathways to an increasingly shared goal. And that there's real opportunity as we pursue it. So really appreciate each of your submissions here today. I'm sorry we didn't get to ask each of you a question, but we listened carefully and took notes. So, so that will inform our questions of administration. Now, question for us will be, one suggestion came in that this has got to go to council anyway, and we could do the questions there. I do think committee could do some work on this tomorrow and perhaps get a few of the questions done and perhaps recommendation and the modification of the recommendation, because council is going to be quite busy next week too. So I think we still have time, since we're coming back tomorrow afternoon anyway, to carry on with this. And it may get further discussion at council, but if we can focus the discussion at council with a bit of work at committee, I think that would be my suggestion as we carry on with questions once we're done the other item on the agenda. So we've got the time specific. That'll take us however long it takes, but then we turn back to this, and this it definitely won't keep us all afternoon, I don't think. So okay, then.
And just a reminder, Mr. Mayor, you do have items 616 and 617 to deal with tomorrow as well.
Right. Well, and yeah, those are kind of back to this, and so yeah, we'll chip away at all of that tomorrow afternoon. And they both got to go back up to council, so. Okay, well, thank you all. We'll resume, and so for those of you who have tuned into this meeting, interested in what happens next, we'll pick it up. I'd say probably, well, it'll be second item at 1:30 tomorrow, so we'll have an item with a couple of speakers on it up first, and then we'll resume questions of administration, probably 2-ish, but tune in at 1:30 and monitor to be safe. All right.
And Mr. Mayor, apologies, can we just encourage any of the public speakers from today to watch using the live stream?
Oh, yes, yeah, now that we've heard from the panel here today, rather than log back in this way, the best thing to do is to join us through edmonton.ca/meetings on one of the live stream options available to you there if you want to follow along. So thanks so much. We are in recess until 1:30 tomorrow.